You didn't want to wear your Santa hat while you said that?
Yeah, next time we're gonna just shut up for a second.
We can begin, Mark.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December 12th Board of Zoning Adjustment. I want to thank all the staff members who have prepared cases for us today. And I want to thank very much our fellow board members who are around me, who volunteer for this position, and they give their time and efforts to hear your cases. And of course, happy holidays to everyone in the room and in the audience. With that, Anna, tell us about the meeting today.
Yeah. Thanks. So I'm going to describe the procedure for this hybrid meeting. We're in a little unique situation today, in a different room than we usually are. We're usually in the city council chambers. But still, we have virtual and in-person options for participating in the Board of Zoning Adjustment. For those online, there are two categories of people participating in the meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are any city staff that are participating online. And if you are the applicant or a citizen who is interested in the case, you're going to use the raised hand function when the chair calls the case you're interested in to let city staff know that you would like to be promoted to a panelist. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your screen with a little hand icon. You're going to click this, and this is going to raise your hand in Zoom. When that promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and it will appear just very temporarily that you've been disconnected from the meeting, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom reconnecting you as a panelist. If you are joining via the app or on a computer or on your cell phone, a smartphone, please change your screen name to your legal name. This helps with the promotion process. And understand that if you are calling in, one second. This will help us. If you are calling in via a regular phone, we understand that you can't change your name, but you can use the *9 sign, and this will indicate to city staff that you would like to be promoted to a panelist. At the time of promotion, you will need to turn on your camera and microphone so that the board can see and hear you when it's time to speak. Your microphone, does always need to be muted unless if you're giving presentation, that's going to minimize the negative feedback. For those in person today, you're going to approach the microphone and the stand that's towards the back of the room when it is your time to speak. And if you are attending in person, there's no need for you to also be in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes computers and microphones can pick up a different audio. And again, we want to minimize audio disruptions. This applies to all public testimony. Sorry, I lost my cursor. The BZA secretary or their designated representative is going to identify you when it is time to speak. You're going to be sworn in under oath to provide public testimony, and applicants will be given 15 minutes for their presentation. All other public testimony will be given 2 minutes if you represent a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you represent an established organization, neighborhood association, HOA, nonprofit, etc. You will be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear that alarm. No repetitive or irrelevant testimony, please. And if you wish to admit any exhibits, for example, if you have a PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, you're going to want to have that ready on a jump drive or email your designated planner, and we're going to attempt to share the visual representations in this new setup. If those exhibits are admitted, you will definitely need to email them to your designated planner for record keeping purposes after the decision has been made. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may also take several breaks, including a lunch break around 10:30, 12:30, and 3 o'clock if the meeting lasts past 2 p.m. And that concludes my overview of how this hybrid meeting works, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Anna, do you feel like we should do our first part
We
first?
can swear in all of the
Oh, yeah,
staff
sure.
members.
Thank you very much for that. Anna, let's swear in the staff members for today. Will all staff who will be giving testimony, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? Anna, please call.
Anna Naniski, I do. Jim?
James
Jim.
Doty, I do.
Stephanie Saldari,
Andrew Clark, I do. Connor Tomlin, I do.
Justin?
Justin Smith, I do.
Larissa?
Larissa Chambi, I do.
And just in case I have to, Joe Rexwinkle, I do.
Thank you very much. All right, let's jump.
Okay. Continuances and
Oh, yeah, thank you.
dismissal. Okay, so now I'm going to go over all of the continuances and dismissals addressed at this time. We also have a request to reorder the agenda so that docket item 16 is number 2. Does the chair and the board
Yeah, that's it.
entertain that? Okay.
Sure.
So case number CD BZA 2023-00084. This is for 4821 Roanoke Parkway. This is a case related to a short-term rental, and there's a request to continue it to February 13th, 2024.
that docket number 2.
That's docket item number 2. Docket item number 5, which is case CD BZA 2023-00124. This is for the property at 201 Northeast 80th Street. So request to approve a variance for front setback requirements plus any other needed variances in the residential zoning district. This is a case for dismissal. There's no longer a need for the variance. We have docket item 13, case CD BZA 2023-00149 for 1701 West 133rd Street. This is a request to approve variances related to signs in a commercial zoning district. And this is a request to continue to January 9th of 2024. We also have docket item 14, case CD BZA 2023-00141 for 1603 Westport Road. This is an appeal of a violation regarding signage at the subject property. It's a continuance to January 9th of 2024. We have docket items 22.1, 22.2, case CD BZA 2023-00135 for 1207 West 45th Street. These are appeals related to short-term rentals, also continued to January 9th of 2024. We have docket item 27, case CD BZA 2023-00157 for 64 East 99th Street. This is a request for variances related to vehicular use standards in the residential zoning district. This is a continuance request again for January 9th, 2024. We have docket item 32, case CD BZA 2023-00153 for 1704 Jefferson Street. This is an appeal related to the denial of a certificate of legal nonconforming use. Again, continuance to January 9th of 2024. Docket item 33, CD BZA 2023-00156, 6902 Prospect Avenue. This is a appeal related to zoning violations for a bar use. Again, a request for continuance to January 9th of 2024. Docket item 34, case CD BZA 2023-00165, subject property 5621 Prospect Avenue. This is an appeal related to zoning violations regarding a sign. Continuance to January 9, 2024. And docket item 35, case CD SUP 2023-00042, subject property 3242 Benton Boulevard. Special use permit for a bed and breakfast. This is being continued to January 9th as well, due to the case not being heard at City Planning Commission yet. And that concludes my presentation on the continuances and dismissals at this time.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions of Anna on these continuance and or dismissals?
Sorry, before you planning on calling 23 and us in sequence or as a?
Yeah, there's also another request for continuance, and I requested that the applicant made that request as well,
Okay, so
for
23.
23.
Thank you.
There's a-
I was raising my hand on that issue, number 23, I think should have been included on that list, but
Yes,
it's gonna be called separately. Is that?
so Helen, or do we can continue with that?
I think during the public testimony regarding the continuances and dismissals, Mr. Rowe, you can come up and request that continuance then.
All right, and so there'll be a separate one. You want to include that? Let's go ahead and hear your comments on that, sir, on number 23.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is John Rowe, attorney with the Rowe Law Firm. The address is 4444 North Bellevue.
I can't have you swear you in, sir.
Oh,
Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And you say your name is John Rowe.
Yes, and I just, you're taking the list of continuances, and I believe item number 23 should be included on that list. I received an email from city staff on Thursday, December 7th, about 5 o'clock, a little before 5 o'clock. To wind up with, explaining the conditions of today's meeting and losing the five-member quorum around 1:30. Says, due to these conditions, if you wish to continue your case till 1/9/24, please let me know. I sent that to my client. Client has made other arrangements this morning and can't be available today until probably a little after 2 o'clock. So I sent an email responding to this to city Sunday evening. I was out of town Friday through Sunday, came back Sunday night, sent it. And then I got an email from Ms. Nanoski that said, you probably ought to be here Monday morning, or excuse me, Tuesday morning. So bottom line is I got an email that said, if you want to continue your case, let me know. I did that. I got that email, and when I called my client, said we need to be there. Client said, I already have made commitments this morning. So I'm asking for the continuance to January because of scheduling.
That'll be great, Mr. Rowe. Thank you.
The property owner and the applicant are different people. Just for public record purposes, I wanted him to make a statement about that.
So January 9th?
Yeah.
Anyone in the audience besides Mr. Rowe who have any comment and or dismissals?
Well, how does that work if the rest of the audience is out there?
I did announce that, I announced all the cases that are proposed to be continued, including this one.
Okay, thank you.
So everyone who's interested in a continued case of it.
Okay, thank you, John.
All right. Hearing.
If there's anyone online who wishes to make a comment about the continuances or dismissals, please make themselves known now. Seeing none.
Board members, can I have a motion on that?
Oh, Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes.
I'll make a motion that we accept the continuances.
Okay, thank you. And
And-
dismissals? Great. I have a motion from Mr. Gorns. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you from Ms. Wright. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Mixtor.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
And Ebbets.
Aye. Those are all acted upon. The next piece of business is to elect a BZA vice chair. We had one, but he resigned not too long ago, so we need to elect somebody else.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I would like to go to elect Randy
Randy Mixdorf.
Mixdorf as
All right.
our
Any
vice
other,
president.
any other people?
I'll second that.
Okay, good. We have a second. Nominations will now cease. Anna, please call the roll to elect Ms. Mixdorf.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Wright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. By
Assuming-
acclamation, you are the new vice chair. All right. Yeah. So now let's start with our caseload today.
First item on the agenda is docket item number 1. This is case CD BZA 2023-00049 for 5500 Bennington Avenue, a request to appeal city staff's determination related to several zoning violations issued for the subject site on about 13 acres generally located at 5500 Bennington. The property owner slash applicant is going to request a continuance, but city staff believes that this case should be here today.
Well, this is continued from June 14th. I'd rather not continue. Is the applicant in the audience? Why don't you come on up and we'll talk to you for just, I got to swear you in. Is anyone else going to come up with you? Thank you. So, please both raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? And please state your name.
I do, Daniel Hurrier.
Okay, thank you, Daniel.
I do, Melissa Kazakowicz.
Thank you, Melissa. Anna, let's see here. You're in charge of the case. Do you want to tell us about this case?
Yeah, are you gonna take up the request for
Continuance?
continuance or?
Why should we continue your case today?
So we've been working on this case, since May. We have been wanting to pursue a master plan development rezoning, which would, negate or supersede the need for a BZA hearing. We are not developers, we're farmers, so, it's a bit, we're novice at this process, but, we are working through it and, have hired a, architecture firm to carry us through it. But it's been sort of a long process. It's a very expensive process too. So we've had to raise funds to make, get to the point where we can, hire the architects and professionals to do that. I do have with me a email, printout of, from the architect, saying that we've been working with them since October. That we need some clarifications from the city, regarding the scope of the work. We've been trying to get those clarifications. We've also engaged the city manager's office. Ms. Kazakowicz is here, representing the city manager's office, and seeking funds and assistance from the manager's office and staff to see this process through. It's still very much in process. I have pending meeting with, the deputy director of city planning, pending in later this month. And the professional that we're working with, the landscape architect that we're working with, has recommended, because this is a very long process, he has recommended that we request a continuance for an entire year. So, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. In addition to that, Ms. Kazakowicz is here to provide the city manager perspective.
Board members, any questions on this continuance request?
Well, I guess my bigger question is not for the applicant, but for city staff,
Yeah.
the approach of why we think it shouldn't be continued.
Yeah, in June, your board continued the case, to allow for the applicant time to submit the needed documents. We had myself and the client had a pre-application meeting prior to that continuance being approved, where I explained everything, the process. They were on board with the MPD process, and they didn't meet the deadlines that was identified by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. Continuance for another year, I think, is a bit extreme. We have lots of people who produce these types of plans very quickly. So if a continuance is granted a month or two, they've had plenty of time to prepare these items. Alternatively, if we hear the case today, and then the issues around the appeals go forward, then they are still allowed to pursue their MPD process as well.
Hi.
Hello, I have a short statement, if that's acceptable to
Sure.
the board. My name is Melissa Kazakowicz. I'm the Assistant City Manager for the City of Kansas City. I'm here today to request a continuance on behalf of City Manager Brian Platt, while we continue to work in good faith to find solutions and create an opportunity for safe and healthy composting operations that minimize disruptions to neighbors. We believe that responsible waste management, inclusive of organic waste, is critical to Kansas City's sustainability efforts, and we look forward to finding a solution here that can be replicated in the future on properties across the city. We thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your
Thank
statement.
you.
Okay.
I have a question. So you don't have an opinion on the length of time? that
We
need
do
to
not.
continue?
May I also add that, we have a lot of, hundreds of supporters, even thousands of supporters that have signed letters of support. Those were not notarized, so I did not submit them
Right.
to the board. I have lots of witnesses that could be presented to testify. Because I was hoping that we might get a continuance today, I did not ask all of those people to be in attendance. So at a minimum, we would request that we be given the opportunity to gather those people on another date.
And this is a composting site or proposed composting site?
So we, since 2010, have owned this property, run it as a farm, and composting has always been occurring on this site. I think the core issue here is the composting. In 2021, we made an expansion of our composting operations. I'm not sure if Ms. Nanoski provided the documents that I sent over, but we had sought the city's approval or an interpretation of our compliance with zoning regulations back in 2021, before we made that expansion of our composting operations. So we received a determination from Jared Clements, and Joe Rexwig was part of that meeting, where we discussed what our composting operation would be, what that expansion would be, discussed volumes, site map, scale, all of that stuff. And then they took it to the legal department, made a determination that we were in compliance, and we invested quite a lot of money into that expansion based on that determination of compliance. Now, it's not clear to me, and I've tried to seek answers from the city, what changed between 2021 and now. From our perspective, we implemented the expansion as we described it. And so the basis of the violation is in our opinion in question.
And Mr. Chair, if we want to talk about any more merits of the case, I think we should hear the full thing, and then if you choose to continue it later or make a decision.
Yeah, I think we need to, a year, I can't think of a time we've ever given a year continuance.
Sure. Well, I'm just saying, I'm telling you what the profession.
And having city staff here, the assistant city manager and the city manager supporting you in this continuance weighs heavily, at least on me. So, but 1 or 2 months doesn't seem enough time to gather all those documents, but I have to leave it to my fellow board members to entertain maybe a 3 or 6 month continuance, but.
I have a question for staff.
Mhm.
Did I see somewhere in here that, this could also be allowed with a special use permit?
And the composting facility can be approved through a special use permit.
And it's the sales that's.
And so, again, I feel like we're talking a lot about the merits of the case.
Well,
I
I'm
think
just
we
trying to figure out if
formally
there's an
need
alternate
to.
that's quicker than.
Yeah, right, and so I can get into that more if we want to hear the full case. And then again, after I give my presentation and we hear from public testimony, maybe then you will make a decision about making a decision on the appeals or a continuance. But right now, we're getting into a lot of the merits of the
Right,
case.
I agree.
So, and I will definitely cover all of that in my presentation.
I'd make a motion to continue this for 6 months. I mean, I think the MPD process will take a long time, but if they could do it a quicker way, like a special use permit, they could probably do it much quicker, but I'll make a motion that we continue this case for 6 months.
Have a motion? Or you have a comment?
Yeah, is that gonna be?
There's others.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're just talking about the continuance, people.
Yes.
We're not talking the merits of the case.
Got it.
Are you thinking the end of May meeting?
Well, again, I think I probably need to hear some of these comments on the continuance of the case. Why
Okay.
should we not continue?
Can I have
Yeah.
one more question to staff? So if we hear this case and if we think it either is dismissed and they're still pursuing this other process, does that inhibit them from being able to operate?
Betty?
There'll be a violation. They can be issued a summons for every day of operation.
Okay, so if there's a continuance in place, I would allow them to still operate until there is a decision either made with an MPD or. Okay, thank you.
All right, I will entertain testimony from a couple people. I've got to swear you in, and if your person before you has made comments that are similar to the comments you're going to make, there's no need to make them again. So why, sir, come on up to the table. And good morning. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, sir.
And please identify yourself.
My name is Bernard Norwood,
Okay?
and I reside at 6401 55th Street.
Yes. Why should we continue the case, sir?
Well, if you continue the case, the operation of that facility is still affecting the neighborhood. It's affecting, I've heard you guys speak, I heard the city manager speak of how it's helping the city of Kansas City, but they forgot about the neighborhood. They forgot that all of the traffic, all of the dust, all of the cars, over 300 cars, are affecting our front doors. We live at a dead end. And they have been allowed to use that dead end as an entryway to their property, which is 2 city blocks away. Has nothing to do with our community, our neighborhood, but it's been allowed to operate. Our children can't go out and play. My grandkids can't go out and play. And now, because of I heard him say that he had over 100 or 1,000 supporters. But those are the people that are driving in our driveways, driving across our lawns at a dead end. And they're using it as a commercial street. There's no signs. It's a sign that says dead end. There's no sign that says a street sign. They said they're using it as a city street, but it is a dead end. We have no safety there. We have some concerns about some of the comments on Facebook. Some of the customers that comes to their properties come to our front door, basically, pretty much threaten us. I've had people curse me because my dog has his ears clipped and he's still in the front yard. We don't feel safe in our own homes. His property is 2 city blocks. The entryway to that property is 2 city blocks away from my front door. Why won't they use it? It's on the whole other side of where we live at. They won't use that property line. He said it was
Sir,
too expensive. Yes, ma'am.
This is related to the continuance. So
Yes.
you believe if we were
Well,
to
that's-
continue, there would have there been conversations already?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you continue for a month, 2 months, a year, our families are affected. He's talking about his profit margin. We're talking about our lives.
Right.
Well, I mean, the city manager supported that. Why would they support lives if they support profit?
Correct. Thank you,
And
sir.
that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Hi,
Good morning,
Good morning.
everybody.
could you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And you state your name for the court.
My name is Leah Suttington.
Thank you, Ms.
I live
Ludington.
6401 East 55th Terrace. My window is directly across the street from the entryway that the Herbivore Farm is using right now to take all of its retail, commercial, all the deliveries. At some point, they began to direct people to use the street. It was more convenient for them without consideration to the neighbors, without communication to the neighbors. And I agree with what he said. I think, you know, we talked about the numbers. I want to go through with him again at another hearing. But it's important to know, and it's important for them to know that because there's been a failure to address this issue of all of this traffic, which I'm bearing the brunt of, 300 traffic operations at the end of a dead-end street that accesses the stub easement, the city stub easement to their farm. So how they're accessing it is fully outside of their property. They have a front door on 5500 Bennington, and they would like, I would like to see them use that. But in the absence of any action that, you know, we've not been coordinated with and had a chance to get what we need to get or see what we need to see from them. So I just wanted to let everybody know that we're doing what we can to mitigate it and actually end the traffic. And so we're after that, and a continuance it's not in our best interest, as you said. I don't want to, delay you further, but I think you get the idea, but we are moving forward on that.
Thank you,
That's
Ms.
fine.
Summerton.
May I say one of these?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. How long have you guys lived at this addresses? How many years have you
I've lived in the area and known of the farm since.
on this house, on where you
In this
live in?
house across the street?
Yes.
Right across the street. I bought the property in, 2021.
Okay,
Yeah, and, so there are other issues. The light pollution is a big issue for me. The swaths of.
I don't think you want to get too far into
Okay,
there, but thank you.
you're right.
Yep.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Yep, no, you're good. You're good.
Swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name.
My name is Deborah Neighbors,
Neighbors is the last name?
Nabors.
Thank you.
I reside at 6420 East 55th Terrace. My property line is adjoined with the farms. I would urge my respective officials to not grant a continuance on this case. We have been fighting this case since June 13th. And they have had ample time. They've had 6 months. We punted from the 13th to the 8th of August. Then from the 8th of August, they swore that they would get an MPD done. Now we come to December and they're asking for another appeal to push this and kick this can further down the road. It is not fair. We have endured and suffered all of their illegal activity under their umbrella of the appeal, and no one can say anything. And they continually conduct nefarious operations back there that are against the laws and the ordinances of the city. We have been on our property for 28+ years. Well before they got there. It should not be continued because they set up an illegal operation. Am I able to show slides or anything?
No, not here.
This is regarding the continuance.
No, I'm still not going to allow that. I'm sorry.
Okay, you won't allow it. It's fine.
If we're
I
going to
don't-
hear the case, ma'am, we would allow all those things, of
Well,
course.
that was my understanding, sir, when I came, is that even though they were asking for a continuance,
Right.
that you all would finally give the neighbors and the residents of the community an opportunity to share with you what we have endured.
Right.
But in closing, they've had 6 months to figure this out. It does not take 6 months to get your ducks in a row. Their inaction to what they were supposed to do does not negate the fact that they were wrong and they should have had their documents together. I urge you all, please do not give them another continuance. Let it be done today.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Neighbors, again. Anyone else? Come on up, sir.
How you doing?
Doing great. Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the court reporter.
Juan Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Why should we not grant the continuance today?
I just bought my house over there. I think it's 6419 East 55th Terrace. I just bought my house over there about 3 months ago. I didn't know that was going on over there because it's like a real horrible smell. And comes in your house and makes you nauseous sometimes when you go outside.
Right.
Man, I just bought my house. If I knew if it was there, I probably wouldn't have bought the property for real.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Lewis. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, there's one person online who wishes to provide testimony about the continuance.
All right.
Amy, you're up.
Hello, Amy. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
State your name for the court reporter.
Ame Freeberg, or
Thank you,
Amelia
Ms.
Freeberg is my full name.
You, Ms. Freeberg, and tell us why we should either grant or not grant the continuance today.
I'm here and I'm speaking on behalf of Cultivate KC. We're a nonprofit organization that supports urban farmers throughout the Kansas City metro area. And I wasn't planning to speak today, but felt like it was important to speak up and offer a few words of support for continuing this this case. A few things that are important to keep in mind is that farming is a very seasonal activity. So if a case comes up in June and they have 3 months to get it done, that's the peak of the growing season. So up until now, even though, yes, there have been 6 months that they could have worked on getting this together, and they have worked on getting the MPD put together, it's also the height, the very busiest time of the growing season. So I think that's just important to note as a reason to continue this case, give them time through the winter months when things are a little bit slower for a farm business to work on putting all these documents together. And as Mr. Hurrier noted, we're working with farmers. They don't know who to call to file a master plan development. This isn't a process that's designed for small businesses or for farmers. It's a process that's designed for developers who have those relationships and those connections. So I think that alone has taken a lot of time to help find people who are willing to take on a case like this and get them to the farm and in the room. So I think just those are a few explanations on why that process hasn't gone as quickly as it might for someone who's used to going through this process. And then I think it's also worth noting, we've heard from a number of 4 neighbors who are opposed to this operation. But I know that surrounding the property, there are a lot more neighbors who are actively supportive of this operation or who don't find any problem with it being there. So I think if I am not prepared to, I don't think we're looking at documents today, but Herbivore has been talking to neighbors and putting together a map that shows where the supportive neighbors are, where the indifferent neighbors are, and they far outweigh the opposed neighbors. So when you're hearing from neighbors who are saying they're opposed to this, please keep in mind that there are a number who are very supportive of it and aren't in the room today. And they're not there because they were requesting a continuance. And I think when this case is actively heard, that there will be a lot of supportive voices in the room.
All right. Thank you, Miss Amy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
I'm
Lots-
gonna hear from the applicant to respond to.
Yeah, sure.
Particularly traffic issues.
Well, again,
Yeah.
that's merits of the case. This is,
Right,
right, like
No.
how detailed are we
Whether-
going here?
Yeah, I
So-
can
can
give
do
my whole
something in the
presentation if we want to
interim.
talk
No,
about
no,
that.
I think we let it go, and we'll make comments about the traffic situation as part of our maybe thoughts on continuing. So I'm just one member on the board. I feel like you need to be talking to the neighbors and not using their street as a public interest to your facility. You have, and unless the city changes the street, expands it, whatever they may do, but for right now, sir, I just, one board member, feel like you need to be entering at 5500 Bennington, the address of the property.
Again, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
merits of the case.
Yeah.
Are we continuing or not?
Yeah. Yeah,
Well, sorry,
Yeah.
to that point, we are working on that, as far as, creating a better infrastructure for the street and for the benefit of the neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're done.
okay, hold on. Yeah, we're done. We've heard testimony, ma'am, we've heard testimony, and
they got to rebut, can I tell
I think we
We-
can give the case at this
Okay,
point,
then we
and then we'll make a
Okay.
decision about the
I
continuance.
think that's what we have
after
to,
I
there's
give my
been too much
presentation.
information.
Yeah.
We have to hear the case at this point then.
Yes, you allowed them. Thank you. Thank you
Well,
so
the-
much.
all right. But the other person did not have a chance to bring down the people because they thought it's going to be.
And I'll get into that because they have been aware of the case coming up for this discussion.
I guess we can still make a motion to continue. That's what we want to do. Somebody just needs to make that motion or we can hear it.
I'll make a
Somebody needs to decide
Yeah,
what to do.
go ahead.
a motion, we continue the case for 1 month.
1 month or 6 months?
One.
There's a motion on the floor. If there's a second, we act on it. If there's not a second, then we entertain for another motion.
That's second.
May I please make a comment?
No, sorry. Thank you, Dan. There's a motion and a second for a 1 month continuance.
Goritz. Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Nay. Your case is continued to the month of January 9th. At that point, we may hear your case in its entirety. Again, keep track of Ms. Anna because we may have a missing board member, so we may have to push it to February. Because I'm not sure. Thank you very much, sir. No other comments are needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, please. All right, Anna, tell us about the next case.
Yep. The next case is docket item 16. This is case, oh, actually, we're gonna pause for, yep, my apologies. We're gonna clear the room, and bring in the next case, which is docket item 16. So Andy Clark, here, Trisha Jensen's here.
Number 16?
Yes.
So we at the podium.
You'll sit here. I'll move for a second once I do all my secretary stuff.
Okay, go ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay. This is case CD SUP 2023-00046 for 5757 Northeast 96th Street. This is a request to approve a special use permit for an outdoor sports and recreation use, a golf course in districts R80, which is residential, and AGR, agriculture, on about 34 acres generally located at Northeast 96th Street and Interstate 435. Andrew Clark, excuse me, is the staff planner attached to this case. The applicant is in the room with us. And all the exhibits, standard exhibits 1 through 9 apply. And this is a reminder for anyone online who wishes to participate in the public testimony portion of this case, to please raise their hand now so they can be admitted. As once public testimony has begun, no further individuals will be admitted, as well as anyone else on the applicant team. Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Ebbets and fellow board members. Excuse me.
So we have two people who are giving testimony. Let's go ahead and hear from them first. Hold on just for a second.
Okay.
Just need to swear them in
Yeah,
first.
hold on just for a second. Hello, Ms. Jensen, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Do we have any other people with you today?
No, he's
Zoom.
on the Zoom.
And who would that be?
Tanner Michelle.
There you are. Hey, Tanner, good morning to you.
Morning.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name one more for the court reporter.
Tanner McKelly.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I have no objection to any of the exhibits.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is the presentation. And so let's go ahead and hear from Andrew on your case.
This is kind of clear.
Oh, great.
And then.
I missed my notes that I usually go off of.
Yeah.
Anna, is there anyone else in the audience who needs to be sworn in who's interested in this case? Thank you. All right.
Okay. Before you today is CD SUP 2023-46. This is for a request to approve a special use permit at 5757 Northeast 96th Street. The site is located in the First Council District, just west of Interstate 435, north of 152. And as you can see here, many of you might be familiar, the site is an existing driving range. The applicant is proposing to expand the existing operations, which is why the case is before you today. Just wanted to show you existing views. The new owner is proposing quite a few improvements to the site. That's also what triggered the special use permit. It's roughly 34 acres. This was originally approved in 1993. There is an existing stream, so the applicant and their team worked with KC Water and submitted a stream buffer plan. I just wanted to show you a few elevations. One elevation. And the city plan commission recommendation, as well as staff's recommendation, was approval with conditions. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jensen, why should we approve your request? Go.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
do have a little PowerPoint that I would ask you to admit as an
Okay.
exhibit. I
Yeah.
won't go through it in detail because I don't think we really need that
Okay.
detail.
Exhibit 10 is admitted.
As Andrew has stated, this is an existing golf driving range that has existed for a number of years, 20, 30 plus years almost now. And Blue Jeans Golf, acquired the site recently, and they just want to do some improvements to enhance the golfing experience. So they'll have bays, heated bays for the golfers to hit the golf balls, and enhanced, refreshments that they'll be, providing to the golfers throughout. Blue Jeans Golf is opening one in Lee Summit, Missouri, which is enhancing the golf driving range experience. So we're in agreement with all of the conditions that are contained in your staff report. And as Andrew stated, the City Plan Commission has recommended approval.
Thank you.
I don't know that Tanner needs to add
Yeah.
anything unless you have questions.
No.
I know you've got a lot of people out there.
Yes, we do.
And
Board members, you have any
what I will tell you, and Tanner would tell you, is we are very appreciative that you're holding the meeting here today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tanner.
As awkward as it is.
Yeah, I think Ms. Jensen's given a lot of comments. I'm not sure you need to add anything, but feel free to do that if you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
since I know where it is and live up that direction, can I ask a couple questions?
Of course. That's any question
Mr.
you want.
Tanner, so you're gonna do more beautification of the area, the drive area, the front street area?
Yeah, I think part of the proposal is adding some more trees along the frontage. Yeah, landscaping is a big part of transforming the driving range experience as well as operational programming and some additional infrastructure.
And you're gonna treat the wildlife like you do now, just let them roam?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Good. Yeah, good, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
The third page of my PowerPoint shows the site plan, and it shows the enhanced landscaping along the street. And then the fourth page is an enlargement of that.
Quick question, Tanner. Same similar concept in Lee Summit?
Yes, it is. Our goal when we buy these driving ranges is transform them. A lot of them need a little bit of love and care. So that's the goal here is add some infrastructure, just kind of make the experience a bit better for the golf driving range enthusiasts. And so that's the plan. A little bit of food and beverage, covered tee bays with some heaters and fans and some seating.
Perfect.
Tanner's background is he started out at Topgolf.
Oh, Topgolf.
Yeah.
Thought he might have worked at Smiley's at one time. You know where that is.
Very familiar with Smileys.
All right, board members, any other questions, comments, or motions?
I have one more question. What is the time for the special use permit? I'm looking.
Because this has been existing.
Okay.
There is no
we're not
time
administering
limit.
a new one. Okay, thank you. I was trying to find it in the report line. I guess, any opposition from neighbors?
No,
This is
we
good.
held our public engagement meeting. Nobody attended.
Okay. I would offer a motion.
Thank you.
In case number 46, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and conditions therein.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
second from Mr. Gorens. Anna?
Lawrence,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
next door,
Aye.
right,
Aye.
and Evan.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Three.
we're just gonna pause a moment
Gotta do that.
for this
Yeah.
case to exit, new case to enter.
Next one is
Three.
Yes.
Is that right after you?
Does city staff have a copy of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll need
Yeah.
one.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
thanks. Go ahead.
Any one of those? Like on your computer or your staff file?
The son uses those batting pages a lot, but my understanding is they're staying in there.
Okay. We're focusing on docket item number 3 now. This is case CD BZA 2023-00118 for 5837 Woodland Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the maximum height of an accessory structure in an R6 district, this is a residential district, plus any additional variances on about 0.15 acres, generally located at 5837 Woodland Avenue. The staff planner is Connor Tomlin, and then we have the applicants online. If you are part of the applicant team or wish to provide public testimony of this case, please raise your hand now. As once public testimony has begun, no future attendees will be promoted to panelists. The standard 9 exhibits apply to this case. And Chris, the applicant, has been connected.
Hello, Chris. Please turn on your camera and microphone, please. Don't see you quite yet, but.
Chris Koch.
There you are.
There we go. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Chris Coors.
Thank you, Chris. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. We need to admit to hear your case today. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that's a presentation by Connor Tomlin. Mr. Tomlin, tell us about the case.
Alrighty, so today we have CDBZA 2023-00118. Located at 5837 Woodland Avenue in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the maximum height of an accessory structure, plus any additional variances to permit an 18.5 feet tall garage. This is the general location of the site. This is the site in question. This is the proposed accessory structure located right here on the site plan. Variance request is 2.5 feet to permit this structure at 18.5 feet. The maximum permitted is 16. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most homes in this neighborhood do not exceed detached garage height requirements. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of board members to staff?
I have a question. We don't have a picture of the site, so how visible is this from the neighbors?
It would be pretty visible to the neighbors,
To which neighbors?
to those living here, behind, and right here. It would also be visible from the street as well.
And with your mouse, can you tell me again where that addition is going to be, Connor?
It would be right here where this concrete pad is.
Okay, thank you.
And what are the height limitations for an ADU? I know this is not being proposed as an ADU, but how would that compare?
Don't recall the max.
Like ADUs are now allowed, trying to understand.
It's 25, okay.
Okay.
I have a question. Is the upstairs gonna be rented out or used for living?
City staff questions right now. We can get to the
Okay,
applicant here.
all right. Sorry.
I do have that
Oh, you
information.
do? Okay.
And Chris can correct me if I'm misremembering, but I believe it's not being rented out. The second floor is to be used as an art studio by the property owner.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
And Chris, tell us why we should, any other questions? I'm sorry, city staff. Chris, why should we approve your motion today?
Well, I mean, I think ideally the property owner, you know, for the use that she wants to use this upstairs of this structure for, it would not be very ideal if the variance was not approved, because then the ceiling height of the second floor up there would ultimately, you know, it would end up being about 5.5 feet high if we only built the structure to the 16-foot detached accessory structure limit for a detached garage. And you know, at 5.5 foot, that's obviously would not be very practical for the use that she wants to use it for the studio.
All right. Any neighbor opposition, sir?
Hasn't been any that I've been made aware of. The homeowner's been working towards this project for almost 2 years now, and I believe that all of our neighbors have been on board. As far as I know, we haven't heard anything negative.
Will the style of the addition match the existing home?
It will. Yep, exactly. That's our plan.
So this would raise the ceiling height to 8 feet inside.
Well, it wouldn't quite be 8 feet. It would be about 7'9" with drywall and everything. But I think that's going to be very acceptable to the owner. Her and I have discussed this.
And since the variance month they're already asking for is 2.5 feet, it's not like this can drastically come down in height to accommodate still the kind of 8-foot desired height internally.
Board members, any other comments or motions or questions?
I have one more comment if I could.
Go ahead, sir.
In terms of, you know, her ceiling height, and, you know, the 7'9" would be within just the first 1 to 1.5 feet of the perimeter walls because of the truss design that we have submitted for the project. It's going to be more of a raised type truss where the center of the room, you know, or probably 60 to 70% of the area up there will have a little bit taller ceiling.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion.
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Wright.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
Okay, so your motion in case number 118 is to approve the request, and of course, the site plan and staff report. Did I kind of say that for you?
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ms. Wright,
Second.
second from Ms. Moran.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran, aye. Mixed-work,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
and Evans.
Aye, your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank you very much, folks.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're just breaking for a brief moment to allow anyone in the lobby to enter the room.
Anna, do you think we should have 2 cases, you know, like have the next case, well, like in this case, we're here in number 4.
When we tested the room out yesterday, if there's like more than one case in here, we're really worried about like people talking,
Okay, all right. Okay,
wrestling with
just-
papers and stuff. This is the best way to make it as clear as possible for the audio.
That's great.
Give us number 4.
Yeah.
Okay,
The guy that was following you, is he? not-
that's Matt.
Oh, okay, I can only see an arm, I can't see it.
Yeah. That's one of our guys.
Yeah. Peek his head for them. That's actually-
Hey, come on up to the podium.
Hi, how are you all?
Good morning.
Okay, this is docket item 4, case CD BZA 2023-00123 for 7704 Main Street. It's a request to approve a variance to the side yard setback in the R2.5 zoning district with residential zoning district, plus any other additional variances on about 0.45 acres, generally located at 7704 Main Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner attached to this case. The applicant is in the room with you. The standard 9 exhibits apply. And can you go back to the Zoom?
Yep.
Real quick. And this is an announcement for anyone participating virtually. If you would like to provide public testimony on this particular case, please raise your hand now, as once public testimony has begun, additional attendees will not be admitted. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm assuming you're John?
I am.
Okay, so raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And you're state your name for the court reporter, please.
John Knoblet.
Thank you, Mr. Noblet. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit to hear your case today. Do you have a problem with us admitting those? Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Connor Tomlin. Connor, tell us about the case today.
Okay, today we have CDBZA 2023. 1, 2, 3. It's the general location of the site. This is the site itself. That home that's you see there is no longer existing. What is proposed are 3 duplexes. The property in question is this one up here for a side yard setback variance. Right here, the requirement is 5 feet. What is proposed here is 4 feet. These are the elevations of the building plan. A variance of 1 foot to the minimum interior side yard setback to permit a 4-foot setback. The variation is only 1 foot. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated, as most homes in this neighborhood meet setback criteria. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. Sorry, Mr. Noblet, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Well, the area is aging housing. We've developed some of the housing over there, some single family homes, and this opportunity came up on the corner of 77th and Main. We tore down a very dilapidated house. There's a big need over there for, the size of house. We don't know if we're gonna sell them, rent them, we don't know what we're gonna do, but the corner lot is the one that's, where we're asking for the side yard setback, because it has to line up with I believe the adjacent property to the west.
Okay.
I think it'd be good for the area. We've been in the neighborhood for 24 years.
Yeah.
Developing, building, a lot of home ownership over there, and
right.
So it's.
Yeah, understood. Board members, do you have any questions of Mr. Noblet?
Okay, any comments from the neighbors?
Never really got anything. No, I did not. No.
How far down from the duplexes before one of the houses you built?
We actually own the one next door to it, at 11 West 77th Street. I would say it's probably from the property line, it's probably 20 feet to the house. So everything's 40-foot lots over there.
And is anyone living in this house? One that you have next to it?
Yeah, we have a tenant in there now.
It's a tenant, okay.
Yes.
And they're okay with it?
Yeah, they're loving it.
Yeah.
And you're the homeowner, you're the property owner, so you're
Yeah.
okay with it.
Kind of a dumb question, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay, no problem.
No, it's not, nothing. Any other people in the, wait, right now, okay. Any other people in the audience on it? Okay.
I just have one question, because I'm just looking at the site plan and it shows a 50-foot lot, but you're saying they're really 40?
Well, I digress. The 40-foot lots are the one, most of the properties to the west. And then
Okay.
as you head
So
down.
you weren't talking about this lot?
No. This is kind of a unique property. There was a pretty big house on there with a detached garage.
Pictures look nice, at least the drawings do, so, yeah.
Sure do.
Board members, any other questions or comments and or motion on this one? For a 1-foot variance, as you can see.
I will, in case number, BZA 2023, dash 00123, I move that we, approve the applicant's request in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Ms. Moran. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorenz. Anna, please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixler,
Aye.
Brent.
Aye.
Aye, your project is approved. Good luck with it, sir.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Number 6 now.
Yep. Where the 10:30 kind of break time. maybe.
Yeah,
We got another,
there's one more and then.
Yeah.
is
Do we
that
have
okay with
coffee?
everyone?
We have coffee here.
It should be.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm ready for one.
too late, Tom.
Okay,
Come on,
okay, so
brother.
this is docket item.
Number 6.
Docket item number 6, case CD BZA 2023-00125 for 4729 Hedges Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the width of a driveway and the footprint of a carport, plus any other needed variances in R 7.5 zoning district on about 0.35 acres generally located at 4729 Hedge Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant or property owner or any other member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, please make yourself known now.
Looking for William, somebody.
It should be Claire.
Yeah.
Claire, can you hear us? Can you see it? 7 is outside?
Can you see her? It's William, isn't it? William O'Reilly.
She's here, but she's not, indicating that she's,
Yeah. unless there's
Ready to
some
participate.
Williams. Should we pause? You're getting number 7?
yeah.
Yeah, it should be quick.
Your applicant on 6 just showed up.
Okay.
Oh, hi.
I was like, my thing went quiet.
Oh,
So like, I was
no.
like, I'm not sure. And I saw her, I'm like, I think it's mine.
Just in time.
We'll swear the baby in too.
Can they provide testimony? Okay, so
Okay.
then,
Standard
standard
9.
9 exhibits
Okay.
apply. Stephanie, go ahead. Or after they.
Yeah,
they're
okay.
clear.
So
Yeah,
come
let
on
me
up
get
to
the
the
phone.
podium when you can.
I had to get out of there.
Okay.
Do I just share screen?
Yeah, move the PowerPoint up to the top, like move it up to the top of the screen.
There you go.
Yep.
Thanks, coming up to the podium.
And then everyone will be able to see it.
Good morning.
Here.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes,
And state your name for the court reporter.
Claire Rihanna.
Claire Rihanna. Okay, thank you. Claire, there's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have a problem with us admitting those? Standard exhibits. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, tell us about this.
So, 125. Oh, yeah, that was 2.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I am presenting docket number 6, CDBCA 2023-00125, located on 4729 Hedges Avenue, zoned R-7.5, and the applicant is seeking an approval to the width of the driveway, the footprint of the carport, plus any other needed variances. So the subject site is right here north of Raytown. And this is the subject site. This is carport and this is the driveway. So here is a plan. I rotated the site plan so it aligns with how it looks.
Okay,
In
perfect.
life, I guess you could
Yeah,
say.
it's great.
So right now the driveway is 25 feet wide. And the carport is, I can't do that math right now, but I have it in a later slide. And then this is what the house looks like. All right, so for the driveway, so it's a variance of 3 feet. So right now, so the code allows up to 22 feet, and the driveway is 25 feet. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated since it was existing prior to the owner purchasing the property. And then for the carport, it's a variance of 580 square feet to the maximum allowed accessory building footprint, to permit an area of 780 square feet for the carport. The code allows up to 200 square feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in the sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Questions of staff on this one?
Did that picture show the carport? I couldn't, you went through, so
Sorry.
quick, I couldn't see the carport.
So it shows on the site plan, but I don't have an
Right,
actual.
but you had a
picture.
photograph of the house.
Yes, but it doesn't show the carport.
Okay.
And the driveway is existing, is the carport also existing? I'll let the applicant answer that. I think that was built after.
Hi there, tell us why we should approve your case today.
So the driveway was done, pretty much, we were trying to get the house, we were wanting it. And, it was really, really broken. So what the owners did before, we were like, hey, can you please fix this? So they just poured it. We were like, okay, great. Looks awesome. We didn't know it was like too long or something. No one has complained to us. We have people turning in our driveway just because it's kind of a little bit wider and they were having fun with it. And it's not broken now, of course. The carport, we have a couple cars, we only have like a 2-car garage and we do construction, so we have nails and supplies and stuff that we keep in our garage, just for whatever we need. So we use the carport for like our couple cars that we have versus putting it in the garage and use that space for something else. So the carport, I guess, is existing. We do have permits for it. They were approved. So the main thing was the driveway. It's a little bit 3 feet wider. And so there's that.
So the carport was already built before you purchased the property?
It was, we built it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's existing since you purchased it?
Right. And it does have, like, it's approved for the structurally and everything. There's nothing wrong with it. Like I think it has 5 pillars and they're all by 6 inch by 6 and they're 3 feet deep. They're actually probably a little bit more than that and they're all concrete. So there's nothing structurally wrong with it. And it all has hanger ties and it all has straps. So there's I guess hurricane ties. They have all those. There's nothing structurally wrong with it. So
I guess this came as that was going through the permitting process, that's how. Yeah,
the driveway.
There was some proposed additions to the house and the driveway and the carport came up to the permits division and then they sent Claire to us. Okay, got it.
So the carport was built without the permit or with the permit?
I think we were doing the addition, so, cause we did go through this whole process before we started anything. And we were like, well, okay, we do houses, like, it's not like we're doing anything crazy. And, so, yes, I'm like, okay, yeah, we did it without permits, but so we fixed it. Cause we now got approved for the additions, so those are fine. And the carport, we built about the same time. It's just the driveway was beforehand. So that was the thing, is the inspector came and said, well, I can't inspect any of the carport because it's going, the driveway is too wide, it's going too, it's zoning problem. So, as far as I know, there's no issue with it.
Sure, I have a question for him.
Go ahead.
You're not parking any, construction equipment,
No, no, no.
just your personal property,
Yeah.
personal cars and trucks or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Just, we have our truck and then, my car. Sometimes if I want to keep out of the rain, it's hailing.
So the neighbors won't be upset with a bulldozer or something there.
Oh, no, no, no. Yeah, we don't do that kind of construction. We just do like framings.
I guess my question is for staff. Are we saying if we, don't approve this, she'll have to shorten her driveway and remove the carport?
Yes.
And you don't have a picture of the carport?
I mean, it's down in my stuff, like I don't think, I mean, the thing is, it's on plans for the city, so that's something that's available where I can try to.
But
look at it.
you said that wasn't, the carport wasn't.
To my understanding, it was only the addition and like the carport was over the 200 square feet, and that's why the variance is needed on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well.
but it was built at a
it
separate
does
time
have
than the
the permit.
addition.
Like everything
The
got approved for
carport?
the carport, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just the guy didn't inspect, because the thing is, you can't get a permit without, you can't get inspection without a permit. So we did have the permit and everything was cool, and he came in to look at it and said, hey, I can't leave and look at the carport because, the guy was too wide.
Okay.
So, we're like, okay.
I might
so
have
now we get variance
misunderstood.
To now progress that through.
Got it. Okay, so I might have misunderstood. Maybe got it approved as a detached garage instead of carport, different.
I'm just trying
Yeah.
to picture, there's carports with
Let me try.
canvas on top of them, there's carports with metal that are
Yeah, the
temporary,
wood.
or there's a carport that is wooden that, matches the house. Without a picture of it, it's just hard for me to figure out what kind.
And even if there was a mistake done in the original permit review, we've identified the need for that variance now, so it would still be applicable to the case.
Right.
But I understand, that's what you're talking about, you wanna look at
I
the
just don't know
design
what
of the
kind of
carport.
it is.
Yeah.
I think it's on not here, which, here. It should be on the plans.
Looks like a shelter.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
So we
it's
need,
all built.
I think she's curious on her particular one. There's so many options. We just want to see it, which is the benefit of submitting imagery with applications, so we know what we're looking at.
Elevations of the carport is attached to the staff reports, but they're not colored.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been required.
Yeah. Is it just,
It's open. It's
yeah.
Black.
It really just open.
Yeah.
So the
Last
elevations you're
page.
talking about is.
Yep.
That
Yeah.
page of the staff report.
Yep. Very large carport.
So you have the picture of it?
No,
No,
just a drawing.
we have an elevation.
So, we've done so many, plans submitting everything, because they were.
I mean, it looks like it's an architecturally designed carport that has a permanent roof on it,
Yeah,
not a canvas or,
no,
no, it's not a temporary,
no.
like,
no, it's like full on, like structural. Yeah.
okay, well, that was my question.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions on this case? Comments? Motion?
I move that in case number, 125, docket item number 6, we approve the request, in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, second from Ms. McStory.
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Mixler,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye, your project is approved. Good luck with it. What's your child's name?
Nadia,
Nadia. She's very good.
thank you. Very good.
How old?
3 months.
She's talking over there.
Yeah. She's not waiting.
Okay, we're gonna take a brief break and then we'll continue on. We'll be back in 15 minutes or less.
Let's make this.
Look at that. Where are you traveling, coming back from?
I was in Colombia all day yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Project meeting there, gonna be here all day today, neighborhood meeting tonight, the client meetings all hours of the day the rest of the week, so.
Yeah.
I'll have time to actually get my work done. TBD.
Time to get coffee, Mr. Gorns.
Okay.
Gorns.
I'm gonna call my wife, says you're doing. Hey there.
Oh, thanks.
The cord.
Yeah, so yeah.
I got like.
I thought that one was also. What's your right? Yeah.
Yeah, we did the permit, like we put, and that one went through, so it was the only thing that was that driveway. And I was like,
Permits might have classified as.
yeah, that's what.
But either way. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was like, we're waiting on additional stuff to like, the third party.
Yeah.
So we're like, please, it's winter time, we can't even insulate.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yeah, oh, yeah, and winter's coming and Christmas is coming, yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I try hard.
I don't know which.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
We look all pretty just for this.
Yeah, right, she was like, hey, guys, I'm right here.
Thank you so much.
But you're gonna email that whenever.
I usually send out an email once I do all the disposition letters, but I attach it to you.
Okay, I think we're good. Resume.
Great. We're after our break. We're going to call the next case. Anna?
We have docket item 7. This is case CD BZA 2023-00126 for 8201 East 49th Street. It's a request to approve a variance to the footprint of an accessory structure and its placement in the front yard, plus any other needed variances in the R 7.5 zoning district. This is a residential zoning district on about 2.6 acres, generally located at 8201 East 49th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to this case. The standard, here we go, just had to get the video. The standard 9 exhibits apply. This is a reminder for the applicant or any other members of the public who wish to provide public testimony on this item, docket item number 7, please raise your hand now, as once the public testimony has begun, no other attendees will be admitted.
Perfect. There's got to be somebody in
Name is Maria.
Maria Roldan, maybe? Roldan.
Anyone representing the property owners at 8201 East 49th Street?
Maria, it says here, or Isidro?
Can you check our date out there?
It's 7.
I know, but they don't show up. I'll just move on to 8. Last call for docket item number 7.
Anyone out there on this case? 8201 East 49th Street, Maria and Isidro.
Okay.
Pause that one.
Yep.
Next is.
Okay. We'll do docket item number 8 next. This is case CD BZA 2023-00127 for 4924 Northwest Linden Road. This is a request to approve a variance to the permitted maximum width for a driveway, plus any other necessary variances in an R 7.5 zoning district, residential zoning district, on about 0.65 acres, generally located at 4924 Northwest Linden Road. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner for this case. Standard 9 exhibits apply. And if you are the property owner or applicant for this case, please raise your hand now so we can promote you to a panelist. This is also a reminder for anyone participating online. If you want to participate in the public testimony portion of this case, please make yourself known now, as once public testimony has begun, no other attendees will be admitted.
Sammy and Frank Wynn, can you raise your right hand? Or raise your raise your hand in Zoom to be acknowledged. Again, the address is 4924 Northwest Linden Road, Blackjack Contracting.
Well, the applicant is gonna show up. I think he can check.
Any other consent form for that?
Yeah.
Anybody out there?
Last call for case or for docket item number 8, case CD BZA 2023-00127 for 4924 Northwest Linden Road. We're going to move forward with docket item number 9. This is case CD BZA 2023-00129. This is for 1200 West 20th Terrace. A request to approve a variance to the footprint of a detached garage the rear setback, and the placement of that accessory structure in the street side yard, plus any other necessary variances in the R6 zoning district, it's the residential zoning district, on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 1200 West 20th Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is staff planner associated with this case, and we have the property owners and applicants in the room. And then this is a reminder for anyone online who wishes to provide public testimony, make themselves known now so we can promote you as a panelist. Once the public testimony has begun, no other attendees will be admitted. Are you here for,
Are you Ms. Lopez? Have a stand right up there. And, seeing anyone else in the audience? Nobody else? Well, yeah, not the, I'm sorry, in the Zoom audience. Yeah, we'll get you in just a second. Are you gonna be providing testimony today?
Yes.
Yeah, so you stand up too, so you can be sworn in all at the same time? What about the guy in the back? Nope. Good morning to you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Great, and please state your names for the court reporters.
Erie Lopez.
Erie Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And
Mario Leon.
thank you, Mr. Leon. Who's going to speak at least on the case for right now? Mr. Leon. Sir, we have a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit in order to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have a problem with us admitting those?
No.
Great, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a staff report by Miss Stephanie, and she'll tell us about your case.
All right, so docket item number 9, CDVCA 2023-00129, located on 1200 West Terrace. It's zoned R-6, and so there are multiple variances being sought to an accessory dwelling unit above a detached garage. All right, so subject site is over here on Western Kansas City. So this is the subject site right now. This is the foundation for the ADU. Has not been fully built, just foundation poured. This is the house. And this is from street view what the foundation looks like. In another view, it's supposed to be a 3-car garage. Here is the site plan. Again, I also rotated this one like the last one to be in line with what it looks like on Google Maps. Existing house, and this is the proposed ADU. Here are the ADU site plans and the elevations. See, like I said before, 3-car garage, ADU on top. And then this is a more close-up. And then just another elevation. All right, and these are, so for the square footage, which I will also get into, the proposed accessory building is about 980 square feet. The existing house is 1,048 square feet. And so the first of about 6 variances today is a variance of 180.74 square feet to the maximum allowed floor area to the accessory dwelling unit to permit 980.74 square feet on the subject site. So the maximum allowed is 800 square feet or 90% of the floor area of the principal dwelling unit, whichever is smaller. And it's 800 square feet is smaller. So a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated due to the fact that this proposed structure is almost the same size as the primary structure on this lot, making it seem like it's 2 primary structures on one lot, which is not allowed by code. And the sign could be obviated if reduced in size. or the difficulty can be obviated if the sign is reduced in size. Variance B, a variance of 447.24 square feet to the maximum allowed footprint to the accessory dwelling unit, to allow the 980.74 square feet. So the maximum, sorry for my spelling error there, but the maximum footprint of the EDU is 60% of the footprint of the principal dwelling or 25% of the rear yard, whichever is less. And so the max square footage allowed is 533.5 square feet, which is 25% of the rear yard area. And so again, it does change the character of the neighborhood since this is almost the size of the original home. And again, difficulty can be obviated by a change in the sign. Third variance, a variance of 6% or 125.3 square feet to the allowed rear yard building coverage to permit 46% or 980.74 square feet on the subject site. So the total combined footprint of all detached accessory buildings cannot exceed 40% of the rear yard area. The variance, the top substantial is the variation in relation to the requirement, 125.3 square feet. Maximum building coverage allowed is 40%, so 855.44 square feet. And they're seeking 980.74. Again, it does change the character of the neighborhood. The ADU is nearly the size of the principal building, plus an increase of impervious coverage increases stormwater runoff. The difficulty can be obviated by a change in the sign. Next variance. A variance to place a detached garage on the street side yard. Let me just go back real quick. This is a corner lot, just to refresh the memory there. So accessory structures are not, are prohibited in the front and street side yards. They cannot be closer to the street than the principal building, so this would be a complete deviation. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since this would be closer to the street than the principal structure. The difficulty can be obviated if the footprint of the building is reduced and moved more towards the west property line, so the structure is further from the street than the primary building. Next variance, a variance of 5 feet, 1.5 inches to the accessory building setbacks and separation standards to permit a street side yard setback of 5.5 inches on the subject site. So in corner lots, on a street side yard, the structures cannot be closer to the principal, cannot be closer to the street than the principal building, or must be set back at least 15 feet, whichever is less. So the street side yard setback of the principal building is 5 feet and 7 inches. So this is closer by 5.5 inches. And so again, it does propose a change to the character of the neighborhood since the structure is closer to the principal building. And again, this building can be reduced in size and pushed back towards the west side of the property to meet setback requirements. The next variance is a variance of 1 foot and 1.25 inch to the ADU setbacks to permit 3 feet, 2 3/4 inches on the subject site. So setback shall be 5 feet from all property lines, including projections, except on street yards where it shall be 5 feet, including projections, or the same as the principal building, whichever is greater. So the how substantial is the variance in relation to the requirement, 1 foot, 1¼ inches. The change of character to the neighborhood is anticipated since the structure is too close to the property line. The area of the accessory structure can be reduced to meet the setback requirements. And that concludes the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie.
Mhm.
Board members, have any questions of staff? All right, gentlemen, you're asking for a lot. Why should we approve some of these variances?
I mean, tell me your experiences with the truck being here. I think, I'm trying to get my truck like that truck off the street because the street is too narrow when both sides of the properties are occupied with cars. A fire truck cannot go down, up and down the streets. And as you go up the hill, if a car coming down and I'm going up the hill, I can get creamed. Any cars. So I'm trying to get my cars off the streets to park in there. And just about a month ago, I got snipped on the end right there on my tailgate. All the cars in this neighborhood street are too close now. It's not a 2-lane street no more, it's just a 1-lane street. And that's why I'm trying to get the garage built. And there, at that time, there was a house there at one time. They look in the files years ago in '69, there was a house there in that spot. And that's why I'm putting the garage back, you know?
And do they combine the lots, sir? Do they combine both lots? Can you pay taxes at just one whole lot, or is there 2 separate addresses that you pay taxes on?
They combine.
They combine them, okay? All right.
So all I wanted to add to Erie's experience is this. You know, I'm not sure how many of you all are familiar with the West Side. Erie's been a lifelong resident. I grew up on the West Side. And one of the things that's happening over there on the West Side is good and bad. The intensity of the amount of traffic is amazing. It's changed so much. Observation Park was a gathering space for a lot of activities from the West Side, children. They had a basketball court up there and people would park up along the sidewalk at that time on one side. But now, as a result of the traffic, the amount of traffic that goes through the West Side as a result of new construction and new residents that have 2 and 3 cars, it's changed the dynamic. And I think one of the things that needs to be considered here is this. So you have freeways, you have arterials, you have collectors, then you have locals. Those are those are the types of streets that are in the neighborhood. What's happened now is what used to be a local street now has the intensity of a collector. What used to be a collector street now has the intensity of an arterial. And so now you go along 23rd Street, Cesar Chavez Boulevard, as probably many of you know. That's going to be eventually a boulevard, it seems like, because the intensity of the amount of traffic. Now you have residents like Erie who've been lifelong residents there on Holly. He's had his car scraped. He's had people complain about the safety of traffic. And I think one of the things about the old neighborhood that I recollect is how the residents used to watch out for each other and how it was important to make sure that the children were safe. I think what Erie is tapping into and doing this garage is he's looking at the life safety of the children and the people that are now moving in there, that are taking up 2 sides of the Holly. And that's only a 40-foot right of way. So you take one car and another car and park them side by side, you're talking less than what? Now you're at 32 feet in between. So then now you have traffic coming 2 directions. You don't have enough space. So Erie's thinking is
when I got involved with this project, I found it interesting because I grew up in the area and I know exactly what he's talking about when he says you can't get two cars going through the same direction without hitting the other car. And then worse than that is he told me that the fire trucks can't get through this street. So I thought, you know what? I'd be willing to take on helping you out, Erie, only if I can study enough the real situation. And as he was telling me what was going on, I started thinking about this. I know that there's a lot of influx of new residents going into the west side. They're building all over the west side. Great. One of the things that I think is the negativity of that is now you have residents that are trying to protect their property and doing things like what Erie's doing. And that is, I gotta build me a place where my car won't be damaged, and trying to keep their property from being negatively impacted by something that is out of his control and out of everybody's control, other than the control of you guys allowing us to do what it is we need to do to help somebody like Erie, who's a lifelong resident. And I think those are the things that I wanted to bring to the table. The other thing I wanted to bring to the table on Erie's behalf is, you see that stone wall there? That stone wall represents his property line. If you look at the picture that we drew up, I did those drawings, by the way. His pylons may be outside of where the setback is, but they're inside his property. I think one of the things that Erie was thinking was he wants to be able to pull the truck in and be as far in as he could. That's reasonable. You only have so much space on the backside of that before it turns into a real hill. And I think that that's what his concern is. I can't get more into that hill because now it may affect the adjacent property owner. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with what has happened here recently. There was some construction going on a property just up the street from here. Matter of fact, I believe it's your property, or it was the property next to yours, right? Where they were building the house, and portion of the house fell onto the neighboring property, actually leaning on the other neighbor's property. I contend that location, as I studied what was going on in that neighborhood and what is going on in that neighborhood, I studied the fact that we cannot get any closer to the other property because we're risking now possibly ruining the other property owner's property. So that's, I wanted to bring that up because I think that Erie has started this project, and he went through the COVID period where he wasn't getting a whole lot of support from anybody here at the city because, he was having to make decisions as a result of what monies he had at the time to get his project going. And he invested quite a bit of money to get that foundation put in. And at this point, as my client was talking earlier, I believe that the safety issue of getting his property off that street was probably as important as anything that we're talking about, as important as the fire trucks getting through there too, making space for the fire trucks. So.
Okay. Board members, questions?
I have a couple. So this was started without a permit then, which is how.
It started during the COVID period.
But without a permit. Okay. And then I understand the need to get a vehicle off the street. That completely makes sense. But a 3-car garage seems very excessive in the urban core. That's not something you find on other properties in the downtown area that I'm familiar with, unless it's, a 4,000 square foot house with, a giant carriage house somewhere. But I don't know any other properties that have this many parking stalls in the area. So I'm a little concerned that that is going to be out of place for the character of the rest of the neighborhood. I think it's good to have off-street parking. But I'm also concerned, looking at that elevation, just how large this will be with the accessory dwelling unit on top. Again, it is the same size as the house. And I think in a lot of regards, we want an accessory unit to look like an accessory. And right now it looks like a primary. So I'm a little concerned just on the scale of that. So have you considered other options to either abandon one bay of this structure to make it a 2-car garage with an accessory dwelling unit above it instead of 3 cars?
2 cars, you're asking about the 2-car versus the 3-car that is shown.
Yeah.
Okay. Randy, have you been on the west side recently?
Yes, I walk past this park quite often. I was wondering what this construction project was. Now I know.
Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Well, the only reason is three, okay? I own a truck,
Mhm,
my wife drives a car,
mhm.
and I have a 79 Monte Carlo, a vintage car. That's why there's three. That's why my decision was three cars. I don't know where to put this Chevy at.
But I think one of the other things that you should understand, have you been, on Bellevue?
I've walked this area extensively.
Okay, I grew
Yeah.
up in that area. I used to walk up and down Bellevue and I used to actually run because the projects were right next door to Bellevue. So, I saw that there were cars parked on the back side of one of those in the alley.
Mhm.
And it looks like it's okay, but when you try to get through there, you're hitting the third car that's parked for those residents because you could barely fit through there. Now, I know that because my brother lives on Bellevue. The other example I have for you is there is a property right down off Holly where the Alvarez used to live, that big. There is a property, if you go up Holly, it's a dead end, and then there's two huge houses there. Do you know that they take up probably 75% of the freaking parking spaces on that property now? So what the owners have done is they made their front yard their driveway. I think one of the things that Erie is acknowledging, and I think it should be considered here, is number one, he has a classic car that he feels is important to have a space there because he doesn't want it to get hit. But the other thing is, the transformation of the west side is so rapid. It's like doing a puzzle and missing pieces out of the puzzle. And how frustrating that is to try to put a puzzle together and you're missing pieces. You don't know what those pieces are until you get to the end. So I contend that the west side's fabric is not only changing as a result of the people moving in there, but the puzzle doesn't work anymore. And I think that Erie is acknowledging the puzzle don't work no more. We now gotta build our own little puzzle here. And so I think that's what need to be considered there. Is it Randy? Yeah, Randy.
It's just a lot to ask, on the 3-car garage. And the deal is you kind of started the project you should have maybe come before us or come before the city before now, sir. And, started it, but 3-car garage, I kind of echo Ms. Mixdorf. It's a lot to ask in that area. I doubt if there's any 3 cars in the area. Does the existing house have a garage?
Yes.
And that's where the Mati is, the 79, is that where
Yeah, but now these days, just like always, now the cars are wider.
Oh, yeah, no,
And it won't fit in that garage where my house is now.
Monte Carlo,
Yeah.
will or
It
won't?
won't fit, because the walls are
Yeah.
too close together.
I think, Randy, you got a good point. Now, I'm wondering about this. If we go down to a 2-car garage, would that be more acceptable then? Because I'm thinking that if we just make blank off one of those garage, elements, over in Roland Park, I remember doing the design where the guy put his classic car beside and you couldn't get out, but it was at least inside the garage space. I'm just bringing that up because when she brought that up, I think she might have
I'm just concerned, a lot of times when we get these cases, we'll have 1 or 2 variances, and this one has 6. So there's a lot of things that are not kind of adhering to the code currently, and I think we're willing to, adjust that a little bit, and that's what the BZA is for, but I feel like there are some other ways that we can approach this to still get you the intent of what you need. Maybe you can't fit all 3 cars, but I know there's offsite storage, maybe someplace that you could use instead, while still maintaining the character of the neighborhood. And I'm just one board member, so I don't know what my other board members think, but it just seems a little large for this area, and I think you might have other opportunities kind of within that footprint to be a little bit closer to the city zoning regulations.
Like you said, there's no other 3-car garage on the neighborhood around us. You go down 21st and Jarbo, I think it's 21st right beside Guadalupe Center, what's the other street? Jarbo?
Yeah.
Man, you go down that street, there's a 3-car garage there, already built, and a house. So don't.
And I think with the new infill ordinance, I think the intent is to really protect the context and the neighborhoods that are existing. And so making sure we don't go back in with things that maybe don't fit the character of the neighborhood. So just trying to be cognizant of that. As we look.
Well, be careful with that, Randy, because there's a lot of houses over there that don't fit the neighborhood. Yeah.
That's, the new infill ordinance was what, a year ago? So that was a new thing that the city passed to try and help with that. So just size wise, is this size wise looks a little bit.
What I found interesting. You said
Anyway,
you-
any other comments, I think, from other board members? Or any other comments from the back?
I have a couple comments. My only concern again is, or few concerns, is the fact that this was started without a permit. And so I'm looking at the spacing between the 3-car garage, and I'm kind of concerned if cars will even be able to fit in between those spaces. So we're gonna have that concern. The other thing too is, the size. So we're, like you said, there's 6 different variances here, and I think a lot of this could have been minimized had we did this starting with the permit first, with the design. I'm looking at the house down the street on the other side of 20th, and they do have what looks like at one point might have been a 2-car garage, but it's an addition to their home. And so if there is a different way, we could probably really look at the layout and design of what was proposed and probably do it per permit process. There'll be a way to work this out. I do agree with the kind of increased traffic, getting his car off of the street will be beneficial to him. I think it needs to be done in a way that's in ordinances with what we have in place. And then going back to that, reducing the number of variances, maybe from 6 to 1 or 2 might help us a little bit. But my motion here is really,
I mean, you want to have him continue it to allow him to go back to the
Yeah.
drawing board.
yes, Yeah.
Because I sense, you need 4 positive votes really to let this thing go through. Yes, but I think we're going to continue this case, give you time to go back, because I don't sense it passing this second, sir. So maybe,
Too, I like to bring up the height. I mean, I'm kind of confused by this, what it says in the staff report. You can't determine the height.
Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot. At the time when I wrote it, I was not aware of the height of the home. And with the new ADU ordinance, ADU cannot be taller than the home. So I was not sure, but I did contact the applicant and Mario, and they told me the height of the home, and the ADU is shorter than the home. So that, the height is.
What's the height of each one?
The height of the.
Each one. What's the height of the house and the height of the ADU?
If my memory serves me correctly, I think the house was about,
You go to the elevations, I thought I put the height on that.
of the ADU, yes, but of the house, you had sent it to me and then I determined it wasn't.
What's the height of the ADU on it?
A little blurry, I'm sorry.
I'm looking at it, but it looked really taller in the.
Yes, so I think the ADU is about 17 feet, but the home was over 20 feet.
That's 17?
I think so. It's just blurry because with the putting on the PowerPoint always decreases.
It is sunk into the grade, so the backside of the home is buried.
Okay, so the house to the ADU would.
Yes.
Substantially.
Yeah, it goes down substantially.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's a half height, that's a half height addition, over that garage.
Yeah, can you go to slide 6, maybe? Yep, thank you. So you can see it's already kind of.
Oh, yeah,
built in,
right,
So that
okay.
might be part of.
Okay.
Yeah, but it is smaller than the principal home, so no variance.
Down the hill and then in the hill.
Yes, no variance.
Yeah, I had the same objections as have been voiced. It just looks way too big to me. And I've seen, actually in another city, I've seen an accessory dwelling unit that was built that was very big and very tall and about the same size as the house, and it just looks really out of place to me.
I'm sure that many people have come in for variances for heights of houses on the west side, because some of those houses are huge. I mean, they're like 40 feet tall. And I mean, and
I think a lot of
But
those
if
are
it's-
before the new infill ordinance as well, that kind of help regulate.
Right, and also if it's a principal structure.
Principal structure is different than an accessory structure.
are you a resident of the west side now?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
But as we kind of talked about, is a continuance and kind of looking at this design and kind of other options, something that you would all entertain, and we could rehear this in a month or two to see kind of where you've landed and if we can kind of reduce some of these variance numbers to get a little more in line.
And it sounded like one variance could be alleviated by just moving it 1 foot to the west. Am I correct about that?
Yeah,
I mean, that seems like kind of a simple thing to do to alleviate it.
Not when it's already built though,
Right, oh.
so.
yeah,
the
that
problem there.
makes it a little more complicated, but, if this were reduced in size, it would alleviate quite a few variances. It would alleviate some setback variances, the square footage variance.
Yeah, yeah, I see.
Yeah, and and also the impervious coverage
Yeah.
variance, because it's like right over it, so that we could knock out for at least
So-
4 variances.
So I think, do you need a couple months? Would you like to come back in February, the first, second Tuesday? in
Can
February?
I say something? Reason why I didn't get permits, okay? The gentleman's here. I go to these Walupi meetings to get free advice or legal advice.
Right.
At the center, we get these council people down there
Sure.
and these people. And I talked to this person,
Sure.
I got a business card.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't worry
His
about it.
name's Dave Miller. And I talked to him and he was at these Walupi meetings. And I told him, Dave, I'm trying to get this garage built. And he told me, you don't need no permits as long as you don't go 4 feet high. So, and he works for
As
the
long as you go, how many feet high?
Engineers.
40 feet?
4 feet. He worked for the city engineers
Yeah.
downtown.
You may be thinking a retaining wall, because that would maybe check out then in terms.
And that's what he told me. I don't need
Well,
no,
you're building an
permit.
enclosed structure, so a retaining wall is different than a building.
then that's when he said, go get the permit after you build that. And that's why I went ahead and he said, downtown city hall's closed, so go ahead and do the permit. Don't do the permit, build it. You got the cement guys ready? I said, yes, sir. And this is his business card.
Okay.
So I did not step out of my bounds. My wife says, don't go to that store. So,
Yeah,
but this, and the gentleman's here that says, right, we do have Walupi meetings to get all these people in. I got, what's his name down here, Eric Bunch.
Sure.
yeah,
And
I think maybe
Andrea
just-
Newton.
yep, clarity out on, the. what
Business
the
cards, I
project
asked
is,
these
yep.
people, I need business cards from you, gentlemen, ladies. Because I want to make sure I'm covered.
Right.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
if you're
why.
just doing a good.
Get the permit for the next step.
So
Yeah.
would 2 months be sufficient to consider this, or
Do you
1
need
month?
3 or
Yeah, what's
1?
an appropriate amount of time?
I mean, this may just kill his project. He may just be cutting concrete out and tearing those walls down and, you know, I mean, or from the, I mean, growing up on the west side is like poor people's side, you know, and you grow up trying to do what you can without getting too much involved because you're just getting paid and you're going out and building whatever you have a little bit of money to pay for, like my dad did. There were 13 of us in my family, well, actually 14. And, you know, my dad just get paid and, okay, we're gonna build an addition. So we start pouring pieces of concrete. And we did that while without permits. Well, that was the mentality that Erie had, I think, at this point. He put a lot of money into that thing, and that's why he's trying to get this thing to a point where we can build it.
Well, I think that's why we're willing to offer, if you want a 1 or 2 month or 3 month extension to really look at this and see how you can make it work to reduce.
Well,
the
what would
amount
that
of
get me
rework.
done? What is the city wanting me to do? Close it down, make it smaller, or move it over? What, I mean, why we gotta go through this month? I just keep going back and forth every month.
I think we have all
I've been
these,
doing this since, the 5th, 5/12/23. I got all my records right here, what days I've been here,
Sure.
all in and all this stuff.
Right.
I think
So we
that's the
just keep
benefit of,
doing this, and what do I need to do to have it happen?
and I think you have all these variances in place. That, I think a lot of us feel this is too many variances. So whether that is reducing the overall footprint, whether that's reducing the height, I think that's up to you to decide how you want to proceed. But I think the sense we're getting from the board now is it is too large. So it's up to you to decide what you can do to make it reasonably sized. And then come back before the board and we can hear it then.
Because if we voted on it today, sir, and it doesn't pass, you've got to tear it all out. For sure.
Just make that a garage, just a regular garage.
Well-
A wall and a little roof and nothing else.
Yeah.
That would simplify it.
He's not sworn in.
Yeah, you're not sworn in.
You're sworn in?
No,
No, I can either swear you in, you can talk, or you can sit down. You want to
Okay,
swear in?
Just like you said, can I just make it garage, no loft up on top?
again, I think we need a continuance regardless, because what's in front of us, we cannot vote on, because that's different than what you've
Erie,
presented.
let me summarize what they're saying.
So,
okay?
would,
Let me summarize so that you
oh,
understand.
yes, yeah,
Erie, they want you to reduce the size of the footprint because we're requesting a variance that's too large. They want you to change the character of it because they feel like the 3-car garages looks out of place. They want you to meet more of we have a total of 4 or 5 variances, 6 variances. They want you to comply with the current zoning ordinance to be able to move forward. You can ask them for a garage or whatever. They're not gonna allow it because it does not meet the current zoning ordinance. And I was telling you that, I'm trying to explain to you that that's what we're up against.
yeah.
Okay, well,
And so I think we're willing to give you the time to do it and work together. So is 1 month or 2 months, or what would be?
3 months, what do
3
you
months,
need?
what?
You're the architect, you need to.
Well, I'm not the architect, I'm just the designer. I'm too
So-
dumb to get licensed because I graduated from West High School.
So did I.
You don't know anything about West High School.
Yes.
Okay, what would be an appropriate amount of time?
Okay.
2 months?
Let me ask you something, another question. Like, I gotta go to court again the 18th of this month. Will that postpone it then, or, because it's all revolving in this? Okay, that 18th court date is due to this, because I gotta go to court for the variance. I gotta go to court for no permits. So will that cancel all those?
If we continue this case today, how does that affect your
18th.
permits related? It does not affect it because you still did work with that permit, so you still have to go through that process.
Okay, I just wanna make sure.
Okay.
Show up.
I would propose 2 months.
Yeah, 2 months, let's go.
Would that be acceptable? The February hearing to come back with alternate designs, you still want to proceed, and we can hear it at that point in time, and hopefully a little bit closer to the kind of maybe less, not 6 variances and a little bit less, and try to get closer to the city guidelines.
Let's make
You
sure
have to
that,
get on your skin and under your
13.
skin
Oh,
nails.
no, it's good.
But to say that this garage is out of dislocated, but you go and see these other houses that are built now,
right,
That's why,
they're way out of proportion to the west side.
which is I think why they're
we got-
doing a new ordinance.
we
So
got
I will,
houses that
on
get
case
bought for
number,
$10,000.
hold on,
Me
we
and
don't,
my house.
we're
Yep, we're
good, thank you.
yep, in case
I just want to
number,
get it on my chest.
no, you're good. In case number 129, I move that we continue the case to the February
Docket, which is February 12th.
12th,
Yep.
February
13th.
13th hearing.
Second.
I have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Moran, please call the vote.
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixtor.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye, we'll see you in a
See
couple
you in
months.
February.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
So you know a little bit about the West High School.
Yes, I do, sir.
I ended up going to university. after I graduated.
That's great.
You're all right.
You've got to go quicker.
Okay, Jen?
And
Mhm.
I'll be okay.
we have Connor. Hi, Connor. Oh, you're here on the next one on Holly?
Against the line.
Uh, yes.
That it? Oh, okay.
Who's ever going to speak, come on up to the podium.
This is docket item number 10, case CD BZA 2023-00130 for 2104 Holly Street. Hold on. This is,
No, hold
nope,
on.
nope, nope, nope.
Not yet.
This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence over 4 feet in height in an R6 zoning district, residential zoning district, on about 0.12 acres, generally located at 2104 Holly Street. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner attached to this case. We have 10 exhibits on this item. I do believe the applicant is online, so you can promote them. Do you know how? I don't. Okay, we send you, okay. They are connected And this is a reminder for anyone online who wishes to provide public testimony, to raise their hand now, as once the public testimony has begun, no other attendees will be promoted. And Mr. Chair, we do have some members in the audience who wish to provide public testimony.
Okay, great. Do we have so the applicant is Miss Crosley, and she online?
Yes.
Yes, she's currently muted and the camera is off.
Okay, please turn on your camera and microphone, Miss Crosley. Kate? There you go.
Yeah.
Hi, good morning. We've got to swear everyone in. We've got 4 or 5 people here and yourself as well. So I'd like to have everyone who's going to give testimony, they raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Okay, well, hold on. Ms. Crosley, if you agree, say I do and state your
I
name
do.
for the court reporter.
I do, Kate Crossley.
Thank you. Next.
I do, Richard Hernandez.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, I'm very hard of hearing.
Okay,
Okay, so, but I'm not hard of speaking.
good.
So,
Do-
if you
Your
have
name?
Your name, and do you agree with,
Oh, okay. I'm Janet Flores. I
Okay.
live at
hold on. And do you agree? I do.
Okay.
Yes? All right, before you say anything, what about the other guys? That's it?
I'm not speaking.
Oh,
Okay, okay, before anyone speaks, Ms. Crosley, since you're speaking on the case, we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10. We need to admit to hear your case today. Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor, please tell us about the case.
Give me just a second to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, today we have CV BZA 2023-00130, located at 2104 Holly Street in an R6 zoning. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a fence up to of 6 foot 3 inches in height. That is a typo. This is the general location of the site. Looks like that may or may not have updated correctly. This is the actual site itself outlined in yellow right here. These photos are before photos. This is after with a retaining wall put up. This retaining wall and previously that wooden fence is there because the yard rises so much more above the property in question. What is proposed is this fence gradually increasing in height all the way to the property, which would be on top of this retaining wall. This is a drawing provided by the applicant. A variance of 3 inches to the maximum height of a fence to permit a fence of 6 feet 3 inches on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Questions of staff, anyone? Ms. Crosley, why should we grant your request today?
It's just meeting the height of the north land to have privacy between us. So they're about 6 feet above me to the right, to the north. And it's just to create, like, so if there's a dog, any animal, they can jump right into my yard, if not.
I guess Connor, just to confirm, if this was just a 6 foot tall fence, it would be allowed since it's in the
Yes,
rear
it's
yard.
technically in the rear yard bench. It's not in the side yard or the front yard. So it's permitted up to 6 feet. But since this fence is measured at 6 feet 3 inches, it would need that 3 inch variance.
Ms. Crossley, is there a reason for the additional 3 inches?
6 feet is fine. It's just as long as it's like they're 6 feet above me in grade. So anything above six foot is fine. Yeah.
Is the fence isn't built yet, is it? Is the fence built?
Just the retaining wall.
It's a retain, it's not actually holding anything up, so it's still a fence.
Oh, okay.
Seems kind of silly. It's, you only need 6 feet is allowed, but you want 6'3". Yeah, go ahead.
Can we make a motion or do we need to hear testimony?
Yeah, you actually. Okay, go ahead, ma'am. What do you have to say on the case?
Okay.
And we'd like to keep your remarks brief.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and speak when you want.
All right. I'm John Flores. I live at 2100 Holly, next door to 2104.
Yes.
I'm opposing this 6-foot fence that she wants because it's on top of a 5-foot wall. 5 plus 6 is 11 feet. Now, my retaining wall that goes across used to be 4 feet, 3 feet, 2 feet. She has excavated all in front of, in the back there, because she has a driveway. And that she didn't have a driveway. And she excavated at least a foot to go into the basement, which she made into a garage. Okay, so now it's 5 feet, 4 feet, and all the way 2 feet. I had some pictures, I don't know, that I sent. I don't know if you have.
Yes, those are.
Yeah, we
attached-
have those.
Yeah, those are attached to the end of your staff reports.
And you can see from the highest point, it's 5 feet. Now it's 5 feet, and then 3 feet, and I'm down to 2 feet. But her wall is 5 feet all the way across. So by the time you get to halfway of the yard, that thing is going, with the 6-foot fence is gonna be like 9 feet all the way across halfway.
Well, when you look
Okay.
at the elevation.
Now, my other problem is she built this wall after, first of all, she damaged my, railroad tie wall towards the very beginning of it, where it starts at her house that way. She damaged it and excavated the 2 railroad ties that are the
Right,
base.
right.
And so now, there's pictures, I don't know if you.
Well,
can see.
we can see the pictures,
Yeah.
ma'am. We can
They
see the
excavated,
pictures.
yeah, okay. And so now the bottom 2 are exposed and even underneath, so dirt and rock from behind from my yard are coming through. They did this a year ago. Her foreman was the one that was excavated. My husband talked to him, showed him. He says, I know, I did it. We're gonna fix it. Come June of 2023, it still hasn't been fixed. That's compromising the integrity of the wall, because then with rain and whatever, all the dirt back there is gonna start shifting. She never would fix it. She then, my husband talked to her 2 or 3 times about it. Never nothing done.
And unfortunately, this board can't do a lot of disputes among neighbors. So I think we're just looking at the height itself. Is what our board can review, is just the height of the fence.
They're just talking about the fence, the height.
Just the height of the fence.
We can't address what happened in the construction. That's a neighbor to neighbor. That's not really part of the city.
All right, so
And I guess I have one question, Connor.
from the beginning,
Sorry, ma'am, please stop. So this is showing on this elevation, it's showing 6'3" from grade on the
Yes.
kind of left side. So That is how we're measuring that fence height, right?
Yes, that's
So-
how we're measuring that fence height.
So, Ms. Crosley, you said you may be acceptable to just go forward with a 6 foot tall fence, or what was the exact reason behind the 6'3"?
I was just matching the height all the way down. It doesn't need to necessarily be over 6 feet.
There are only portions of the fence that are above the.
Yeah, I see part of it
Just
that,
creating a uniform.
It
design.
steps down with the grade.
yeah, okay. So it's like same number of slats stepping down along the way, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. We'd like to hear from Mr. Lopez.
Mhm.
No, not Mr. Lopez, sorry.
Hernandez.
Hernandez.
Mhm.
First off, there's no structural need here. If you looked at the picture, the slope is not enough to affect anything. I've been in construction all my adult life, worked on walls way bigger than this construction company, some of the largest companies in Kansas City. And I've never seen a wall, two retaining walls next to each other, never, ever. And now that creates stuff of fire, leaves and all that, and you can't get back there, especially at their age. And I just think it's unnecessary for this, and unnecessary for that wall, but it's already been built. But to add another 4-foot wall, it just doesn't make any sense. It's not needed. Aesthetically, it looks like crap. And I'm against it. I think they should, it's just, what you guys is plenty good enough. We don't need that extension on there.
Well, Mr. Hernandez, she can put that 6-foot fence up. She just can't put a 6'3" fence up. She's asking for 3 inches. She can put the 6 foot up and doesn't need us at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Actually, she's okay with 6.
I know. So let's move on. All right, thank you. Yeah, she can still put up the fence. We can't stop that.
Allowed in the city.
Yeah. And I'm not a fan of I'm not a fan of the railroad ties. But I wish she would have worked with the property owner to begin with, so they could have torn down the railroad ties and put it all in
Well,
one
there's
wall.
nobody living in there at the time. It was been abandoned for some years. We let the guy go because he was
Okay.
sickly.
All right, that's fine. We're good. All right, we're good. All right, motions, anybody?
So are they withdrawing their request since they don't?
Yeah, they could. Would you like to withdraw your request for a variance and just build your 6-foot wall, not your 6'3" wall?
Yeah, that's
Or
fine.
fence, excuse me, fence.
Yeah.
Okay. This case is dismissed, is that the way? What?
Motion.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
I move to dismiss.
Case 130.
Case number 130, document number 10, pursuant to the applicant's request.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixer,
Aye.
Frakes,
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Thank you. That case is dismissed. Thank you very much for your testimony, everybody. Let's go to number 38. Anything better? Docket number 11.
Yeah, I think he just got. Okay, I'm gonna. I'll let Anna call the case before I promote.
Okay. Alrighty, now we have docket item number 11. This is case CD BZA 2023-00038 for 7420 Washington Street. This is a request to approve a variance to the accessory structure height in the R6 zoning district, residential zoning district, on about 0.16 acres of land generally located at 7420 Washington Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. We have the applicant online. You do little 3 dots and then promote to panelists. Then they will be connected. The standard 9 exhibits apply to this case. And if you are a member of the public who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item, please raise your hand in Zoom now so we can administer the oath and swear you in. As once public testimony has begun, additional attendees will not be promoted. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So do we have them promoted?
Yes.
Thank you. So, looks like Mr. Tapp, right?
It's Nick Self, he is.
Oh, Nick, sorry. I'm not confused here. Mr. Self, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name for the court reporter.
Nicholas Self.
Thank you, sir. There are a list of exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to hear for your case. You need to admit for the case today. Do we have your permission to admit those exhibits?
You do.
Thank you. Those are admitted. And part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie about your case.
Get the screen shared over here.
Is there a consent issue that says unknown consent?
They do have consent of that was not updated, but. Okay. All right, so docket number 11, CDBCA 2023-00038, located on 7420 Washington Street, zoned R-6. And this, the applicant is seeking a variance to the height of an accessory building. All right, so the subject site is located in southwestern Kansas City. This is the subject site highlighted in yellow on Washington Street and 74th Terrace. And this is a picture of the home. And so the applicant, this is the site plan here. We got the driveway and then extending back to the new garage. And this is just more of a close-up. All right, so here are the elevations for the garage, what it's going to look like, and then I have details here. All right, so this is a variance of 5 feet, 6 3/4 inches. The allowed maximum height for a detached garage with an accessory structure on top to permit a height of 21 feet, 6 3/4 inches on the subject site. The max permitted height for a detached garage is 16 feet. And this is not an ADU since the second floor is not going to be used as an ADU, just an extra accessory structure. And so a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. And then could the difficulty be obviated by a change in the sign? No, because the maximum permitted height of 16 feet does not allow enough space for the 2 stories. And that is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Self, why should we grant your case today?
It's very similar to number 3 that was earlier. It's just a few feet taller than obviously the 16-foot. It'll basically match what the current house is, and then all the roofing and siding, it'll be identical to it. They just moved in there. I can't remember, maybe 1 or 2 years ago, and the existing garage that is there is in pretty rough shape. So they were just looking to tear it down and build this newer one.
Why so tall?
That was really just the plan that they chose. No specific reason. it basically matches the house height.
I'm trying to visualize that there in the Waldo district. Any other garages that tall near you?
I am not sure on that. Not that I can think of, but I think that plan calls 21, but I think we came up with like it's really like 19, but
I had a question. What was this intent use of the second story?
just kind of storage.
And Mr. Self, on how would you gain access to that second story? Drop down stairs inside, stairs inside?
I think the revised plans have stairs kind of going on the outside, but they can easily be on the inside.
Any neighbor opposition or support?
Neither that we have heard about.
So since it's only being used for storage, have you considered other options of reducing it 2 feet or so? I understand wanting, 8 foot of totally usable space, but if you're just storing things and it's not a livable space, I don't know that the extra height is maybe as necessary.
It was really just because we've already gone so far with it, and it's taken. Originally, we were kind of advised that whichever new variants came into play, that we could dismiss it. So we were supposed to meet a couple months ago, and then it just kind of progressed from here. But at that time, I think that's when she had mentioned about the ADU, that because it wasn't a living quarter, so to speak, then you couldn't just dismiss it. So then we had to go back and reapply for the variance. And it's already just gone that process that far, because then we have to redo all the plans and et cetera, just to reduce it by a couple feet.
Right, I guess if you're having an intent as a functional space, I think that's one thing to provide the head height, but if you're not doing that, I don't know that you need the extra height just for storage. I'm excited that we have more of these options for people to have this type of space on their property, but I think being cognizant of the height is also important, especially kind of in that Waldo area.
Do we know the height of the house?
It's
Did you hear
20.
that question, sir?
20.
So this is taller than the house?
In theory, by what the plans show.
So then that's not even allowed, I mean, that'd be another variance required, or is that still just related to height, I guess? If it's taller than the
Be a
principal structure?
height.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember exactly what the guy's name was with the city, but we discussed it, and he was coming up with like 19, or before everything was approved, up until obviously the last one from Kimberly isn't approved, but everything else, somebody had come up with 19.
Yeah, that's usually the spot that they measure along kind of the point of the slope, not the overall height of the structure itself.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's shown on the plans is at 21.
I think if we go, as he mentioned, referencing case number 3, which we approved the 2.5 variance, that would be essentially my motion, so we do essentially have a case already where we voted.
Mr. Self, would you be acceptable to 2.5 feet variance?
that would require either shortening the structure or changing the pitch to accommodate that height difference.
Well, now you're
I
asking
mean,
for.
yeah, all we can do is what we can do. So yes.
Do you need to have the conversation with your client to have that confirmation, or is it something that I think, a few of us are unsure about the height. And I know we approved other cases earlier that had a little bit less of a variance. I think we're maybe a little more comfortable with that. And just looking at ways that you can complete the project, but get a little bit closer to kind of the code requirements.
Yeah, we anticipated running off 19 because that's kind of what we were instructed to or with from somebody from the city. I don't remember exactly who it was, but whoever we worked with before about we were supposed to have the meeting and then it was dismissed because of the new variance.
Yeah, but if the
ADU
intent
or
was to
something.
be an ADU, right, but since that's not your intent, I think we're just in a little bit different situation. So is it better to continue and have them provide the new plans for the city to approve, or can we make a motion for a revised height?
Yes, if you're just reducing the variance request by 2 feet, the disposition letter would reflect that, which would be their proof for granting the variance, getting the variance granted here today. For record keeping purposes, we would eventually request for the revised plans to be submitted to us so we could stamp those with the accurate number. But that could happen later. And then when they go to the building review, they would only be allowed the 2-foot variance.
So it sounds like it's a 3-foot variance, because 16 is allowed and he wants 19.
Yeah,
What? So it's 5 and a,
well, he's asking for 5 and 6, 5 feet, 6 inches.
So it'd be a 3-foot variance? I just want to make sure we're.
the one we approved earlier today, I think, was above a 3-foot variance. We were saying if we reduced it in height by another 2 feet, that'd be similar precedent to what we already approved.
Okay, so you're talking about 3.5.
We're saying a total, of 19 feet or 20 feet, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
So what do we do? So we're gonna give a 3-foot variance? Is that what I heard you say? Or 3.5? So he's allowed 16.
I think I motioned to allow a 19-foot height.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
For case number 38.
Okay, so I have a motion to reduce the variance total to 3 foot, allowing a 19-foot height in case number 38. Second, and Mr. Self, you'll have to give us some revised plans to submit to city staff showing this new height for your accessory structure.
Sure.
Okay? Okay, great. So I have a motion and a second from Ms. Moran. Please call the vote.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Nixdorf.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye. Your project is approved with that
Mr.
variance.
Chair,
Thank you.
Is it January? We're gonna be back, or who's gonna bring? Nothing?
No.
No, he's done.
He's done, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Okay, number 12.
Do you have any update on the break?
I would like to,
Anything in the luncheon period? Okay. Can you double check on fall?
Yeah, if you keep them going.
yeah. 12:30.
Yep.
I think we're going to go to 1:30, so
Let's get through as many as we can.
I agree.
Yeah, Steve.
Okay, I don't know if you just want to take a break now or take one more case.
I think you'd like to.
Yeah, let's do 12.1 and 12.2. This is. Phase 2. I guess we picked up those. There's one out there in the Parkway or Different Springs warehouse.
Or temporary home.
Okay, do you have a jump drive or? Oh, okay.
It's your suggestion, we kind of, it's your signature, call both these at the same time because they're very
Yes.
similar. Great. And Mr. McClure, we'll have you and Roxanne go from the podium.
Under the wall.
Sorry, I'm looking for
That,
Yeah, midway down.
this. Oh, goodness, yeah. I thought it'd be like a file and then I'd open it and then you would do your password.
It can't be that simple.
Okay. We got docket item 12.1 and 12.2. This is case CD BZA 2023-00147 and 148 for roughly lots 4 and 5 of 9909 North Amity Avenue. These are requests to approve a variance to Parkway and Boulevard standards, permit phase 2 of logistics warehousing use in an M2 zoning district, which is an industrial zoning district, plus any other necessary variances on about 80 acres, generally located at 9909 North Amity Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the planner attached to this case. The applicant team is in the room with us. And if there are any other members of the applicant team or members of the public who wish to provide public testimony, please raise your hand now so we can promote you to a panelist. As once public testimony has started, we will no longer be switching over attendees to panelists. And the standard 9 exhibits apply, but they're going to show a PowerPoint
Yep.
presentation, so there's 10.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter, please.
Roxanne Coke with Pulsanelli.
Thank you.
I do, James McClure of Personnel.
Perfect. There's a list of administrative exhibits 1 to 9, and of course yours will be number 10. Do you have any problem with those admitting those for your case today?
No objection.
That's great. Thank you. Part of your case is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Go ahead, Connor.
All right, today we have docket item 12.1 and 2 for CD BZA 2023-147 and 148. The applicant seeking approval of several variances to the Parkway and Boulevard standards to accommodate the proposal of the Tiffany Springs Logistics Center. The background of the project is part of a previously approved cases for the Tiffany Springs Logistics Center. Previous cases include minor amendment, major street plan amendment, rezoning without plan, development plan, and of previous variants. All of those case numbers are below and were approved or approved with conditions. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is a phasing plan. I believe we are in phase 2 now, correct? This is phase 2. Here we are looking at lots 4 and 5. That is what is in question today. This is another look at it a little closer. Pictures of the site as it exists right now. So there's going to be several variances attached. Variance request A, a variance to the vehicular use area surface parking siding standards to permit a vehicular use area with 2 rows of parking frontage adjacent to a parkway for lot 4 of the subject site. This is a complete deviation, double the maximum. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. And then got that section of code there, a lot of text. This difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B, a variance to the vehicular use area citing standards for permitted vehicular use area with 98.58% of frontage adjacent to a parkway for lot 4. This is a 228.6% increase. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated and can be obviated through a change of design. Variance request C, we're moving to lot 5 now. A variance to the vehicular use area, citing standards to permit a vehicular use area with 2 rows of parking frontage adjacent to a parkway for lot 5 on the subject site. This is a complete deviation, double the maximum. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. And lastly, we have variance request D, a variance to the vehicular use area, citing standards to permit a vehicular use area with 85.51% of frontage adjacent to a parkway for lot 5 of the subject site. This is a 185% increase. Substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Difficulty can be obviated through a change of design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Tomlin? Ms. Koch or Mr. McClure, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Again, Roxanne Koch, good to be with you this morning or this afternoon. I've lost track here.
Yes.
And with me again is Jim McClure. He's one of our associates with Pulsanelli. We're representing the applicant logistics, Tiffany Springs Logistics LLC. Just want to, if we could go to the site plan that was approved, just to set the stage here, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jim here shortly. I just want to come back to as we go, or you go to our presentation.
Oh, to your presentation, I'm sorry.
Apologies for that.
I think it's slide 3.
There we go. Thank you. So this is the development plan.
Can you share your screen again?
Oh, yes. My apologies.
Different room, different tech, so.
Real different setup today.
Thank you.
There we go. This is the development plan that was approved by the city back in March or April of this year. And just want to clarify that that today we are here again for these variances that relate to the parkway standards. That is Parkway, Tiffany Springs is a parkway that's going through here. When we were here last, people may recall, the commissioners, you may recall that there was a question as to whether or not the entire lot is subject to the parkway standards if it sits along the parkway or is within 150 feet of the parkway. And it was not left, it was left in question that day. We had taken the position that the code, the way it's written, that it's only the 150 feet of the lot that is subject to the parkway standards. Subsequent to the decision that day that approved all of our variances, the staff did have a chance to take a look at that, the applicability under the code, and concluded that we were correct, that it's only that portion of the property that's within 150 feet. So I just wanted to make sure that that's on the record, and if staff disagrees or if we need to have any discussion about that, I just want to make sure that we're clear on that going forward. Terrific. And so today, the variances that we're requesting are very similar to the variances that were granted for the buildings to the north of the parkway. Really the only distinction between these two phases that impact the variances that we're requesting is that the building furthest to the east on the north side, for which we requested variances, was located, a portion of the building was located in that 150 feet. So we had to get variances that related specifically to that building. In this case, for the buildings that are located in phase 2 to the south of Tiffany Springs Parkway, no portion of those buildings are within the 150 feet. So the variances then are really largely just closely mirror, although the amount of the variances are slightly different, mirror what we did for the 2 buildings on the north that are furthest to the west. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Jim McClure, who will take you through the specific variances that are being requested. And then ultimately, I do probably want to come back to one of the statements in the staff report as to whether this is a hardship or not a hardship. Truly, this is a hardship. We are sitting along a parkway where we've got a lot of topography that we need to work in and around, and just rezoning the property would not change that condition.
If you can click on slide 6 or 7, sorry. So this is a KCI area plan for the area. You can see that blue dotted line that runs along kind of the lower middle area. Right along that, and that pink and blue hatched area is where our project site is. It is zoned for commercial and industrial activity. The light blue is the KCI airport area, which is also allows for many of the industrial uses. So this area is widely used as an industrial properties. I think, Connor, if you go to the next ones, we're gonna kind of slide through just a few aerials and just pictures of the area, just so you can get a good characterization of what's in the actual neighborhood. So we've got a couple asphalt and concrete plants located right next to our property, which is outlined in red. Those yellow ones are the concrete. You've got several business and other industrial areas, and then Connor, if you'll scroll through those pictures, just a couple pictures of what the other ones in the area look like. And then you'll see a few pictures of our proposed developments as well. So these are all ones that are in the business and commercial area and industrial area that's located directly next to our property. The next one, this is so that's on the TrainCon Drive. I believe it's of the other large industrial areas. They mirror significantly to our project in design, although size differs, and they are not along a parkway. Then you can scroll through and see how those look and how close they are to the roadway. Ours has substantially more green space, and we're intending to hide more of the parking than you see in these depictions here. The goal, as you can see, this is a depiction of what our proposed building would look like, would be to hide the car parking as much as possible from the parkway. You can see here that that's the elevation at the top. Most of the cars, so hopefully the people driving along the parkway are not able to see it. You can see we've got significant amounts of green space between the roadway, which you can see in the far and lower left, and where our building and parking areas would be. As Connor mentioned, we're requesting 4 variances, 2 for each lot. One allows for us to have 2 rows of parking. The other one allows us to have slightly more, not slightly more, but more parking than otherwise would be allowed in front along a boulevard. And then if you can scroll through maybe to slide 29. So again, we're talking about phase 2. The variances substantially mirror the variances that were requested for building 1 and 2. The lot sizes themselves are different, which accounts for why the percentage differences are different than what were on lots 1 and 2. We have a water drainage area to the east, which takes up some of what would have been a lot area here. So these are depictions you can see to the extent that our development is within or in violation. So that green line shows that second row of parking that falls within the 150 feet of the boulevard and parkway standards, which we're requesting a variance from. And then this shows the calculation of what we're requesting for our vehicular use areas. Staff and I worked together to get this calculation done last time. It mirrors exactly what was shown for the previous version. And then again, this would be building 5s. And so you can see there, we're requesting also the additional parking to be allowed along the frontage. So there again are just a few more slides that we got. It shows the topology that we're working with. It's extremely hard to be able to move these buildings around, and avoid them would be very difficult. These are a few slides to show what are some of the surrounding buildings and how they are also using the area within the 150 feet of the parkway. These are running along Tiffany Springs Parkway. You've got a Cracker Barrel, you've got an apartment complex, and several other embassy suites and Mid-American Wealth. The red line is 150 feet. And you can see that a lot of them have not only 1 row of parking, multiple row of parkings running along the entire line of their frontage to Parkway. There are quite a few other industrial properties that are in the relative area of our development, and they are very similar in style and nature and their closeness to the roadways. Again, they're just running through to show you guys more of the area and what's there. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys may have on the development or what we're proposing, our proposed variances.
Well, Mr. McClure, it looks like, from the first phase that we approved a couple months ago, that this is similar. I love all the green space, so as you're driving along Tiffany, you really can't see those rows of parking like you can with the other buildings that are already there that were not part of your project. So I really like the design team, me personally, I like the design team, the way it's looking, for phase two, so. Board members, more comments or any other questions of Mr. McClure? And or motion? And I'd like to entertain a motion on each one, by the way.
The staff agree that the farming or landscaping that they have committed to provide will shield the parking from visibility from the parking.
I did not review the development plan that would approve the landscaping. So
So staff doesn't have an.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is substantially similar to the landscaping that was done on phase one. We proposed there.
If I hear motions, I need one on each case, please. Whenever anyone's ready, or more questions, of course, for Mr. McClure and Ms. Skoke.
A motion that we
Yes, Ms. Wright?
approve, the variances.
Okay, so in
47 and 148.
yeah, so in case number, Ms. Wright's motion is in case 147, we approve the variances as requested and outlined and subject to the staff report.
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens. Could I have a vote, please? Or go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Mixtor.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
And Evans.
Aye. Same, you want to do it again?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
I motion to, approve the variance for case number 148.
Yeah, perfect. I have a motion to approve the variances in case number 148, subject to the site plan and staff report. Second from somebody?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Mixtor.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. I saw Mr. Block had his hand raised, but I think it came up too late.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. So-
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Your project is approved. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Sure.
Since we've got to leave at 1:30, can we try to
Do a few more.
hear some more?
Yeah, let's see. Can you see? Seven in the hallway, 7 or 8 are in the hallway? Yeah, they didn't appear the first time, let's see if.
Last year. The fire department's moving in spring, March,
Yeah.
so they won't have meetings on Tuesdays and
Good.
Where the
Also-
five
Yeah.
member form is gonna be pretty important.
so I can show up.
Like any sort of test or-
Yeah, we'll revolve.
So the special use permits, need, or better with the 5 and 7 or 8 outside.
Yeah, there's only gonna be one out there.
Okay. Okay.
You want to see if they're in the audience, like case number 18?
You should mention the
I'm
folks
not-
who are out there.
Yes, 19's out there. And there should be.
We have 19, 20 and 21 are fences, so we should wait till after Dorrance leaves, because they just need a majority.
Yeah,
vote on
that makes sense. Okay.
Right.
Is anyone online here for cases 7 or 8?
17, 18.
Well, no.
Oh, yeah, the ones we
Skip
met.
those, really.
7 or 8.
Docket items 7 or 8.
Should we continue those?
Seeing
Which is Maria and Isidro with an address of 8201 East 49th Street. The other case is Sammy and Frank Nguyen at 4924 Northwest Linden. Those guys around? Hello? Raise your hand.
Docket item 15.
Mhm.
Okay, they're online. Awesome, we can do that.
Perfect.
Okay, docket 15. Is there any 15 on the wall? Is that no? Yes. We have docket item 15, this is case CD SUP 2023-00043 for 301 Admiral Boulevard. It's a request to approve a special use permit for a hotel. Doesn't this metal thing for a hotel in District DC-15, which is a downtown district on about 0.41 acres, generally located between McGee Street and Superior Street on Admiral Boulevard. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is online. This is a reminder for anyone who is part of the applicant team or wishes to provide public testimony on this docket item to raise their hand now, so we can vote you as a panelist. As once public testimony has commenced, no other attendees will be switched over to panelist positions. Can we exit out of that? And the standard 1 through 9 exhibits apply to this case.
Great. Who's on for the, is it Rachel?
Audrey Manito.
Okay. There you are. Hi there.
Hi,
Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you, and state your name for the court reporter, please.
Audrey Manito, counsel for the applicant.
Okay, great. Ms. Manito, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to admit for your case today. Can we admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Lori. Go ahead.
All right, let me pull this up.
Let's go back to the.
I don't know. I got it. 1 second.
Here, there's your 301 Admiral Boulevard in the front. I'm sorry, I'm going.
That's okay. All right, so my name is Larissa Chomby, with DMD, presenting for 301 Admiral Boulevard for a special use permit. The application is for a hotel located in the greater downtown area. This is the location of the property. As you can see, it's located in the DC-15 zoning district and is along Admiral Boulevard, which is an established boulevard, which requires the special use permit. And here's an aerial of the property. You can see there's a northern building and a southern building on the property, and then parking behind the buildings. There's 2 access points, one off McGee and one off Superior Street, and those will remain and no additional access points will be added. The proposed hotel will have 18 rooms, and here's just a couple floor plans for you to look at. They are including future tenant space, a mixture of spa and accessory uses for the hotel, and then the remaining floors will be hotel rooms. The surrounding uses are a mix of retail, office, and residential and surface parking lots in the area. Staff does not believe that there will be adverse impact to the area with this new proposed buildings and will not add anything to it. So what you see is their existing brick facade on all 4 sides. Over on the eastern elevation, you can see an outdoor seating area, and there will also be a rooftop amenity area along this north elevation that you can see further up. There are 5 standards for the special use permit to comply to in order to get approved. Staff does believe it complies with all 5, specifically the existing building being reused and repurposed for this hotel use, and that the operating characteristics and outdoor lighting, noise, traffic generation will not have a negative impact on the surrounding area. Here's a corner of the existing building from the corner of Superior Street and Admiral Boulevard. And here's one from McGee Street and Admiral Street. And here you can see that parking lot behind the two buildings. That chain link fence will be removed by the applicant at the time. And at its city plan commission meeting, they recommended approval with conditions. And that's the end of my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that. Do we have any questions of city staff from the board? All right, Ms. Manito, why should we approve your case today? We lost you. There you go.
No, I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
It looks like we've got staff support. This meets the different criteria for a special use permit. We do have a presentation today that Larissa is going to help me go through, if that's okay, and we can present it to you all.
All right, that will be admitted as exhibit number 10.
It's not too lengthy of a presentation. We've got 23 slides, including a thank you slide. So there you go.
Okay. We'll kind of start going through these. You want to talk and can
Okay.
you see the screen? Go ahead.
Yes, I can. Good afternoon. So we are here on a special use permit for a proposed boutique hotel. We can go to the next slide, the overview, the request page. We'd like to approve a special use permit to convert a vacant warehouse to an 18-room boutique hotel. It would include other amenities such as a spa and a gym and a small commercial retail use as well. There's no rezoning that's going to be required, and it conforms to the area plan. It meets the approval criteria, as I mentioned just a moment ago. It complies with the applicable code standards. It promotes public convenience and enhances the neighborhood by adding additional lodging near multiple tourist destinations. The project is also compatible with the character of the surrounding area. There are no changes to the existing building facade or orientation. The operating characteristics are also compatible with the character of the surrounding area. For example, the hours of operation match the hours of the surrounding uses. And lastly, there are no significant adverse impacts on pedestrian safety or comfort as a result of this project. In fact, the small outdoor seating area enhances the pedestrian experience and it creates a pedestrian connection, as you'll see in a minute in one of our illustrations. The existing zoning is there on your screen as DC 15. And then the next slide, we can see the general location map of where this project would be located. Next slide is the general vicinity. You see it's nestled in between McGee and Superior Street with Admiral Street to the north there. And then next slide. In terms of our public engagement, on September 6th, we mailed letters to the neighborhood association and the adjacent property owners. We held an in-person public engagement meeting on October 3rd, provided that summary on October 4th, and then on October 11th, we received a support letter from the neighborhood association, which it was included in the exhibit. It's a notarized letter from the neighborhood association. This is the letter, which I don't expect that you all be able to read, but essentially it provides support for this project. A couple of photos of the actual existing site. We've got to the front, that on the front north view off of Admiral Boulevard, as well as the west view off of McGee Street. And then in the next slide, we've got the south view of it, as well as the east Superior Street and northeast view from Admiral at Superior. There are no changes, proposed changes to the facade, just some cleanup here and there, as you might see, but there's not going to be any changes whatsoever to the exterior of the building in terms of its facade. In the next slide, we've got a site plan You can see some of the proposed landscaping that we'd like to do, including permeable paving, and then just some general landscaping in the terms of planters, not just uprooting things or removing grass, anything like that. But just some general, if you will, making it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing without changing the necessary like structure or landscaping of it. In the next slide, we have some projections, some 3D views. And you can see where we talked about the pedestrian, I'm sorry, Luis can go back one slide. Where if you see on the right photo, there's got that that little pedestrian area, a mini courtyard, if you will. And that's what we alluded to as the last point in the approval criteria slide. The next slide. This is the elevation to the north. Next slide, the elevation to the south and the east, and then finally the elevation to the west. And next we've got some layout floor plans with regard to the north building. This is level 1. You see here that we've got some rooms, king bedroom rooms, as well as an ADA room, and you have a small tenant space as well. And that's where we're proposing that there might be a coffee shop or other small retail or commercial use. And then in the next slide, we've got level 2, additional rooms there. And on the next slide, we've got level 3 of this north building, additional rooms as well. Then we've got on the south building, level 1, this is where you've got the amenities for the gym as well as for the spa. You have an infinity pool in there, as well as weights classes, classrooms, and the yoga studio. On the next slide, we see on the same building, level 2, we've got some additional bedrooms there, as well as a rooftop deck. So today we're requesting the approval of special use permit to convert this vacant warehouse to an 18-room boutique hotel with amenities and a small commercial retail use. Thank you. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. That's very in-depth. What's the average size of the hotel rooms? About?
I think I have one of my clients on,
Don't
and
bring
the
them
architect
in.
should be on as well.
No, that's okay. I read through all my questions. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any issues
They're
with
comfortable size rooms.
with the conditions outlined by the CPC?
We do not.
Okay. All right. Any other questions?
We had some adjustments with regard to the conditions, but Larissa was able, for example, there was a 5-year that then the CPC recommended a 10-year. So things like that we don't have any issues with.
Okay.
Then good. All right. Any other questions? If not, motions?
I'd offer a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Mixtor.
In case number 43, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you from Ms. Moran.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Mixler.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Good luck with your project. Thank you very much for coming
Thank
before us.
you. Thank you all.
You know, if 17.
17 or 18 out there?
17 is enough time.
I need to unwind,
Oh, okay.
but I appreciate it.
Anna 17 is not here.
Okay.
Plus they're on.
They're online? Sorry, guys. Yep.
Make sure you do all of it.
Yeah, I know, you gotta hydrate. You gotta hydrate.
Oh,
Because if you don't hydrate, you know what happens? You get dehydrated.
Exactly.
okay. Now we will be focusing on
Number 17.
docket item 17. This is case CD SUP 2023-00047 for 3223 Gladstone Boulevard. This is a request to approve a special use permit for the reuse of an officially designated historic landmark for a wedding venue on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 3223 Gladstone Boulevard. Myself, I am the staff planner attached to this case, and the applicant team is online. So let me.
This is right across the street from the museum.
That is
Oh, it
correct.
is?
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is a reminder for anyone else who wants to provide public testimony on this particular case, needs to raise their hand in Zoom now in order to be promoted as a panelist. As once public testimony has begun, no other attendees will be moved over to being a panelist. Jeff and Jeff are connected. Jeff, you guys can turn on your
Camera,
cameras.
there you
and
go.
microphone.
And microphone too, Jeff. There you go.
you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else?
Seeing none.
Okay. Jeff, I need to swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
Jeffrey Zumsteg.
Thank you.
I'm
And
the
I see
owner,
the
3223 Gladstone. My partner, Jeffrey Linville, is also online.
Okay, so the other Jeffrey, please raise your right
Yes.
hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
Yes.
And state your name again for the court reporter.
Jeffrey Linville.
Thank you, Mr. Linfield.
Uh-huh.
There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your approval to commit them?
Yes.
Thank you. And who's going to be speaking on the case today?
I will.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Linville. Part of that conditions is a presentation by Miss Anna on your case, and she's going to tell us about it right now.
Thank you. So as mentioned, this is case 17, docket item 17, case CD SUP 2023-00047. This is at 3223 Gladstone Boulevard. The subject property is zoned R 7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to site a wedding venue on the subject site. This is a overview of where the site is located. It's in the northeastern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And then a close-up of the subject site. It is directly across the street from the Kansas City Museum. The highlighted parcels in yellow include the primary structure and the garden area exactly to the west. This is a look of the subject property from Google Street View. As you can see, again, the primary structure and then the associated gardens. The review criteria for a special use permit is listed on the screen, and I'm going to not go over all of them, but two that I believe support city staff and the City Planning Commission's decision in approving recommendation of approval with conditions. So first being B, which is this use in the public convenience and not having any significant adverse impact on the neighborhood or the community. The applicant with this wedding venue has submitted a very structured and detailed business plan for the wedding venue, which provides security for both the business owner and operating this type of use here, as well as for the neighborhood. So kind of, they know exactly what they're getting with when they're using this site, which is a positive. Review criteria C is the use compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of planning, scale, design, etc. So this is the reuse of a locally historic structure. I believe it is the Edward Stevens house in question is the name. They have some significant architectural design with it as well. And because it is a registered landmark, then they're able to do this use with a special use permit. And reusing a structure in this type of context from a historic preservation standpoint is also a positive. For those reasons, the City Planning Commission recommended approval subject to conditions, with an addition of a condition stating that the guest maximum for any events is limited to 150 individuals. So if board chooses, you will also need to include that addition in your motion. That concludes city staff's presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Anyone have questions of Ms. Anna?
Who did you say added the condition? This was after?
The City Planning Commission during the public discussion.
But it's not listed as part of their conditions?
No, because we give you the exact same staff report that the City Planning Commission reviewed, and then it's officially attached to the case when you guys vote on it.
All right, Mr. Jeffrey, why should we approve your project today?
Good morning. I first apologize. I was going to be there in person, and I did email the presentation to you, Anna, this morning, but I don't know if we have it. But it was just some pictures. I wanted to kind of talk about the location. She's pretty much covered most of it, but basically, we're looking at a pretty straightforward business plan here. We're not looking to make any structural changes, build anything, do anything that's not already there. We're just looking at making it a boutique wedding venue. So we are right across the street from the Kansas City Museum. They take up the entire block across the street, and our property takes up about almost half of the block, our side. So we face each other, and we have the park to the west, Kessler Park, and the river valley down below. So we're divided between the museum and us, the Gladstone Boulevard, which is a very wide boulevard, and there's ample street parking on both sides. In fact, the museum uses the street parking for their daily museum visitors without much impact at all to the neighborhood.
I have the slide.
Oh, do you? Okay.
We'll note that as exhibit number 10. We're loading up it now, Jeffrey.
Okay. Yeah, that gives you a few pictures to kind of see what where we're at. And I'll talk a little bit about our public engagement and some of the changes to our business plan as a result.
1 second.
Give us a second here. There you go. Are you seeing that?
No, I don't see that on the screen.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. That's my.
There you go.
That work prevented me from being there today. So, okay. Great. Yeah, you can go down. Yeah, we've already talked about that. That's the house you've seen. Okay, and there's the position of the house with the museum right across the street, and then the aerial shot of the yard. This is the picture in front of the house. It shows you kind of street level view of the property. And then the next two slides are Gladstone facing west and east. So the first picture, they're facing west. That's usually where most of the traffic, museum traffic, visitor traffic parks. And then to the east, that continues on for about 4 more blocks like that, nice and wide and flat. And then Indiana, we're at the intersection of Indiana and Gladstone. So the house in this picture is on the right side, and we'll be using that for street parking as well. Also going to talk about Windsor. I don't have a picture of Windsor, but I'll point it out when we get a little closer to it. But it's a little more narrow than Indiana Avenue, and so there were some issues with or concerns from public engagement, and I'll address those. This is street level view of the west lawn. It's actually bigger than 0.3 acres. This is about 4 city lots, and that's facing to the west. And that red circle, for reference, is the Kit Bond Bridge that goes across the river. We'll skip that unless you want to come back to that. It's a short 30-second video just to kind of show you the neighboring properties. But so we went through the public engagement process. it all kind of came back to our intent. So our intent here is to, well, obviously first to cover our business expenses, which is we estimate these 6 events. But our main intent here was to cover our annual mortgage and our utility expense with a little bit more left over to continue the restoration and make improvements to our property. So we've owned the house, or Jeff Zumsteg has owned the house for 16 years. We have been steadily restoring the property. We continue to do so. We're both very involved in the neighborhood. I'm on the neighborhood association board for the last 5 years and past president. And I work on a lot of parks and recreation projects with our park and different civic projects as well. So we're very invested in the neighborhood, and we're very cognizant of what these type of events or proposals, the impact they have in our neighborhood. And that was kind of how we engage the public. We've always been good neighbors. We've always operated in good faith, and we'll just continue to do so. Next slide. So we're going to use both the house and the lawn, or the lawn. So we're offering an a la carte menu where you can use the house for dressing suites for the bridal party and the grooms, and the kitchen access if you have caterers. We'll also offer arbors and tents and day of coordination services. Any tents, we have determined that 40 by 60 foot tent is the largest tent that will accommodate on our lawn. And I'll show you a picture a little later on what that looks like. We will secure any tent rentals and oversee any permits or anything that has to happen. We're not going to offer any overnight accommodations now or in the future. There will be no on-site food preparation. It'll all be service and assembly and service from the kitchen by a third-party vendor, and the same with alcohol service. That'll be a third-party vendor that's must be licensed and insured. So the 4 main area concerns for our neighbors were operating hours, particularly quiet hours, the frequency of the events, size of the events, and parking, which was a big one. The frequency and size of the events really played into the parking issue as well, or parking concerns, I should say. Next slide. So you take a look at our operating hours. Our intent is to host events on weekends only, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're limiting ourselves to 1 per weekend because it's just the 2 of us. We don't have the ability to turn over events. Every wedding's different. That's not to say that there may on occasion be 2 on a weekend, because we are offering, inclement weather to postpone or reschedule an event. So we'll work with clients to get them the day that they want. If that happens to fall on, a weekend that we've booked, then we'll try to accommodate, but that'll be the exception. Per our venue contract, our event duration will be 5 hours, set up in a 5-hour event. That's industry standard. Alcohol service will cease 15 minutes prior to the event end time, and the event end time must be 9:30 p.m. And we'll enforce that with a fee, an overstay fee, with the intent that it'll be cleaned up and be mostly out of the space by 10 o'clock, which is our quiet hours. And then we will have on-site security that's required in contract, and that will be contracted by us and paid for by the client. Event frequency, we proposed several blackout dates. You see Kansas City Museum has 2 big events per year that brings in a lot of additional visitors. We're blacking those dates out to accommodate them. We have been communicating closely with them. I've met with them about 2 weeks ago. And we will be sharing our event information. They are here recently, have started doing events, small weddings and things on a limited basis. So we agreed to communicate with each other whenever we have events. And we are actually developing our website right now, and it'll have a secure login for both the museum and neighbors so they can see our schedule in real time. And then the rest of the dates, all the major federal holidays during the summertime are blocked out. So talk about event frequency. When you consider all the blackout dates in 2024, we have 21 weekends available. We had proposed initially 20 events per year, but after our engagement and the concerns over parking, we went back, took a look at our pricing structure, made some alterations, and reduced the event frequency to 16 between May and October. We also looked at price structures to discourage guest counts getting out of control, which sometimes weddings can happen. If anyone's ever been married, you could probably appreciate that. So if you go to the next slide. So that plays into event size. So we're trying to limit that size from growing by our cost. But the average wedding size in the United States is 117 guests, 141 in the Midwest. There was a little bit of there were a few requests from neighbors about limiting it to 100 guests, but that represents about 50% of weddings nationwide. So we didn't feel like we could really make that. We didn't want to eliminate that possibility that we would have 150 people, but we did say that we would try to limit it to 2 per season. And that was where the planning commission, there was discussion last month and they limited it to 150 guests, which is fine with us. We don't want to do more than that. So just as an example of a wedding, this is a wedding that we hosted for a friend who needed last minute. It was about 75 guests. It occurred on the lawn. They had a caterer and a bartender and live music. And the next one's an example of 150 guests. This was our own wedding that we did in July. This is past July. We had the reception in our yard. This is taken from the western edge of the yard. So you can kind of give you an idea of how big the yard is. That tent's 40 by 60 feet. It accommodates 150 people. So we had about 10 top tables. We had a 16-foot long buffet table and a cake table all in that tent. And that would be the maximum we'd have. This is the other side of the tent. We have a very large flagstone patio that double doubles cocktail hour and dancing afterwards. The next slide. And just give you an idea inside the tent, just kind of the idea of the kind of scale or weddings that we plan on anticipating on hosting. So that brings us back to parking. So we had proposed an off-street parking plan. If you look at the aerial shot on the left, there's a empty lot that's just to the south east of us that belongs to the church, and they had expressed interest in installing a parking lot for the parishioners. So we talked with them and see if they would be willing to lease parking space and maybe use some of that money to install a parking lot. But that was opposed by a couple of neighbors, so we went ahead and withdrew that plan. Also considering that the expense and the permitting process would take quite a long time for an actual parking lot to be installed. We didn't think we'd get permits for gravel or a grass lot, so we withdrew that plan. And we are going to utilize street parking. So that was part of the discussion. We voluntarily reduced our event size, our frequency, so there wouldn't be as much issue. We agreed to coordinate with the museum on their scheduling, which I've already talked about. And then Windsor Avenue, which is parallel to Gladstone and to the south of us. It's a more narrow street. There were some concerns there about parking. Probably 50% of the properties there don't have off-street parking. And there's an apartment building that adds to the vehicles, and it can get kind of constrictive there. So we've agreed to put in temporary signage at key intersections there directing him to Gladstone. And we plan to the maximum extent possible having one of us there directing traffic and parking in front of the house for these events. And that's just an example of the streets again, where we're going to utilize parking.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We really do appreciate the extensive proposal. So you're acceptable to the 150 person maximum at your wedding events as proposed by CPC, yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I would offer a motion.
Please, Ms. Mixtor.
And case number, sorry, is
Right.
there any other?
Do we have to technically open it up for public testimony?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Anyone have any questions in the audience?
I guess I didn't see anybody add it before, so.
Yeah.
I didn't see a hand hold of them.
Yeah. All right, I don't see anybody, do you? All right,
In case number 47, I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan, staff report, the conditions therein, including the 150 individual max event
have a
capacity.
motion, do I have a second? Thank you, Ms. Moran.
Goins,
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Next door.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Applicants.
Aye. Your project is approved, sir. Good luck with it. Good luck
Right.
with you, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I know staff wants to take a break, but we do one more of these SUPs.
We can do one more. Okay. Are people on time?
There's
They're all on and
just one.
there's no one in the hallway for.
Hey, do you mind?
I do not. I was like, oh no. No, I'm sorry.
Sean, I know this says no button. Yeah.
I did the phone.
All right, you start trying to, once we finish the case, and then read and progress on it, make it.
Okay.
Make a motion.
Okay, we're going to take up docket item 18. This is case CD SUP 2022-00050 for 7653 Troost Avenue. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for outdoor vehicle sales in the B3-2 zoning districts, commercial zoning district, on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 7653 Troost Avenue. Justin Smith is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is online.
It's Liam Larkin.
Stop sharing. This is also a reminder for anyone else who would like to provide public testimony on this case to please make themselves known now. As once we have started public testimony, no other attendees will be moved over to panelists. Liam, you're gonna have to accept the promotion. I see you've done that. That may just be a app issue that happens sometimes. Seeing that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Larkin, can you turn on your camera and microphone? Does he need to be promoted?
He's on there.
Try doing the other one again.
What was he?
Yeah, the 3 dots. We're up to panels.
Yeah.
There he goes. Where'd he go? There you go. Hey, Liam, can you say something so we can hear you? There he goes.
Hello, everybody.
Good. Camera, do you have camera or is this just microphone with you? There you go. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And do we have anyone else in the audience want to swear in at the same time?
No one else has appeared.
Okay. Mr. Larkin, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
Liam Larkin.
Thank you, sir. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your approval to admit those?
You do.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Justin Smith on your case. Justin, tell us all about it.
All right, give me 1 second. Let me share my screen. All right, good afternoon, commissioners. Justin Smith, City Planning and Development. In front of you today, I have case number CD SUP 2022-50. This is also docket number 18. It's a request for a special use permit to allow for outdoor vehicular sales slash rental located at 7563 Troost Avenue. So the subject site is located in the southern portion of the city. This is located within the swoop area plan. More specifically, it's on the northeast corner of Troost Avenue and East 77th Street. Area plan here recommends mixed use community. This is a view looking east on Troost. There has been improvements to the building, and I will go into the changes to the actual lot here in a moment. This is a view looking north on East 77th Street. This picture is important because it is abutting a residential zoned area. So we did have them screen with a new fence along abutting that. That's a church right there on East 77th Street. I wanted to take this picture just to look at the existing street trees down Troost Avenue. So a little bit about the case. The site is zoned B3-2, which requires a special use permit for outdoor light equipment sales / rental. The plan is proposing 3 phases to the project. So the first phase is to remove all existing nonconformities, the pole sign. There is barbed wire, as you can see on that picture. They're going to remove that. In phase 2, install the residential buffer, paint parking strips, and then install the landscape. And phase 3 would ultimately be the most expensive, which would install a new 6-foot security fence. So City Plan Commission had one condition they wanted to add, and it reads, a zoning compliance inspection shall occur to ensure the first phases of the project, as stated on the plans, are completed no later than 2 years after the date of approval by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. So each 3 of those, the first phases of those projects, I believe it's the first 2, are completed within 2 years prior to approval. And this is that landscape plan. Just wanted to highlight the complete landscape buffer we have around the whole project, except the points of entry. And here is the building as it sits today. Here's a picture of the back inside of the building. So the only things left to do are screening and getting the fence installed. And with that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions as well as staff for CD SUP 2022-50. With that, I can take any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Smith?
Yes, I have. You said the area plan calls for mixed use community. What's the definition of that? Does that include car sales?
It would typically be a mixed use building with residential above and retail below.
Okay, so this doesn't comply with the area plan?
No.
And is this car sales, or you said something about outdoor equipment sales?
That's how we define it through our zoning and development code. So it is car sales, but it's equipment / rental and sales.
Is that a church next door to it?
Yeah, so it is, this is all zoned residential off to the east, but this is a church. There's homes all down East 77th Street besides that church for the whole block.
Has this been a car lot before?
So it was previously a tire and repair shop that went out of business and the non-conforming status lapsed. So they bought, the applicant here bought the property and wanted to, I believe, move businesses. And that required a special use permit.
Anybody else? All right, Mr. Larkin. Why should we approve your project? But before I do that, there was a 10th administrative exhibit that I need to admit. Do I have your approval to admit that 10th exhibit?
You do.
Thank you. So that's been admitted. And tell us why we should approve your project, sir.
Well, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and they believe that by renovating and reactivating this vacant building, it will be an enhancement to the area. We've held meetings with the neighborhood, and the residents that have attended have been supported, including a representative of the Marlboro Community Coalition. So the neighbors are excited about cleaning up this property and the associated landscape and site improvements that my client is intending. And we believe it will eliminate this kind of vacant lot adjacent to the church. We're proposing a nice wooden privacy fence and associated landscaping to screen the church from the car lot, and then along Troost and the street to the south, we have incorporated the required landscaping buffer to minimize the visual impact of the car sales lot.
All right. How many cars can the lot accommodate? About?
I believe it's around, let me look here. We have 13 inventory lots, spaces, and then 5 spaces for customer parking.
And are you going to do car repairs on site?
No. Only
No
sales.
maintenance, no maintenance, no oil changes, things like that.
Correct, no.
Mr. Larkin, I drive up and down Troost every now and then. There's quite a few used car lots on there already. Isn't there one like at maybe 78th and Troost on the west side? How many car lots are around you?
I do not know that number offhand.
There's quite a few.
There's quite a few in the area. Did you reach out to the Homes Association for any comment?
We had sent the required notifications to the property owners within the vicinity. So that neighborhood meeting occurred with a prior architect. So ownership has been working with a previous architect who unfortunately was not very responsive to their needs. So they asked me to pick this up and help them through the process. That previous architect led those engagement meetings, so I don't have, unfortunately, the history of all of the previous research and communication with the community.
Okay.
I want to confirm this will be used car sales and rentals?
Only sales.
Only sales. Okay, no rentals. Okay. Essentially agreeing with you, Mark, that there are quite a few car sales repair shops up and down Troost. We have the same issue along Prospect, but it's generally because of the need. Transportation does not go that far along Troost Avenue. So also at those intersections, there have been previously rental car shops before, one in which I know my mom used quite often, but they're no longer there. So I can see that there is a need for these car shop. I think the neighborhood essentially in this note that says they approved it. They're okay with it. The biggest thing and one of my concerns is the landscaping of it. Usually these car shops over here are not aesthetically appeasing. So if they're okay with the conditions set in place and willing to do kind of that buffer, some of that landscaping and neighborhood approve, I move that we approve with the conditions.
Okay. Let me see if there's anyone else. Anyone else in the audience who want to offer comments on this? Raise your hand. I've seen none. So, Ms. Wright, so in case number 50, is it your motion to approve the request in accordance with site plan, staff report, and CPC conditions?
Yes.
Is that including the addition of condition number 3, which is the within 2 years of approval?
Yeah.
Stipulation?
Yes, and including condition number 3, thank you. I have a motion. Second, anybody?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Moran.
Goins.
Hey.
Moran. Aye. Nixdorf.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. It's approved.
Yep.
And we take a break.
Do we need to make any sort of another announcement of anybody who needs to continue their case, or has that already been squared away?
That's already been.
Okay, so that was our continuation. Okay. Okay. And do we need to make any timing? We know how long, we're going, or how many cases we think we're going to get to.
Yeah, that's, the board. You wanna have a hard stop time, you will only wanna get through a certain docket number.
I don't think there's that
So just trying to
much.
gauge what we think is feasible.
Yeah.
If we think we can get to everybody, that would be ideal.
Yeah, I think we can.
Okay.
All right, and half-hour break, is that enough?
Yeah.
Okay, 30 minutes, and we'll be back at 1:45. Goodbye, Tom. Merry Christmas to you. Or Happy holidays, should I say.
Enjoy your families.
Yeah, and hope Trudy's better.
Thank you.
We have everyone, is 19 outside?
Yes.
Awesome. We can start the recording. Yes. It's not really present. Should we try to file further? You can pull that up. Leave it file for it and then. Not under document. One of these backtrack to folder management. Oh, I see what you're doing. 5 pages.
Item 21.
We're good, Mark.
Yeah, okay, so we're starting the afternoon session. Welcome back. Anna, tell us about the next case, or.
We have docket item 19. This is case CD BZA 2023-00096 for 1105 Topping Avenue. This is a request to approve a special exception for a privacy fence plus any other needed variances on about 0.13 acres, generally located at 1105 Topping Avenue. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to this case. The property owner and applicant is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who is participating online, wishes to provide public testimony for this particular item to raise their hand in Zoom now. So we can promote you as a panelist. Seeing none. The standard, there's 10 exhibits
Okay,
attached to this
no
case.
worries. Victor?
Yes.
Why don't you stand? Yes. Stand there for a second. We're going to swear you in and we'll start your case. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And please state your name for the court reporter.
My name is Victor Cavallero.
Thank you, Mr. Cavallero. Part of your case is a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your approval to do that? Thank you. And one of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie about your case.
All right, well, good afternoon. So we have docket item number 19, CDBCA 2023-00096, located on 1105 Topping Avenue. It is zone R-2.5, and the applicant is seeking a special exception for a privacy fence plus any other needed variances. So the subject site is right here in kind of like center of Kansas City. This is the subject site on 11th and Topping. And then these are pictures from the applicant sent in of their corner lot. So this is where the fence is proposed over on the red line. They are wanting a 6-foot fence, dog ear material, wood. It's gonna go up on this side here and over on this side, the street side yard. All right, so the applicant is seeking a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on street side yard and front yard. The variance is 2 feet. And no change to neighborhoods anticipated, and the difficulty cannot be obviated by a change in design.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Board members have questions of Stephanie? Sir, why should we grant your request today?
Yes, hello, everybody, and thank you for teaching me playing court. Pleasure to meet you guys. With the physical, the address there, the physical structure, it's very different from the rest. So I don't really have a front or a backyard. I have driveway that's already been approved that I'm gonna build on topping. And, that side yard is basically my backyard. And, wanted to enclose it for my dog purposes. I have a cane corso and, privacy as well. I've seen it done, in other houses, but I didn't want to make the mistake as earlier, a gentleman starts building and not approved, so I'll take the necessary precautions before I proceed. And also, it's area, I just keep people away out of the property. So those are the major factors.
Do you have an existing fence in the backyard now?
There is no fencing at all, except there was something in the back, that little part of the back, but there's nothing there, it's just ready to build. I wouldn't even, the corner, so I wouldn't even be opposed to like a metal fence, something just to secure the dog and the property. I know there's corners for visibility, so I wouldn't be opposed to that. Just I would like, it to be 6 feet at least.
The wood fence that you're proposing is one you can see through, or the pickup side?
It's one usually closed, dog ear, but like I said, I wouldn't be opposed to 6-foot metal, cast iron type of deal. Just anything that has been close, my property and my animals.
And it looks like your lot is really long.
Yeah, it's
So it's
really
like
long.
you're like in the alley side is where your house
Yeah,
is, right, and not on
that's where-
11th, yeah.
That's where
Okay.
my driveway should have been, and there's just no space back there, so that's why we agreed to go off the topping, and like I said, my side yard is basically my backyard in a way, just odd to the other houses. So that's kind of why I haven't started the driveway or the fencing, because we're still trying to figure out the kinks, but all throughout the property line is all I'm asking for, nothing major.
Did you think about maybe using, metal pickets that you could kind of space like this or something like that, where you can see through, but still keep the dog in?
Hoping to do metal where there's about a half a foot distance between the spigots, posts or poles.
Yeah, right.
I'm not opposed to that because of visibility, but as long as it's 6 feet and it's all the way around the property, that's all I'm searching for.
It's like in the past, this board is kind of hesitant to grant 6-foot solid
Right,
fences, especially on corners, I think.
Well, yeah,
that-
I'm accessible, so,
Yeah.
I can do metal. I'm a handyman, so I'm my own company, so I can weld anything, it doesn't matter. Just needed 6 foot for my dog and property.
That's a very large dog, right?
Yeah, they're,
Yeah, that's what I thought
over
when you
100
said that,
pounds,
yeah.
and they can jump over 4-foot fences like it's nothing.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm open to the metal.
And doesn't have to be metal, but even if you use wood.
Space it out.
Yeah, you space it out with, I can't remember what we've seen before, 6-inch, 7-inch, center, 6-inch
Yeah.
spacing.
He's not enclosed it all the way, it's fine with me as well.
Right. It sends the wrong message if you totally
Close it in.
close it
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
No, I agree with that. Like I said, it's not that I want the privacy. That's just a plus. It's more of a security for the area, my animals and my property. So I'm not opposed to anything like that either. Just the weird way the house is, located.
Right.
I have no backyard.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make that my backyard literally.
What's your neighbors think about it?
Well, I used to live a block away from there on 11th and White, so I know everybody in the area. My aunt lives halfway in that block, so, and then all the other neighbors, they're not that they're friendly or not, they just kind of keep to themselves. I haven't met them. So I haven't invested in the property as soon as I get the fence in the driveway, then I'll invest in it. The actual house, but I'm not there yet. I'm starting with securing it, there's a lot of homeless and hoarders or whatever, and that's the main reason I haven't invested in it.
How long have you owned the property?
About a year. I wanted to be done by September, but I've been learning law, so.
Yeah.
At this point, I'm just gonna wait till the spring to lay the concrete and hopefully have the fence before then. But, yeah, it's my first property, so I'm gonna live in it, and then my long-term plan is one property every 2 years. And then after the 10th year, maybe start into the house flipping, but this is my baby, it's my first property, so.
Yeah.
I do everything right.
Sure.
Would a 5-foot fence, would your dog still be able to jump that?
5-foot fence doable, I just figured it was either 4 or 6, but
We have the in-between, the in-between's also an
I
option.
mean, I prefer the 6.
Okay,
you know,
yeah.
Working with the metal, but yeah, the 4-foot, he definitely clears that
Mhm.
one job.
This is just, it is a unique lot, and the way the house is located on the lot is not typical for a lot of places, so
Correct.
I see the hardship there. I think I'd be more open, if the height is the important part, more open to a metal or some sort of more transparent option.
I'm not leaning towards the metal too, because we kind of choose through wood anyway, so.
Oh, there you go, okay.
They're great. It's happened with wood.
And when you say metal, you're talking about the wrought iron style?
Yeah, right out and where they're spaced like 6 inches apart at least, you know, just like an inch rod
Mhm.
with the every 8 feet, the larger one.
Nice and simple, but.
And that's just simple, like I said, and that's probably even better, well, they can't climb through that anyway, so.
Right.
I just didn't want to bring it up and just, you know, give you guys too much on your mind, but
Right.
I'm really open to that.
Board members? Questions? Motion, maybe?
I think with the kind of unique situation of this lot with the house all the way at the back and not really having the ability to kind of shift it otherwise, I think I would make a motion here. In case number 96.
Yep.
I move the applicant's request be granted in accordance with site plan and staff report noting a metal fence at a maximum of 6 feet.
With certain spacing.
Well, I don't, you can't really, I wouldn't dictate the spacing of the metal, but with a more transparent, yeah, what's the appropriate way to?
I mean, if we say,
describe that?
he was talking about 6 inches, if we said at least 3 inches, I mean,
Yeah.
any spacing, I think. Takes care of
For
the
traffic and so
At
on.
least 3 inches, yeah. Thank you.
I don't remember what the standard is, so I don't want, that's why, like, if it's 4 inches, I don't want to say.
Right.
Yeah,
Or
maybe
it's
say
2.
at least 3 inch spacing. that
Okay,
we-
a metal fence with at least 3-inch spacing to allow for visibility into the yard.
So then staff will have some kind of standard to.
Is that? Yep, it's fine. Acceptable.
Okay.
Second.
Second, thanks, Ms. Moran. Anna? Roll.
I said, yep, and Moran second.
Mhm.
We have Moran.
Maggie? Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
I do,
Aye.
aye.
McSorley.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. You're.
Aye.
It's.
Yeah.
Thanks for waiting. I saw you out there this morning and you're out there this
You'll be seeing a
afternoon.
lot of me, hopefully. In the future. We're good.
All right. Yes. thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Joe, is there anyone for docket item 20 in the lobby?
There's nobody out there.
No, we have to be here for 24, but.
I didn't see anybody.
We now are focusing on docket item 20. This is case CD BZA 2023-00131. It's for 9350 Olmsted Road. A request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence in an R80 zoning plus any other additional variances on about 0.35 acres generally located at 9350 Olmsted Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant, Andrew, is online. Yep. Andrew, we've submitted that promotion. Please accept. This is a reminder for anyone else online who wishes to provide public testimony to please raise their hand now so we can swear you in. Try it again.
Try it again.
Yeah. Andrew, you must accept the promotion.
There it is.
He is connected and we need to do the 10 exhibits, the 10th one being the chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances for this particular case.
Thank you. Andrew, turn on your microphone and camera, please. There, I see something's working. There you are.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Andrew Mattis.
Perfect. Thank you, Andrew. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 that I need to admit for your hearing today. Can I admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Connor, tell us all about it.
That entirely.
This one?
Yep. It didn't share properly.
Okay, hold on.
I was stop sharing.
There it is.
We're almost there, Connor. Not Connor, but Andrew.
I'm tracking.
Did you put the PowerPoint up? Drag the PowerPoint up to the top?
Good thing I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have CDBZA 2023-00131 located at 9350 Olmsted Road, zoning district R75. The applicant is seeking approval of a special exception to permit a 6-foot tall fence on the subject site.
Is it sharing? That usually has a little bar at the top. I'm not sure.
Sure says sharing down here. I can try
Okay.
again.
No.
I'll give it a try again. There it goes. This is the general location of the subject site. This is a closer view of the property. This is a plan submitted by the applicant for where the fence will be going. The pink shows where the fence is proposed. The light blue is where a fence is proposed. This is the view of his property from various points in the neighborhood. I believe this is from, this one in the bottom right here is from his property looking at a 6-foot fence across the street. This is, it's a little blurry, but that is the proposed fence type for the home. The variance request is a variance of 2 feet to allow this fence to be 6 feet in height. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as the majority of homes in this property do not have fences that exceed 4 feet tall. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. That concludes my presentation.
All right. Questions of staff? Mr. Andrew, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Well, my request comes at somewhat of a personal safety, and we do have an end lot. We are a dead end, and we have had cars that do come sometimes straight through our lawn, and people who don't understand that our lawn is actually a part of our home because it kind of hangs off on the south side of our property. We have a lot of strangers that just kind of walk by and walk through. I have 12 kids. A lot of them are younger. So one of my issues is simply we utilize that side yard because we do have a pipeline that runs through there. So we cannot utilize it except for recreational purposes, which I have a lot of kids out there that enjoy that. And we just have a lot of, so one is a safety concern. We did have, our neighborhood does enjoy dogs. Actually across the street, they put in a 4-foot fence and the dog has jumped it numerous times, has come onto our property, and I have it on video feed. I didn't present it. If that becomes something to, that would be helpful, we can. So just generally a 4-foot fence for determined, even a 5-foot, they're really, I just would like to just go, hey, here's where we're located. We are at a dead end. So once you pass that street, there's nothing except 4 or 5 neighbors down there. So that's kind of the initial reason why. We have had like car breaks. We have also new drivers coming, which means I'm going to have more vehicles, which means, again, more opportunity for people at night to just enjoy. We've had before where people, take doors. We've had packages stolen before. So we're just kind of a big open spot in the front of our yard. And we're just trying to provide a space for our kids, our 12 kids, and possibly more down the road to have a space. We homeschool 8 of them online. And so this is our livelihood. I mean, we run up and down. They run 3 miles around the neighborhood. We know everybody in the neighborhood, probably on both sides. So we actively use it. It's not a deterrent. You can see as we're not trying to seclude or so people can't see through. It's purely for mostly safety and just kind of to establish a boundary area. so far as opposition, I haven't had any neighbors. I've had a couple ask me. It was funny because the ones that did ask me have a barbed wire fence, which is not supposed to be there on our north side, and on the back side is a barbed wire, and they're all agriculture. They could care less what we did on that side. But other than that, just a few people asking about it, saying, "Hey, did you get it?" And maybe you guys have received some feedback. I haven't necessarily, but I think I've said enough.
The fence across the driveway portion, will that also be 6 feet?
That's a gate. I apologize.
Yes. Yeah, it's a gate, yes.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, it would be maximum that. I think it would kind of probably slant downwards, have maybe some curvature to it, but we are not asking for anything greater than 6 feet for a gate. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, yes, you did. And
Okay.
I think you may have said this earlier. So your fence is going to encircle your entire property?
Currently, we do not have a fence on our south and our east side of the property. We have barbed wire on the other sides. And so our goal, the only reason I was asking for the front is because obviously in the back portion of the home, I don't have to ask for one, as you can put a 6-foot fence in any past the frontage of your home. So I only requested the frontage area that would require a variance.
And it's your intention to use the type of fencing we saw a little bit earlier with the spacing in between, wrought iron looking type fence?
100%. And just down the road, we are eventually going to have a detached garage. And one of my things is I have a pipeline that runs through that side of my property. So in order for me to even put a detached garage, it has to be in the back of my property. So we're trying to at least, it kind of puts it in a place where it's easy to access from other people. So we're trying to protect, as we have more kids and more vehicles, it's going to be kind of, we'll need a little extra space, and trying to protect a few of the vehicles that we can.
And any other neighbors have a similar 6-foot fence in their yard?
There are, well, obviously right across the street from me, there's a 6-foot fence I stare at delightfully. It's being held up by a wire attached to the tree, which, whatever. I mean, it's doing what it can do. We can all fight every day. I mean, I can try to tell everybody, keep your dogs on a leash, preserve your fences, but at the end of the day, I know I can't. So I'm just trying to do my job. But I have a 6-foot fence, as you saw in the picture. I stare at, it's falling apart. They do their best that they can. I mean, so yes, there are other 6-foot fences. They're just obviously more or less the wood picket.
All right. Board members, questions?
I just want to thank you for supplying the photos. They're very helpful when we're assessing these to actually see the conditions. So thank you for doing that.
I have a motion.
Oh, yes, Ms. Moran.
I move that we approve case number 131 to grant a special exception for a 6-foot fence, which will be constructed of a metal wrought iron style and at least 3 inches spacing between the pickets. That's my motion.
Okay, thank you.
I second.
Okay, second, Ms. Wright.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixtor,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion passes, sir. I was looking at the property. That's a big house.
Yeah.
Compared to everybody else.
Well, you do the person ratio to kids, it does cook down quite a bit.
Well,
We fight for every space.
yeah, 12 children, my God. Oh, well, I hate to see the college bill eventually, but.
Oh, they're working at learning their school, so I don't have to pay for it.
There you go.
Andrew, good luck with your project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, can you double check? I know there was no one, but just in case someone wanders in. 21.
Should be Roger. Yeah. He just raised his hand.
The door's very heavy.
I didn't remember it slamming that.
Yeah. Great, thank you for double checking. Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna focus on docket item 21. This is case CD BZA 2023-00150 for 3401 Harrison Street. This is a request to approve a special exception to the height of a fence in an R 1.5 zoning district, residential zoning district, on about 0.17 acres, generally located at 3401 Harrison Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner attached to this case. The property owner and applicant is online. And they have been promoted. Roger, you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera. This is a reminder for anyone who is participating online who wishes to provide public testimony, to please raise your hand now so we can promote you to a panelist.
So
Chris is also part of the applicant team.
I'm
Sure. Okay.
he's public testimony or applicant team.
Seeing no other people to be promoted, and Mr. Chair.
We have Roger up there, it looks like.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Mr. Keys, are we right with you?
And we need 10 exhibits on this item as well.
Okay, great.
And so adding the chapter 27 code of ordinances.
Mr. Keys, would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear? Wait, so hold on just for a second. Who is Chris Cohen? Who's that guy?
Chris?
He's
Are you
the
part of the
president Blackbrook Neighborhood Association.
He
Okay, so
is?
he's public testimony.
Okay. So Chris, I'm going to swear you at the same time, okay? Turn back on. There you go. And your microphone too. Thank you, sir. Both raise up your right hands in just a second. Right hand, thanks. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And state your name for the court reporter.
Roger Keys.
Great. And now Chris.
Christopher Cott.
And you said I do, I think, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Who's speaking on the case today? Roger?
He's a property owner.
Okay, so Roger, we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 that we have to admit for your case today. Is that okay if we do that?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by Stephanie, and she'll talk about your case.
All right, so docket item number 21, CDBCA 2023-00150, located on 3401 Harrison Street, zoned R-1.5, and the applicant is seeking approval to special exception to allow for an 8-foot fence on the back and side yard and a 6-foot fence in the front and street side yard. So the subject site is right here, kind of in the middle of Kansas City, closer to Kansas. This is the subject site on 34th and Harrison. This was submitted by the applicant, just showing the boundary lines of his property. And then this is the site plan where the fence will be. So anything in green is where the proposed 6-foot fence is going. The yellow is where the proposed 8-foot fence is going. The home, I highlighted the home right here. And then I added these black lines to show the boundaries of where the street side yard is. This here is the rear yard, interior side yard, and front yard. And so this is gonna look like there's a lot of special exceptions just based on where everything's located, because I had to do a separate thing for each. Here are photos of the current conditions. I believe the applicant or the owner is wanting to tear down this fence, this old fence, and make it new and more improved. Current front and street side yard. This is the proposed fence, so it's gonna be 4 to 6 feet of this, and then the last 2 feet on the top is gonna be this, like with lattice. What? Lattice. Lattice. All right, so let's get into the variances here. So first request is a special exception of 2 feet to the allowed fence height to permit a 6-foot fence in the front yard. So as you guys know, it can only be up to 4 feet. A change in the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. Then we got a special exception of 2 feet to the allowed fence height to permit a 6-foot fence on the street side yard. Again, up to 4 feet is allowed. The character of the neighborhood, change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. Difficulty could be obviated by change in design. Third special exception is for 4 feet to the allowed fence height to permit an 8-foot fence on the street side yard. So that was, let me go back a little bit, the rear side back here. Okay. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since an 8-foot fence is not standard and will affect the neighborhood street visibility. The difficulty could be obviated by change in design. Number 4, special exception of 2 feet to the allowed fence height to permit an 8-foot fence on the rear yard. So rear yards, of course, can have up to 6 feet and owner wants 8. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since it's not visible from the street. But difficulty could be obviated by change in design. Last one, a special exception of 2 feet to the allowed fence height to permit an 8-foot fence on the side yard. If the interior side yard, right here. Okay. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated since it cannot be seen from the street, and difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Keys, why should we grant your requests, sir?
Thank you, Stephanie. I did have some additional slides to pull up, if you could, Stephanie. I just emailed them. But in short, just from a personal
hold on.
level.
We're going to admit those as Exhibit 11. Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. Just kind of from a personal level, I love my house. I love Hyde Park. It's where I would like to stay. But unfortunately, right to the rear and north of me is the one-stop party shop liquor store, which creates an environment and various nuisances that honestly kind of deter me from wanting to stay here longer, start a family in this area, etc. So that's just from a personal level. But here on the screen are just kind of a summary of the reasons why. Most of these are a direct result of the liquor store and its patrons. Foot and vehicle traffic. The main issue here in the front yard is people are often walking through my yard to get from various high density housing areas. They're often drunk, belligerent. They pee in my yard. They're yelling, fighting, begging, harassing me. The other aspect is noise. There's a lot of noise from the people, also the vehicles traveling at way too fast speeds down 34th, and then there's Troost, which is a well-known kind of corridor. A lot of noise and traffic there, so that's kind of more reason for a taller fence in the rear of the property. And then just another noise nuisance is people like to gather right there where my gate is coming into my backyard. And then there's, as a result of the liquor store and the other kind of environments around here, to just put it politely, there is some very concerning activities, gunshots, violence, drugs, dumping, littering. Could you go to the next slide, please? And I excuse my bad artwork here, but I just wanted to kind of give you an idea here. You can see where my house is with a little red balloon, and all this red is kind of where the foot traffic comes from, various apartment buildings, some yet to be built. They're almost completed. It also gives you kind of a good view of where, Troost is relative to my house and where the one-stop liquor store is. Probably the biggest security hazard is when I drive, to get into my gate, into my backyard and into my garage. It's really, sometimes I don't even want to get out of my car to open the gate because there's just so much, sketchy activity, for lack of a better word. And that's what prompted this whole thing was I plan to put in a sliding gate so that I, remote button in and out. Don't have to get out of my car, open the gate, and risk getting carjacked or worse. So that's kind of the foot traffic part of it, and the nuisance caused by the liquor store being there. And then just on the right here, the blue just kind of shows the traffic. Even though 34th is a one-way street, unfortunately, people treat that as a two-way street, and they're often, driving recklessly drunk, just coming to and from the liquor store. Could you go to the next slide, please, Stephanie? Thanks. I did nerd out a bit. I have a sound meter that I bought. I'm an engineer. And I took sound reading. This is my front porch, just to show kind of the level of noise that I'm dealing with. And this is why I'm going for a solid fence for the first, 4 in the front yard and 6 in the backyard, is to try to block as a first defense a lot of that street noise that comes from the traffic. The city ordinance for outdoor receivers, it's 55 during the nighttime, 60 decibels during the daytime. And you can see these 1 hour integrated A-weighted, dBA values are, more often than not way above what the ordinance, noise has listed. So just wanted to show you, I have done a lot of diligence here on the noise. Next slide, please, Stephanie. So this is my current back fence. It's 6 feet tall, just these dog-ear pickets. I show this because people have no problem climbing over this fence, and it happens more often than anybody would like it to. And you kind of see where they climb where the posts are, and they actually kind of bust off these old pickets. So I've done some repairs. So that's kind of the reason for the 8 foot in the back, along with noise, blocking some of the noise from Troost. Just a little bit taller fence to make it harder to climb, so people aren't sleeping in my backyard. Next slide, please. And then the rest will go pretty quick. So this is front yard here. There was an effort, you can keep it here. There was an effort by the previous owner to plant shrubs to kind of detour people walking through the yard. But there should be a few more that have since been, killed and, walked over. So it wasn't an effective deterrent. And it could take years for these to, grow and have to replant. I do understand that this is kind of problematic on the sidewalk. It's really in poor shape, and it puddles water here. So, I understand why people do like to cut through. But yeah, and that's why if you look at my plan, I actually kind of rounded this corner, and I would even give this back to the city, a part of this sharp corner to widen the sidewalk and make it, safer, because, you obviously don't want people, having to walk out in the street when it rains. So just some consideration there. And also for visibility, even though 34th is a one-way, you should only have to look left, but in reality, you should always look both directions, especially in this neighborhood. So that's the reason why I kind of cut off that corner and brought the fence back. So, you would have visibility and an opportunity to widen that sidewalk. And then the next 2 slides, which you've already seen, are just, this is the front yard with, 4 feet solid, 2 feet lattice. because I do want it to look good. I love Hyde Park. I like my neighbors. I don't want to block them out, which is why I'm going for something that's somewhat transparent, especially in the front yard, to where people walking by you can still see in and out. I'm not not trying to just put up a wall. I am making an effort to find a compromise. And then kind of the final slide here was just something I threw out there. I'm more than willing to even take down, if I build it, to take down or shorten the the front yard fence. If there is some kind of traffic calming, and if there could, and by some miracle, if the one-stop party shop could disappear, or at least be a better participant in the community. So thank you. That's all I had to present.
All right, perfect. Questions of Mr. Roger, and then I'm going to ask Chris for his comments. Let's go. Chris, go ahead and tell us what your thoughts are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Koch. I'm the president of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association. I'm sure you are anticipating what I'm going to say here, but we usually go through great lengths to help the city uphold the current zoning standards as it relates to fencing. We've been here in front of you guys dozens of times in the past. We feel that this deviations in the fence code set a dangerous precedent. And we understand with Roger's hardships, the one-stop liquor store is one of the 3 properties we receive the most complaints about in the neighborhood. So it's no surprise the issues he's dealing with it, and it's unfortunate, but we do feel that building taller fences is not the appropriate solution. We feel that they decrease safety and accountability by creating visual barriers and reducing lines of sight, creates unsafe conditions along the sidewalk and streets, and it could even create an uptick in crimes such as vehicle theft, graffiti, vandalism, and perceived reduction in surveillance. So we ask that the city asks the applicant to uphold the current standards. We are amenable to a height increase. If it was a wrought iron fence, we've come before you and been amenable to those solutions in the past. And actually the neighbor across the street has a wrought iron fence. We hold no concerns with an 8-foot privacy fence along the east property line of the applicant that directly is adjacent to the commercial properties. No concern there. It's just along the public way. That's all I had.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So you don't have concern even about the 8-foot fence? I've just never seen an 8-foot fence, so I can't picture what that looks like.
I mean, there's circumstances. I myself live on Harrison and abut commercial properties on Troost. I live right behind the Bishop Sullivan Center. We also have actually an 8-foot, actually it might even be a 9-foot privacy wall that was part of a negotiation with the redevelopment of the Oglesby apartments. That was for similar concerns. Granted, we had dumpsters right behind the fence there, and in that instance, it's not visible from any property or sorry, from any public way. And so we don't hold concerns with the 8-foot fence between the residential and the commercial property. The concerns are along the public way.
Have you expressed your concerns to the city's liquor control department about the one-stop store?
I'm not sure. So I've been on the neighborhood association board for about 6 years. Only recently became the president. Ms. Blake Gerber in the past was our president for several years and a member of the Truce Coalition. I know the Truce Coalition has been tracking those issues more significantly than the neighborhood. And I believe, to my knowledge, that the Truce overlay no longer allows liquor stores, which is probably part of the reason why this still exists, because it's kind of the one remaining holdout in Hyde Park for liquor stores. So they know what they have and they know what they're working with. But that, along with the property across the street, which has a frequent issue with motorcycles, and then a car wash on Linwood, those are the 3 properties we receive the most noise complaints about. So we understand where Roger's coming from with these concerns. We just feel that a taller fence along the public way sets a dangerous precedent when it's a solid privacy fence, as suggested.
Board Member Moran, a typical door is 7 feet. To put it into context.
I just haven't seen it.
And this is this is why I opted for the lattice above the 4 feet of solid, just to so I'm not just blocking everything out. So there is some compromise here that I'm willing to make.
And Mr. Keys, have you suggested the neighborhood association's suggestion of having a wrought iron fence along the right of way?
That would not do anything to help the street level noise. And another thing I would add there is the neighbors across the street that do have a fence. They're kind of up on a berm, several feet, so they have kind of a natural, noise and human traffic, or sorry, not human traffic, but human foot traffic deterrent that I don't have. I'm kind of on a flat area, kind of wide open to all the noise and nuisance. So that's why I would really not like to consider the wrought iron see-through fence.
Well, he also suggested some landscaping to deal with the noise, I think.
Yeah. Like trees, or I may have missed what the recommendation was there.
I don't know, maybe you can.
In our letter, we just suggested a wrought iron fence or maybe a landscape hedge, such as evergreen shrubs. Just so the board's aware, Roger and I did speak on this matter a couple months back, and we did have this conversation. I just reiterated the same concerns. We've actually only received one letter from a neighbor, and that was just a letter in opposition from a resident at I can't remember the address. I think it was 3341 Campbell. But other than that, we didn't hear anyone in opposition or in support of this proposed variance. So we kind of stick with our standard of not really wanting the city to offer any sort of deviations. But like I said, we're willing to compromise here. And we have in the past on other projects where we've been okay with taller fences so long as transparency was upheld.
So Mr. Keys, again, it's a 6-foot solid fence with a 2-foot lattice on top, or am I wrong?
That is just in the rear of the property. So that, kind of abutting the commercial properties behind me.
Right.
I think it's the front that is where, there's some issues taken with the 4-foot solid plus 2 feet of lattice.
Yeah, I see that again. I just, yeah.
And like I said, I'm more than willing to, and that's kind of my original design intent was to build it this way with 4-foot solid, 2-foot lattice. So at a later time, if the nuisances, go away, then I'm more than happy to, take down that, 2 feet of lattice and just make it a 4-foot fence for essentially just the purpose of blocking the, street level noise. So that would be the one compromise if that's what I have to do initially, is just have a 4-foot solid. That's something I would be willing to compromise on as well, from what I've proposed in the pictures in the plan.
It's for my own understanding. The neighborhood is okay with the 8-foot fence in the rear, correct? Because it's bordered, okay.
And just to clarify, that's just along the east property line, not along the street. There is a larger portion of 8 fence proposed, so part of which we still oppose, which is the part along 34th Street.
Gotcha. With him already having a 6-foot fence there, can he still just rebuild what he has?
And there is an 8-foot gate. The gate is currently 8 feet existing. So it'd be replacing that with an 8-foot slider and 8-foot fence there.
New conditions need to meet code.
New condition, okay, gotcha.
I think you're getting the kind of quiet here. We don't ever see kind of these heights requested, so I think we're just trying to assess those implications and any other strategies maybe to meet the needs you're looking for, but also kind of meet the needs of the neighborhood as well.
So if I did the 4-foot solid fence in front, would that be acceptable or more palatable, so to say?
I don't think you need a variance for that.
No, for the, yeah, if you were to do 4 feet on the front yard, that's within, that's compliant to code. Yeah.
And again, the main reason for, taller in the back is, for one, noise on truce. And then also, people climb my 6-foot fence like it's nothing. And I've had a lot of issues with that. And again, something I'd be willing to shorten if kind of the source of these nuisances would go away.
I had a question for Chris. Would the neighborhood be supportive? And I think I heard Roger say something about speed bumps or something on 34th Street, since his driveway entrance is on 34th Street.
We've got several active measures out in attempts of improving traffic safety conditions in our neighborhood. We've sent letters to both city council members for the 4th District. We've had meetings with both, as well as meetings with the city manager, and have had some preliminary approval of short-term measures for improvements. We've also submitted PIAC requests and rebuild KC grants. So we are actively pursuing this. We're a very large neighborhood, and it's in a very large city. So if we get anything, it's going to be a fraction, because we're just a small drop in the pool. But it is one of the larger neighborhoods in Midtown. So we're fighting for a lot of resources here.
Will we need to, there's 3 different variances or 4?
Technically 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in the past, we do grant, obviously, just even today, a couple of different height variances, but again, it's usually for a metal transparent fence. That's usually what is more kind of agreeable and kind of the precedent that we're trying to set, if and when it happens. So I think we're just struggling having the solid fence so tall, kind of adjacent to the sidewalks. Understand you do have a unique situation and you do have particular need, but I'm just struggling looking at, and if looking at that height consistently around the property. I think with the neighborhood's input and the understanding that maybe taller adjacent to the commercial properties makes sense. I think I could be agreeable to that, but the rest of it, I'm just concerned having the 8-foot as far as it goes. And then 6-foot in the front yard is not something I would like to see happening, I guess, consistently throughout Kansas City in a solid fence format.
It kind of seems to me that if you did this 6-foot metal fence on the side and the front, that would keep folks from climbing it a lot more than the 4-foot solid, which is what you're, so I don't know. If you want us to-
I mean, so the main, the concern there is, it's really it's the violence and the nuisance, but for the one stop, there are gunshots, there's drug deals, people gather right outside there. So it would essentially keep me from being able to use my backyard for fear of, being out there and being seen. That's kind of that's the issue there. Otherwise, I would love to have, I would totally have a 6-foot, wrought iron fence, but that really, it doesn't really take care of the noise and the nuisance there.
If I heard correctly, I think Roger said he was okay with doing a 4-foot in the front. And the neighborhood is okay with doing the 8-foot in the back. We just have a concern with the area that covers his driveway. The street side.
And that's the worst part. There's the dumpster right across my driveway, and it's like kind of a public restroom. And that's where people hang out. So I'm totally on board with not having the 8 foot continue further up on the east side, but at least to, my gate and where the gate goes back and forth. That's a particular area where I would like to, block that out. So I can lower it to, 6 feet from that point on, from the gate west. I would.
That would be against code.
For there to be an 8 foot fence right here, yes.
Even a 6 foot too.
Yes, it has to be 4 feet.
Well, the 8 foot in the back doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, no. My concern is his driveway, considering he already has a 6 foot there, but if he removes it and does something different, he has to go to a 4 foot. Yeah, but wrought iron is not gonna protect him.
No. I understand the need for the privacy in the back.
Yeah.
The privacy back there is not.
But what about the privacy here on 34th Street? That's what he's trying to do.
Yes.
He wants that to be 8 all the way here.
That's where the liquor store is right there.
And you do have a grade change, it looks like, right? It looks like maybe 34th does kind of slope down.
Yes, from going east to west, it does gradually go up. So that's why I would like the taller fence.
And 4 feet of lattice, it's not like you can't see over there.
It's 6 foot of solid and 2 feet. Sorry, I'm having a conversation.
I heard 4 feet of solid and 4 feet of lattice, but that's not correct. Yeah, okay.
So you were just saying, Roger, potentially west of the gate, you would consider the 6 foot height?
Absolutely, yeah. Because at that point, there's an elevation change, so you're kind of getting above. You're still blocking the noise, and that's not really where the people hang out. It's really right there by the entrance to my driveway and in the neighbor's parking lot, and by the dumpster there behind the liquor store. That's the most problematic area. That's where the drug dealers hang out because they're not as visible from the street, and that's just kind of where they set up and do their business.
So on the south side, I see that there's a fence that, I don't have the diagram up on the screen. The drawing shows straight south from the building also is 8 foot before it ties into your south property line.
Correct. And that one I can go to 6. That's just between me and my neighbor. So that one can be 6 as well, without the 2 foot extension. So.
But the one, I guess, Stephanie, that's colored on north-south, right under where it says home, looks like it turns up right there. That it looks like it's also a fence. Is that not intended to be a fence there?
I believe that's still the fence, yeah.
Still is, yeah.
So.
Yeah, I actually surveyed it and found that I have a smaller yard than I thought. My neighbor was very happy, so she'll be thrilled with that build to give her dog more room. But that can be 6 feet. It's really just anything that is up against any of the commercial properties and facing that dumpster and around my entrance.
I think it'd be a good idea to, depending on their motion, mark exactly the changes that have been made, so everyone understands.
So this here, if the homeowner wants to reduce it to 6, then he would not need a special exception for that. Anything in the square can stay 6.
Okay.
And then
if that becomes
he
4,
said this, the front yard becomes 4, no special exception needed. So then it'll only be street side yard and rear yard that would need a special exception at that point.
Not until we added it.
Okay.
I'm also trying to think through the aesthetics of it as well, because it's also kind of weird to then, like, midway through just to change it from an 8 foot tall to a 6 foot tall. Like, there's not a good reason. But that's kind of stopping it just west of the gate.
For me, in consideration of what the neighborhood is saying, but also kind of protecting his privacy and safety, I think the 8 foot in the back with the 6 foot lattice, and then on the side, just where the driveway is.
Like this part.
Yeah, just that part. Just
Would be
leave that
What would that be?
8
Okay,
with the 6 foot.
6 plus 2.
Yeah, and then everything else,
And what
No.
about this part right here? 6 plus 2?
That's what I'm saying. Aesthetically, this becomes kind of strange that you're transitioning to a different height.
right.
For such a kind of a small distance.
Well, because I'm curious, if he's gonna go ahead and make this a 4 foot, he may not need that.
And so what it could be is 8 foot on the corner, and then that continues at a level line. So there is no abrupt change. I mean, that would completely work.
So that would technically, so if it was a level line, would that actually get it to a 6 foot height then because of the grade change?
It would get to a six foot with the
Okay.
grade. If I
So
made
is
it
your-
aesthetically a straight line
Uh-huh.
from that would be the north. Yeah, the
From the northeast corner.
Yeah.
Would you still have the intent of breaking the yard into 2 sections, like the front yard entire fenced area and the backyard entire fenced area, since we have these north-south fence pieces shown in yellow on this diagram? Or you
Yes,
want to take one holistic?
it would be two separate yards.
Okay,
So one, the front, everything in the front being 4 foot. I think I'll definitely compromise there on that. And then in the back, it would be 8 feet. Northeast corner, along, kind of where the gate is and along all the commercial property. Between me and my neighbor to the south, that would be 6 feet too. It doesn't need to be 8
yeah.
feet.
But yeah,
And what about this one piece?
I'm talking about
Yeah,
these
this
north-south
one.
pieces in the center of the property.
On 34th, so what did he say there? I didn't hear.
Yeah,
It's gotta be 2 separate parts of his
Mhm.
yard, where
Yeah,
you
but-
still
but-
maintain them.
But what's this one? Is that the 6 plus 2?
yeah,
But I think that one, if what we're understanding is coming from the northeast corner, if that's at 8 foot and the slope is changing, so by the time you get to this point, or where that would bisect, that would be 6 foot, so then this would be
Okay.
6 foot coming back south
Okay.
to the house, if that is. I know you're not seeing our screen as we're pointing to your diagram.
Yeah, I'm trying to visualize.
Stephanie, could you actually share the screen again
Yeah,
and maybe
we-
show
we
kind of what we're
mouse it,
talking
yeah.
through?
Mouse it.
That diagram. So if we're understanding this, if you can start in the northeast corner, Stephanie,
No, by the gate.
there you go.
There.
Yep. So if the whole east side is the east side, north, south, east side, if that whole piece was the 6 foot plus 2 foot. And then going from the northeast corner along 34th Street, if that was the 8 foot in the northeast corner, and then to that midpoint right
Yeah,
there.
right there.
If that becomes 6 foot and it's 6 foot tied into the corner of the house,
No,
of the south,
you're going the wrong way.
Towards the house.
6 foot there,
Yeah.
would that be acceptable?
Yep, 100%.
But then, can you draw real quick on this?
Yeah, if we can diagram it out, with
Well,
new
look at
colors.
you.
All right, so we talked about
That one.
this.
That's
Six.
6.
Turn right.
And then,
Well, it'll
That's 8.
transition in there.
Yeah,
okay, so this will be 6 feet.
well, kind of.
No.
Kind of, yeah.
That's very good.
I just want to make sure that we're all clear, Mr. Keys, to kind of understand what we're proposing here, to make sure we're kind of all on the same page.
Usually.
Thank you. Yeah.
Delete and delete.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Straight
we're gonna do it
line.
again.
This is gonna be 6 feet.
Yes, so you'd have the 4 foot plus the lattice.
And then, hold on.
That 6 feet would not require or does it
It would.
require it?
It would
Yeah.
go.
Mhm.
Does the side yard, sir?
Mhm.
Okay. And then,
Green or something.
okay.
With the intent in the green then that the northeast corner is the 8 foot, and as you go with your grade, working
drops down to
towards the 6 foot
Mhm.
at that kind of intersection.
Did you
point.
hear that, Mr. Keys?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then, then that whole pack there is,
All that, there's
That's
8.
to say 8, that says 8,
Six.
and
Well,
then.
well, he
This
said he's
part
okay
is
with
gonna
6
turn
with
to
his
6.
neighbor.
6,
Or
yeah.
6 all along
Yes,
here?
Right.
And it would just be 6 foot solid at that point.
Yeah, we're getting ready to show it.
The same red.
That's good.
Okay.
And then green along the back. And then that would remove the front yard variance altogether, because if that is 4 foot, then we don't need a variance at all.
And the intent would be that he would still have a 4-foot fence in front of that red
Then you
red
won't
line
need a
all the way
variance.
around.
Can you undo?
Undo, let me just read it. Control C.
Okay.
Just paste it again
Okay.
and drag it.
That's 6.
Uh-huh.
And then.
And then green would also go along the entire east edge.
Because that would be a
Mm-hmm.
8 foot, 6 plus 2 on the back.
I just copy the green that's already there. Yeah.
Control
Can you,
C.
yeah.
Control C.
I don't have this. I don't have the.
I know you don't. So Stephanie.
Perfect.
And then the variance A
Goes
is
away.
removed.
Mhm.
So I'm not gonna diagram that.
Chair, I would admit this as a additional exhibit.
Yeah, that'll be,
Yeah.
that'll be exhibit number
12.
11,
12.
12, excuse me.
And Chris, I know this is a little bit different than what you were, or the neighborhood is approaching, but do you feel the neighborhood would be agreeable to this kind of compromise?
Yeah, I don't see any further issues.
Okay.
Thank you for asking.
Keep it safe for you.
All right.
So Mr. Keys, do you feel like this is an appropriate solution moving forward, or compromise between the initial ask and kind of where we're landing?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So, thank you very much for going through this.
So I would offer a motion.
Yeah.
I may need help in the process. So in case number 150, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the diagram that we submitted, which would remove variance request A. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to, it would grant variance request B essentially, and then. Sorry, I'm trying to read through them all.
Maybe we should.
What is the clearest way to make this motion? In accordance with the diagram, can I say that?
Maybe we should then go back to the diagram. Sorry, Stephanie. Can you put X's over the other green lines?
Okay, these ones.
Yeah,
Yes.
since those ones don't require a variance.
Got it. Okay.
And that's good if you want to draw.
Oh, okay, I'll just draw a little X's.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so I'll try again. So in case number 150, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with the diagram that allows for an 8-foot fence along the eastern property line, then 8 foot transitioning to 6 foot along the northeast corner side yard, and then 6 foot in the other areas
Right.
as identified in red.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Moran.
Aye.
McStorff.
Aye.
Bright.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Hi. The project is approved.
Oh, thank you so much. And for the time, I really appreciate the time you spent.
It's a long fence case.
This one is.
No, I'm good. That one stopped downloading. It's just something.
Can you double check for 24?
Benjamin.
Be the last one out here.
I changed the role to attendee.
For Chris and Roger? Yes. Thank you. Okay. Now we're looking at docket item 24. This is case CD BZA 2023-00139. Property in question is 1218 East 99th Street. This is a request to approve a variance to pool siting standards in the R7.5 zoning district. This is a residential zoning district, plus any other additional variances on about 0.3 acres, generally located at 1218 East 99th Street. Connor Tomlin is the planner associated with this property. The property owner and applicant is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone online to raise their hand on Zoom now to provide public testimony. And Mr. Chair, we need to remind the applicant of the 4-person quorum for this one.
Okay.
And the standard 9 exhibits apply to this
Thank you.
case.
So, Mr. Hanson, there's only 4 of us here this afternoon. You need all 4
Correct.
affirmative votes for your case to succeed. When we have 5, you can have a negative and it'll still be okay. Do you want us to proceed with 4?
Yes.
Okay. Raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth this afternoon?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. In this meeting, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Connor will tell us about this case.
And today is CD BZA 2023-139, located at 1218 East 99th Street and R75 district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the pool sign standards to permit a pool in the front yard of the subject site. This is the general location. This is the site itself. Those orange lines that you're seeing are the contours showing the grade of the land. So back here, as the lines are closer to each other, the steeper the grade. This is a plan provided by the applicant. The pool proposed is right here with some various measurements to the retaining walls and to the house and whatnot. This is an additional document provided by the applicant showing where pools of similar locations will be placed on other properties in the neighborhood.
Those are existing pools?
No.
No, they're not.
Okay, sorry.
It was just
Just kind of a visual aid.
I got you. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So the variance request is a complete deviation to the pool siting standards to permit a pool in the front yard on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as homes in the neighborhood don't have pools in the front yard. Difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design. Before I conclude the presentation, I do want to make a note that just for our general understanding, the shortest property line adjacent to a street is what we consider the front of the home. Therefore, this is technically considered the home, and anything in front of that house right there is considered the front yard. Difficulty cannot be obviated through a change of design, and that is due to the grade of the land. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thank you. Questions of staff right now? Why should we grant your request today, Mr. Hanson? Thanks.
I would like to hope you grant my request. I've always wanted to, it's been my life dream to put in a pool. And I was, the way the house sits, it faces east. It's kind of as if the house was on a corner, and then where I want to put the pool would be in the backyard typically. But because I have a house to the west of me, I'm not on a corner. It's the front of, the front yard, the front of my property is really just a driveway and a small stretch of land for the most part. The way the elevation is and everything, this is the only place that I really could put a pool on the lot. And it's gonna be It's an above ground pool that goes mostly in ground. It's only gonna be like 1 to 2 feet popping up out of the ground. And, with the elevation and retaining walls and, trees, there's just absolutely no visibility to the street.
What do your neighbors say about it?
They're all in favor. And the homeowners association reached out to me to let me know that they're aware of this and they support me. And if there's anything that I need them to do to assist.
Right.
You're talking about, it looks like there's retaining walls along there, so you're saying that it is concealed from the road.
Completely concealed and it's so much higher. You can't even really see the house from the street, let alone, what you would see as far as that pool.
How tall is the retaining wall?
It goes in various different heights, but it's, I think it's probably anywhere from 8 to probably sections where it's even 14, 15 feet high.
That's all along 99th Street.
And the house across the street, do they have a retaining wall?
They do. Their back of their house backs up to 99th Street and the retaining wall is even higher and all wood and I can't see their house.
Right, right.
Can you bring up the Compass Casey kind of view again that you had in the beginning of the presentation? Thank you.
Is the 1200 block east of Holmes or west of?
East of Holmes.
East. How far? Just curious.
That's probably about 4 blocks east.
Okay.
Between Harrison and Lydia.
Okay.
It's a weird shaped.
It is a weird shape.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different and, yeah.
Is that that's a driveway?
That's my
coming up to the
driveway.
Front of your house, and
Yeah,
that doesn't serve any other houses?
No, that's just my driveway. And, there's walls that go up and the walls even go up the driveway up to kind of where you see that shadow is. The walls go all the way up there and then there's, 30+ foot evergreens along the perimeter of that wall.
To the east, are those apartments or condos?
Those are,
Duplex.
duplexes, yes, those are duplex rental duplexes. I have, the wall goes up along the other side of the driveway as well, and then I have, again, 30-foot plus evergreens along that perimeter as well. So it's not visible to them either.
Okay. Any other questions, motions? Comments?
I was just gonna say, kind of with the unique kind of siting of the structure on the site and then being raised above the street and then being fully enclosed with landscaping. I feel like this is kind of one of those where a lot of BZA exists, like this is a strange lot and I can see your difficulty. You can't really locate this in the rear just with the way the topography is. So I would offer a motion.
Please.
In case number 139, I move we grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
Second.
Second from Ms. Moran, please call the roll.
Moran,
Aye.
Mixdorf,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion is approved, your request is approved.
Okay.
Happy swimming next summer. Right in the pool. Thank you.
So what do I need to do from this?
Not much, it's
I think you, Connor?
Connor, he's
Got
asking.
questions
Oh,
about
I'm sorry.
next steps.
So from this, where do I go from here, or what do I do from this?
So within 2 days of this hearing today, I'll provide a disposition letter, detailing out, the decision of the board. And you'll use that as your proof of approval.
Then I'll go back for where I went for the permit in the first place to get approved.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And you'll get a notification when that's ready. I should have it ready by end of week.
Okay.
So
That's good.
All right.
Thanks. You've always been very prompt to get back with me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have docket item number 25. This is case CD BZA 2023-00145. It's for 5127 Northeast 71st Place. It's a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence in an R7.5 zoning district, which is residentially zoned, plus any other additional variances on about 0.2 acres generally located at 5127 Northeast 71st Place. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. We do need the property owner to be in attendance for this one. So if the property owner and applicant, if applicable, is online, please raise your hand on Zoom so we can promote you, swear you in, and begin your discussion. Seeing none.
They're not online.
They don't appear to be online. So we will move on to the next case. Matthew, can you run out and see if there's someone out there for 26?
Yes, we just have to stay on if somebody comes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then you won't know what number we're on.
I can listen to them.
That's true. I just forget that technology exists sometimes.
Somebody raise it.
Paul Johnson.
Okay, so we'll call docket item 26.
Wait, is Paul Johnson now at 25? That's 26.
No.
That's Aaron, after this,
Johnson.
Aaron
Okay.
Johnson on 26.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ryan is for 20, or Rick is for 26.
Yeah, and Paul should also be for.
Okay.
So we have docket item 26. This is case CD BZA 2023-00152 for 10504 North Spruce Avenue. This is a request to approve a variance to the height and footprint of an accessory structure plus any other needed variances in an R7.5 zoning district. This is a residential zoning district on about 0.88 acres generally located at 10504 North Spruce Avenue. We have Ryan and Paul on the applicant / property owner side. This is a reminder that anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony on the subject project to please raise their hand now so we can admit you. We do need to give consent for the four members on this one, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
And Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. And are there any other exhibits other than standard 9? Standard 9 exhibit apply.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Johnson.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And could you please state your name for the court reporter?
Paul Johnson.
Thank you, Paul. And it looks like we've got a couple other people. Usually like to swear everyone in at one time. Ryan, can you turn on your microphone and you got your camera on? Are you in support or opposition of this one?
Ryan's the property owner.
Oh, property. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, and then we've got Stefan.
Okay, this is Joe Rately.
Yeah, thank you. Are you in support or opposition, or are you part of the team?
None of the above. I just have a question or two, and
on this case, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to swear you in, but both Ryan and Stefan, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you, Ryan. And state your name for the court reporter, Ryan, please.
Ryan
You're
Quackenbush.
holding. Thank you. And Stefan, same question. You said I do. And could you state your name for the court reporter?
Joseph Rately, R-O-E.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, sorry. It's lighting up something else. Sorry. And Joseph, what's your last name again?
R-O-E-T-H-E, pronounced Rately. It's actually a piece of property that we own just to the west, and it's owned by MSJJ.
All right, give us a second. We'll give it to you in just a second.
Okay.
And between Paul and Ryan, who's speaking on the case? Is it Paul?
Yes.
Okay, Paul, I have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that I need to admit for your case today. Do I have your approval to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are so admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie on your case, and we'll hear from that, and then we'll ask you some more questions. Stephanie, go ahead when you're ready.
All right, docket item 26, CDBCA 2023-00152, located on 10504 North Spruce Avenue, zoned R7.5, and the applicant is seeking a variance to the height and footprint of an accessory structure plus any other needed variances. All right, the subject site is up here way up north in Kansas City. Here is the subject site highlighted in yellow on North Spruce Avenue. Here is the site plan. So the applicant wants to build a new pavilion, which will be right here in between the basketball court and the pool. Here is a picture of the home provided by the applicant.
I'm Ryan Quackenbush. That's the
Here's
land.
No other testimony at this time, please. Continue, Stephanie.
So here is a photo of the backyard. There's the pool, I'm assuming, and I'm assuming that's probably the foundation to the new proposed structure. Here's another angle of it. Another angle. And last photo here. So here is like the footprint of the pavilion. Here's the elevation. And this is a picture of what it's going to look like. Just from a different side of it. And now onto the variance. So a variance of 256 square feet to the permitted accessory structure footprint to permit 456 square feet on the subject site. The code allows up to 200 square feet for accessory structures. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty can be obviated by a change in design. And the second and last variance is a variance of 5 feet and 3 inches to the permitted accessory building height to permit 15 feet and 3 inches on the subject site. Accessory structures are allowed up to 10 feet in height. A change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, and the difficulty can be obviated by a change in the sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions, Ms. Stephanie? Okay, hearing none. Sorry. Mr. Johnson, why should we approve your project today?
Well, this is a this is the final phase of their backyard improvement with the pool, and it's very much an improvement to their home and to the neighborhood. It makes it more attractive and appealing. The neighborhood has a lot of space, as you could see from the site plan, to allow for these types of backyard improvement projects. They've also, as I've submitted, received permission from their HOA to construct the pavilion along with the rest of the project.
Okay. Mr. Quackenbush, do you want to make some comments as well?
No, I've given Paul the authority to represent me on this, so I don't have anything to add.
And Joseph, what's your concerns?
Not necessarily a real concern. I just would like to know if this is the trend that is becoming very popular, that we might see the whole line with our property come up with those type of pavilions and things, or if it's just kind of a one-off thing that this gentleman is doing for his house.
Well, being on this board, we've seen these pavilions before. They're not cheap to construct, sir, as you might be aware. So we see them some in the Country Club District in Kansas City, Missouri. We see some in the Northland. So,
People need the space for them, and that's
Yeah.
also where people typically have the space to do. such
right.
things. Yep.
If you have the space and you want to have a little entertainment center out there with a pool and a TV and refrigerator and a nice grill. Yeah, that we see some of those. We don't see a lot of them though, Joseph.
Okay.
So,
Okay, I was just curious because we own the parcel, 115-acre parcel just to the west, and I prefer not to see 30 of them lined up there. One of them doesn't particularly bother me.
well, you never know.
No, I know. I just was
down
curious
on
if it's a trend that's really picking up speed.
Yeah.
I will say that, if I may speak, that these backyard improvements definitely helps the value of the home and the attractiveness. And so for the neighborhood, these are very positive improvements.
Right.
Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're good. Board members, further questions of Mr. Johnson?
Have you looked at any other either roof slopes or other things to mitigate the height variance? The overall footprint doesn't bother me as much, but it's over 15 feet tall, which seems a little excessive for a pool house.
Well, if you look at the house itself, it's a walkout basement. So the height of the structure really, when you look at the whole property and against the home, it's not at all a tall structure. And in fact, I think it's about half the height of the home. The backyard sits down several feet from the street because it's a walkout basement.
I guess I'm just thinking of the function of the space, that additional height may be a way to mitigate that particular variance if there's ways to decrease that. That was all.
It would be less aesthetically pleasing if we made it shorter. The height allows for the decorative trusses, the large timbers, for a more attractive structure. And it's also short. They have a deck, a screened-in deck that's off the main floor, and it is well below that deck structure.
Thank you.
Board members, questions, comments, motions?
I'll make a motion. Does somebody else have a question?
No, just to make note that it looks like they do have support from the homeowners association.
Well, yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, so homeowners support, or homeowners association support. Ms. Moran, did you want to continue on?
Yes, for BZA case number 152, I move that the board grant the requested variances in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
Second, anyone?
I'll second.
Okay.
Moran?
Aye.
Mixdorf?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we have docket item number 28. This is CDBZA 2023-00158 for 6820 Rock Hill Road. This is a request to approve a variance to the accessory lot and building standards, plus any other needed variances in an R6 zoning district, residential zoning district, on about 0.14 acres, generally located at 6820 Rock Hill Road. Stephanie Seldari is the staff planner attached to this case. We do need to get the consent of the applicant and property owner for the 4 board members. Patrick is the applicant and property owner. Please raise your hand to indicate that you are ready. Okay, yeah, and you can be promoted. As a reminder for anyone else online, if you wish to provide public testimony, please raise your hand now so we can promote you over to a panelist. Patrick is connected, so you can turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Seeing no other public testimony.
All right.
Standard 9 exhibits for this one, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Curtis, you're kindly reminded that we normally have 5. Oh, did I lose him? We have 5 members. One of them had to leave early, so that means you need all 4 of us to vote yes on your project or it will fail. Your other option is to come back next month when we have 5. What would you like to do?
Well, I've waited here all morning, so let's do this.
Okay. Good. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes, sir.
And please state your name again for the court reporter.
I am Patrick Curtis.
Perfect. Patrick, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to omit for your case today. Is that allowed? Are you allowing us to do that?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. One of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, tell us all about this.
All right. All right, so we are document item number 28. CDBCA 2023-00158, located on 6820 Rock Hill Road. Zone R-6, and this is a variance to the setback of an accessory building plus any other needed variances. All right, so the subject site is here in southwestern Kansas City. So this is the subject site highlighted in yellow. So you can see it's a corner lot, and it's shaped a little weirdly, so I will get more into that later. So this is the site plan. So the homeowner's wanting to build a garage here, but due to the shape of the lot and how far back the house was built, it doesn't allow enough room to meet setback. So this is the elevation of the garage. And so for the variance, it's a variance of 7 feet to the accessory structure and lot building standards to permit a 3-foot setback from the primary building on the subject site. And so they need to be at least 10 feet apart from any other structure. So a change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty cannot be obviated by any other change because this is a corner lot, and the only appropriate location for the detached garage would be in the rear yard, which is too small to fit a garage big enough to fit 1 car and still meet the setbacks. And that concludes my presentation.
Questions of Miss Stephanie, anybody? Patrick, tell
Yes,
us
sir.
why we should approve your case today, sir.
Because it'd be really cool if you did. No, I'm just kidding. I don't really have anywhere else to put it. Was already a garage here in that exact spot. It's probably older than anyone in that room. But yeah, that's pretty much the only place I have to put it.
Are you reutilizing the existing foundation then, or are you ripping all that out to build it in place?
The foundation, let's see, there already was the pad, but we had to tear that out. and then the foundation will be new. To level up, because you see in I think it was the third or fourth photo on the north side, the ground's a little bit higher. So we would have to raise up to protect against that from pressing against the side of the garage.
I was trying to think through if you were using the existing foundation, then this wouldn't be applicable, but obviously it's gonna be tight no matter where you put it. It's a very kind of small little space, but I didn't know if it was better if we had to have variances on the north side and the west side for different setback amounts to allow more space between the garage and the home. Like if there is a priority between those kind of variances, if that would be better. Ideally, I would like more than 3 feet between an accessory structure and a house, just for general kind of mobility around a site. So in my opinion, I would rather, have a little less setback on the rear side and the north side to accommodate for that, but.
Yeah, it's kind of at an angle, so at its most narrow, it's there at that, 3 to 4 foot range, and it goes all the way up to 7 feet as it moves
To the
west.
Okay.
But then there's just, it's all property lines on the other sides.
Any neighbor opposition, Mr. Curtis?
I have not received any.
Board members, any other questions? Mr. Curtis?
I do not have any questions.
No, we're asking if we had questions.
Oh.
Most time you see 2 and 3 car garage additions. Yours is a 1 car, so that's kind of unique.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just going to be storage. That size I could park a car in there, but I would barely be able to open the door.
If there's no public testimony, I have one.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Any public testimony? Anyone else on this case?
Nope.
Okay, motion?
Okay, I move in case number 158, that this board grant the variance requested in accordance with the site plan and staff.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those, I'm sorry, call the roll.
Moran.
Aye.
McStorch.
Aye.
Right?
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Go out and buy that new car, sir. You're ready to go. Happy holidays, Chief. See you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stephanie.
You're welcome.
Okay, we are moving on to docket item 29. This is case CD BZA 2023-00159 for 5421 Warnell Road. This is a request to approve a variance to the rear yard setback requirements to permit in addition to the primary structure, plus any additional variances on about 0.3 acres generally located at 5421 Warnell Road. I don't see the property owner in the lobby. Do you recognize anyone from the applicant team?
Guy Teal, Mr. Teal?
We do need the property owner's attendance for this one, as we don't have owner consent for gas drop design. Last call for 5421 Warner Road. Move on.
Next.
Okay, we have docket item 30. This is case CD BZA 2023-00160 for 848 West 52nd Terrace. So request to approve a variance to allow for an accessory structure in the street side yard, plus any other needed variances in an R10 zoning district or residential zoning district on about 0.46 acres, generally located at 848 West 52nd Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is the planner attached to this case. The applicant is online. We also do need the property owner's attendance for this as well.
I think they had submitted the affidavit.
They do have the affidavit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Richard?
Yeah, it should be Jacques. If you can raise your hand, please.
let us know you are ready. Case for 848 West 52nd Terrace. Oh, please, there you go. We will need the 4-member consent. The standard 9 exhibits apply for this one. He left. The meeting is having technical difficulties. Okay.
What happened?
He left the meeting.
You go to the next one? And come back to a bunch of these?
Sure. Okay. Sorry, Stephanie
Unless
Connor.
we can wait for him to come back. I just don't know what that time frame will look like and if we can
Yeah.
keep them moving.
Let's not. Okay, docket item 31, case CD BZ. Okay, hold on, let me pull up this. No, not you. Okay. This is case 31 for
That's in there, Jacques.
Yeah.
Jacques LeBlanc.
Yeah.
You want to take him? No.
Can you try promoting him again?
Can I promote him without him raising his?
No, he has to. Well, yes, you can.
Let's see that.
You need to accept the promotion.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
Mr. LeBlanc, please turn on your camera and microphone. There we go. There you go. Perfect. Do we have anyone else in the audience on this one?
No.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc, you're kindly reminded that we have 4 members this afternoon. We usually have 5. That means you've got to get all 4 affirmative votes. Otherwise, your case will die. Or you could postpone till next month or February when we'll have 5. What would you like to do?
We can proceed.
Okay, good. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting this afternoon?
I do.
And state your name one more time for the court reporter.
Jacques LeBlanc.
Perfect. Mr. LeBlanc, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 in your case. We need to admit those to hear your case. Do we have your approval?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Those are approved. And one of those is a presentation by Miss Stephanie on your case. Stephanie, tell us about this one.
Yeah. Full screen. Okay, all right, so docket number 30, CDBCA 2023-00160, located on 848 West 52nd Terrace, zone R-10. And applicant seeking variance to allow an accessory structure in the street side yard plus any other needed variances. The subject site is down here by Loose Park. Here is the site highlighted in yellow on Bellevue and 52nd. So the accessory structure is an outdoor fireplace, about 5 feet tall, 7 feet long. So this is the site of the home in general. So here is where the fireplace is going. So technically, this is the front yard. So the shortest side abutting a street is considered a front yard according to code. So that's why I put accessory structure in the street side yard. All right, and originally, this property was presented before the BCA last year for a setback variance. However, the accessory structure was not caught, unfortunately, so they are trying to get everything up to compliance. So here is they are currently building the home. That's the one thing that they need approved. But this is that small patio with the fireplace. And so the variance is to allow an accessory structure on the street side yard. This is a complete deviation. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since the structure will be closer to the street than the principal structure. The difficulty can be obviated simply by having the fireplace be changed to a non-permanent structure, which wouldn't require a variance. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Stephanie?
Where's the front of the home? What side, north side?
The west side.
So I see the west side is the driveway, but is that also the front door?
No, the front door, so sorry, I didn't clarify that. So technically, the west side on Bellevue Avenue is considered the front of the property.
Right, but where's the front
home?
door?
The home is oriented to face the south of the property on 52nd.
Okay.
So
So
they're
you're walking past this to get to the front door.
No, yes. Yes, you're walking past the courtyard with the fireplace, yes.
Okay. Mr. LeBlanc, why should we grant your request today, sir?
So basically, when the house was designed originally, which is why we sought the variance last year for the rear yard setback, the intent was always for the 52nd Street side, which is the side yard, to be treated as the front. So we designed that as the front of the home because all the other homes on 52nd Street also face 52nd Street. So that was part of what created the quandary to begin with, as to why the first variance was sought, so that we could orient the home facing 52nd Street so it matched and aligned with all the other homes on the street. So the fact that this fireplace happens to be in a side yard is a bit of a, I guess it's a technicality in the sense that it is technically the side yard, but we are treating it as the front of the home. And so the homeowners want to design a nice seating terrace out there to be able to sit and enjoy. And then this fireplace element is basically a two-sided fireplace. So as you're approaching the house from the street, you can actually see the fire and the flame, and then you can also enjoy it from the patio side. So it's intended to be more of a design feature and, just kind of create ambiance out there. And it not being very tall, obviously, is not a very big structure. And so we wanted that to kind of enhance the beauty of the terrace, and then also provide, some kind of an intimate quality to the patio. And I can also mention that the neighborhood association had a vote on this because they wanted, they had to go back, get approval from them, and 75% of the homeowners were in support.
It shows here the height to be about 4'10". Is that what you're saying? How tall is the structure, sir?
It's the very top of it is 5 feet 4 inches.
You may have already said it. What's the material? It's not this stone that I'm looking at here. What's the
No,
facing?
it's not. In the photos you're seeing, it's not finished. It's going to be stuccoed to match the house.
Oh, stucco. Okay.
Yeah. And there are some low walls that are kind of enclose the terrace area. But those weren't part of the variance. It's only the fireplace that I guess is part of the variance.
And those walls, will they also be about 5 foot tall, or will they be taller?
No, the walls are only 28 inches tall.
Okay, thank you. Tell me about the neighbor opposition. Have you heard of anything? Or I heard you had 75% support. Anyone else that was opposed?
I haven't heard of any opposition, to be honest. I only received an email from the HOA stating that they had placed a vote, and based on their parameters at a 75% point, that constituted an approval by the HOA.
Sunset Hills can be kind of vicious, so that's why I was asking.
We had someone from the HOA submit a letter in opposition after the staff report was submitted, so it's not attached to staff report, but it's on Compass KC. So that was the only.
Just one letter
Yes.
in opposition. And, well, I can't see what's on Compass, so it's
Yeah,
not.
you can. Same thing when we open the docket. Just gotta go to where we
can. Is it a notarized letter?
Yes.
Exhibit 10. Can I admit that?
Yeah.
They'll be admitted Exhibit 10. Sorry. I'd like to see what the letter said before we get too excited. Well, Miss Stephanie, it's not part of the attachments in Compass Casey. Is that what it is?
Yes, I think I labeled it exhibit 10, correct?
What'd you say?
Exhibit 10. Written testimony is the file name.
Oh, there we go. I just want to take a peek. Yeah, so it's from Dan Hesse, the Sprint guy. And he lives at 5208 Bellevue, which would be just next door to him. Okay.
Mr. LeBlanc, I know this is already under construction and underway, but have you considered any other types of fireplaces? Maybe something that's more linear that matches the planters that are proposed?
Well, that was the fallback. Part of what happened with this is that the fireplace and terrace were on the original permit set. And so the house was permitted with it. And so they started to build it. And when they started to build it is when apparently a neighbor notified the city about it because, and then that's when it became an issue for us. Well, I guess the building inspector or somebody said that it wasn't permitted, even though it was in the building plan. So they'd already built it because it was within the originally permitted plan. So we're kind of backtracking, I guess, to try and get the variance at this point because we thought it was approved. So as far as looking at other options, the only other option would be to do a fire pit, I suppose. Tear down what's there and build a fire pit. But the fire feature element was something they definitely wanted to have as part of the space.
If the main point of entry was on the west side, if it was on Bellevue, I would kind of have less concern about this accessory structure along 52nd. But since this is the main point of entry, it just seems a little, in my opinion, just a little out of place. And that's why I was kind of curious if there were other options that could be considered to kind of give you still that terrace and the space you're looking for without having a 5-foot tall fireplace kind of right as you enter the house. But
Well, Mr. LeBlanc, it kind of concerns me. So you said that the original plans were permitted for this particular device, right? This particular feature.
Yeah, we had the fireplace and terrace were on the permitted plans.
Were they this tall though? Maybe they were shorter. That's weird that it's coming before us now.
I don't know that actually the detail of the fireplace with the elevation wasn't in the drawings, but what it was on the plan as a fireplace. So I think maybe they just didn't understand what it was or whatnot. So I think there was some confusion on that front.
Mr. Chair, the permits related to this structure in the basement and the other covered patio, which provides more detail about this additional patio area, has not been released yet, which is where this element was caught, because there is more detail on this plan set than there were the previous for the first variance.
Okay.
Right, that could be. I guess I have a different perspective on front courtyards and fire features and fireplaces, because I live in Arizona, and it's a very common feature here for folks to have, you know, front courtyard areas to hang out and sit and, you know, have a glass of wine. They're, you know, beautifully landscaped and have fireplaces like, you know, a lot like this. So it's basically an extension of the living space and becomes like an outdoor living room. And also encourages like socialization for neighbors and, you know, people walking by and that kind of thing. So that's sort of the intent behind it, is just sort of an extension of the home and to pull some of that outdoor space towards the street and, you know, kind of engage the community a little bit more. And also as guests arrive, it gives them, you know, kind of an access point to have this outdoor space where they can hang out and have a glass of wine, like I say. And so that's kind of where the intent of that outdoor space is, kind of an extension.
So again, it's your testimony that the Homes Association had a 75% acceptance rate of this. Did they get that to you in a letter, sir, or just a phone call, or?
It was an email.
And
it was, the email was received by the homeowner and the homeowner forwarded it to me.
the only negative that I see is the one submitted by Mr. Hesse. So.
And he's next door?
Yeah, I could tell by the address, right?
Okay.
But not on 52nd though, not on 52nd Terrace. He's on Bellevue, which is not
Directly
really
across
your.
the street.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it's across the street kind of thing.
Yeah, I think.
Yes.
Well.
And I appreciate the intent behind it. I would like people to be more neighborly and engaged, and do that with one another. But there's already a lot of entertaining space in the back, and so this one seems, in my mind, just a little out of place. I think I'm just kind of struggling with that being the entry of the house.
But to me, it sounds kind of cool, because you said it's gonna be an open fireplace, so from the street you can see.
Yeah, from the street you can see the fire as well.
Right.
So it's kind of it's a see-through fireplace. So the fire, when the
Yeah,
fire is
that's-
burning, you'll see it from the street. Yeah.
It does sound like kind of a unique feature that would be neighborhood friendly.
I can say the homeowners are very social people, so they love to meet and hang out with friends and neighbors and that kind of thing.
I think for me, my concern is that it's a complete deviation from setbacks and separation. And so what kind of precedent would it set? And it's not to say that they can't have a fireplace. It just needs to be a non-permanent fireplace.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm hearing concerns, Mr. LeBlanc, and I don't know whether you want us to continue this for a month for you to come back with a different design. I just hear some, and I'm just one member, but I've been on it for a long time. Sometimes if you start, and you need all four of us to vote for it, sir, for it to pass. But if you came back in a month or two and said, what about this design? And went to the homeowners, perhaps you might have more favorable reaction around this table today. Or
I
next
think the only alternative to this kind of idea would be to just make it a fire pit. That would be similar height to the courtyard walls. So that eliminates some of the verticality of it, but it would still have the fire feature element. I don't know if that would be a more palatable solution at this point.
If whatever is being proposed is permanent, affixed to the foundation of the patio, they would need the variance. But if it, there's lots of those decorative temporary fireplaces or fire pits that you can pick up and move back into your garage, that would not require a permit.
Right.
And be allowed.
So the walls are required, right? The terrace walls are okay. It's the fireplace. It's any kind of fire feature itself, any kind of fire element.
Any type of accessory structure that's not a wall or a fence.
Got it.
So you want to think about it and come back?
Yeah, I think I can safely say they're going to want it to be some sort of permanent structure. So I guess we might need to come back. I think given where it is, because right now it's engaged with the walls. It's meant to be part of the design, the landscape design of the courtyard walls. And we have some planters there as well, some raised planters. So everything is meant to be kind of integrated as, a holistic kind of design. So I think if we have to go and make it into a more of a furniture element, I think it would look really odd, definitely in that location. I could see that as sort of a freestanding element in the center of the terrace that you sat around. But I think given the intent of what we were trying to do for it to be a temporary kind of thing, I think it would look weird.
Right.
And again, the issue is that it is in the platted setback. If
I understand.
that type of the courtyard was, and the entire home was pushed back,
It'd be fine.
it would be allowed.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, it's just a factor of this corner lot and
Right.
the house facing a different
Does
direction.
1 month or 2 months sound better to you, sir?
Let's just do 1 month. 1 month is plenty of time.
I'm only here for a little bit in January, so it may be pushed depending on where you fall in the docket. I'm only here from 11:30 to 4 on January 9th, which is our next meeting. But if I'm not here, just push into February, sir, just to let you know.
Okay.
I've confused you, haven't I? So,
Well, is there a way if we know, kind of shifting some of the dockets around, if we've got forum,
yeah,
to capitalize on the forum while we have them so that we can make sure we hit it?
Yes.
okay. So, okay, do I have a motion to continue this case to the January 9th docket?
So moved.
Second, someone?
Second.
Okay, Anna?
Moran? Aye. McStorch?
Aye.
Wright?
Aye.
Evans?
Aye. We'll see you next month. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you, everybody.
Before I lose you, Jock,
Yes.
or Mr. LeBlanc, you might come back with, I know it's kind of a pain, but you might think about 2 or 3 things. So just don't come back with 1, maybe come back with 2 or 3 that gives us some options or gives you and the homeowner some options.
Okay.
If you can, thank you.
We'll think about that. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. Okay, where are we at?
We're on docket item 31 now. And I'm just loading the staff report now. So this is docket item 31, case CD BZA 2023-00163 for 1621 West 40th Street. This is a request to approve a garage on a residential infill lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.08 acres, generally located at 1621 West 40th Street. Connor Tomlin is the planner associated with this case. We do need to ask for consent for the 4 board members on this item. The standard 9 exhibits apply, and this is the chance for the applicant team or anyone who wants to provide public testimony on this particular case to raise their hand now so we can promote you and begin the case discussion.
Great.
The applicant has been connected.
Who do we?
Sarah Ladd.
Thank you.
And no other individuals has raised their hand
Okay.
or appears in the room with us.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Ladd, or maybe?
No.
That's Sarah, and I'm Sean Flannemeyer.
Okay, great. I'm gonna swear you both in. Please, each of you raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do, Sarah Ladd.
I do, Sean Flannemeyer.
Thank you. Part of your case is the admittance of exhibits that we need to hear the case. They're labeled 1 to 9, and they're part of the staff report. Is it okay if we admit those?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted, and one of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin on your case. Thank you, Kamala.
The 4 people.
Oh, yeah, sorry. By the way, come back.
Come back, hold on. There we go.
The lads, we only have 4 people today. Normally we have 5. And so we have to have consensus. All 4 members must like your case and vote for it. If one member votes against it, it will fail. Your option is to come back next month when we have 5. And then you could have a negative vote and it will still pass.
Or proceed.
Or proceed, yeah.
We'll proceed.
Okay. All right. Let's see, where was I? Connor, you're in charge.
All right, today we have CDBZA 2023-163 at 1621 West 40th Street in the R5 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the infill residential lot and building standards to permit a garage at the front of the home, plus any additional variances. As I do with most infill lots that are proposing a new home on it, I kind of recap the standards. The purpose of the standards are to ensure that residential development in established neighborhoods is generally consistent with the form, bulk, placement, and scale of the existing residential buildings of the same building type. And this is to simulate investment in established neighborhoods, provide sufficient flexibility to allow incremental evolution of established neighborhoods. And the infill residential context area, also referred to as IRCA, determines what is allowed on a subject site. The IRCA contains all lots within 200 feet of the property on the same block face as the subject site. Setbacks are 10% of the lot width, or 5 feet, whichever is less. Maximum building width is not to exceed 125% of the widest 2 nearest buildings in the IRCA. Maximum building coverage is 50% of the lot area, and maximum impervious surface coverage is 75%. Driveways are prohibited when alley is present, and driveways from the street are permitted when 51% or more of homes in the IRCA have them. Attached garages visible from the street shall be permitted only when 51% or more of homes in the infill residential context area have attached garages visible from the street. When they are visible from the street, the garage door shall not occupy more than 40% of the width of the ground level facade. Staff had a discussion with the applicant a few weeks ago to consider an alternate design to alleviate the need for a variance for the proposed garage on this lot. We received no resubmittals. This is the general location of the subject site, excuse me. Outlined in yellow is the subject site. In the pink, usually on the same block face, these would count as part of the infill residential context area. However, both of those properties do not front on 40th Street. So they do not count this. In a sense, this subject site is creating its own context area. And then that green line is what the block face would be. This is the current condition of the site. This is the site plan. Over here you have 40th Street and the existing driveway, the garage proposed on the front of the home, and then the home behind the garage. This is the elevation of the design. There will be 2 required variances to permit this on a subject site. The first one being a variance to the square footage minimum of the lot area requirement. It's a 215 square foot variance. The requirement is typically 3750. What is proposed was 3535 square feet. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty cannot be obviated. That's just how the lot is. It's at no fault of the applicant. The second variance is a variance of 60% to permit a garage door to occupy 100% of the width of the ground level facade on the subject site. This is a 60% deviation from code. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as garages in this area do not occupy 100% of the ground level facade. The difficulty could be obviated with a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Questions, Mr. Connor? Okay. I don't know who's going to speak on your case, but whoever it is, tell us why we should approve your request today, sir.
All right. Again, my name is Sean Flandemeyer. Do you have the presentation?
Connor, I emailed it to you unless I'm able to share my screen.
Sure.
Yeah, you should be able to share your screen. You should have that ability.
That will be exhibit number 10.
Share screen. Okay.
There we go. Or disabled it.
Can you guys see our screen?
No.
No,
not yet.
Okay.
Hit this. Here and touch that. Touch that. Host to disabled participant screen sharing. Can you enable? Don't.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, there it is.
Try now.
Gonna try it now.
Perfect.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Sarah.
There we go. We didn't see it.
Perfect.
I don't know that you have. Oh, you can still thumb through.
Yeah.
Hopefully our display is not interrupted by the image on the right side, but can you click to the next slide? So this is the Sanford 2 plan that we've used on previous builds in Manheim Park. And one of the primary reasons that we elected to choose this plan was it is consistent with the height of the homes nearby. And it actually, which means both sides of the home, and also it's consistent with the design of the home that's at 3934 Wyoming, which is nearby, that also has a 2-car garage. And it's still within the context area. We chose this plan because due to the depth of the lot, which we presented you guys with a couple different variances, our Teton plan is too long. So the Teton plan would have a 1-car garage, but it doesn't work on this lot due to the depth of the lot. So the choice of this plan was our Sanford 2 plan. And the primary reason that we elected to choose this plan was, could you go to the next slide? Was one, first we tried to look at doing a detached garage and shortening the house so that we could have space between the house and the garage. But the challenge that we have is that we are finishing the basement of the Sanford 2 plan, which requires egress wells on the left side of the home. And then based upon the way this home is designed, you actually enter in from the side so that we would need like a composite deck space. So there's no way to get a vehicle around the rear for a garage. If you could keep scrolling to the next slide. And while this home does create its own context area because the other homes face the other streets, if you were to drive this community, you will frequently see 2-car garages, either from the side or even on the front of these homes near, I think it's Wyoming, or even right around the corner. And the reason for my request is that right next door, there is a 2-car detached garage that faces towards the street as we would, which essentially would equate to 50% of the context area. If you'll scroll down. And across the street where you have another house that has a 1-car garage. So really I think it was said well when this home creates its own context area. But one other factor to this area that's making it difficult for us, and the reason why we're requesting a variance for a garage, is if you can scroll down. This is just a conceptual side of vehicle. Even if I put like where the driveway would be to get around back, that wouldn't work because the home would need to be, you can barely see it in this photo, but there's a little pink flag next to the fence, the very middle left of the photo. That would essentially be the edge of the property line. And we'll need to be 5 feet off of that in order to fit the home. So regardless of what plan we choose to put a detached garage, it really just, the context area doesn't make sense, or the lot doesn't make sense for us. Scroll down. This is just from the other direction. I mean, probably I don't know what else to say other than I'm really excited about the fact that the Sanford 2 plan would be here because it meets a lot depth that still allows for a private space for someone with a patio and a dog out back. And it'll look really nice back there, but it's still a concealed space in the middle of town. And by changing any other house on this lot, I'm going to go too deep into the lot. In addition, this street where the home will face, it's a 2-hour parking from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And I believe that because people are going to work at KU, the people that we purchased the home from that lived there, they had multiple occupants that lived with them. So they're actually parking their cars on this lot as you had in your photo, even though they don't own it because you cannot park on the street from 7 to 4, which really puts us in a bind based upon doing a different design. And the red area shows where the no parking would be. Scroll down. And really, ultimately, we believe that this is the best plan that we have for this lot, considering the conditions and also the context area. It does seem relatable compared to what we're surrounded by on the street. So we're requesting your variance for the Sanford 2 plan on 1621 West 40th Street.
All right. Board members, do you have questions of the team?
Yep, I've got a question. So with the new infill ordinance, do you have a new plan in the works that would meet these requirements? I have a feeling.
Yeah, we have
this
quite
will
a
come
few
up more
plans.
frequently. Go
We
ahead.
have quite a few plans that we are working on that kind of change our design and kind of change what we have acceptable for us. But like I said, they're in the works right now. It takes a little bit, especially with the new energy code. We want to make sure that what we're submitting meets all of those requirements.
Can you stop
But we
sharing
do
your
have quite a
screen?
few plans that we are working on so we can fit some of these infill lots better. But like Sean said, we are really excited about this one. Because of that 2-car garage right next door, it almost, from our point of view, it almost looks, like it belongs there.
Sarah, would you mind stop sharing your screen?
I can try.
Thank you. Perfect.
There we go.
Yeah, I have no issues with variance A. I mean, it's a small lot. I understand that one. But I'm a little concerned as we look to move forward kind of with the infill, looking at variance B. I understand there's a 2-car garage across the street, but I think it's different when it's a detached garage versus
It's actually
home
next
needs the
door to
garage.
it'll be next door to this lot.
Next door.
Yeah.
Either way, in more of these historic neighborhoods, I feel like a detached 2-car seems more contextual than a house that has the 2-car garages underneath it. So are there any other options to not have 100% width of that garage? If there's even 50%, which is more than the 40% requirement, but
No, there's not. We don't have any other options for this property. And I think the primary driver behind the 2-car garage, again, comes from the fact that there are other homes in the area that do have 2-car garages. Quite honestly, this lot was $75,000 compared to maybe what we pay in Manheim, which is a third of that. And what I'm finding is that the people that are going to be attracted to this location, they're already struggling with parking on the streets that to the east and to the west. And I guess considering this context area, I didn't want to waste your time, but we really only create our own space on the street because there's a church across the street on the corner. And due to the price of the lot, the price of the home's going to go up. And I believe it's going to be someone that works right down the street at the hospital. And the reason that we chose this plan again was really based upon, I wish I would have had that in our variance meeting, but 3934 Wyoming also has a 2-car garage, which I will say that home has a front door where we cannot do that on this lot because it's not as wide. So that the percentage of the front of the house was not as much.
and I think I know which other house you're talking about, but I feel like that one was built before the infill ordinance as well.
Possibly so. I think it's really just following and requesting through the incremental evolution of the neighborhood in order to do this build. And again, the parking is our primary restriction on this lot because of the parking from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. So that's why I'm asking that you would work with us on this variance. Because I believe the occupants of this home, if they don't park here, then they're gonna end up having to park around the corner. And both north-south streets, this is an east-west street, are already very congested. Because I've already had somebody that I bought the lot from ask me if I could notch out the front of their home to add more parking. And I told him no, because I didn't want to get close to their stone foundation. It's too much risk to add more parking, which would have been another request through you guys. But ultimately, it's kind of like we're our own space right here on this side street. And I don't foresee any other homes built in the context area.
I think the part that I'm struggling with the most is that it just looks like a garage. It doesn't look like a home. Since there is no door to the street, it looks like it is the attached garage of an adjacent house. And I feel like without having either a
Doesn't that
reduction.
kind of go with how that neighborhood looks right now, because it all is detached garages? And that's kind of, you know, why we started heading in this direction for this plan as well, is we wanted to fit in what was already there.
I would just say the reason we chose the Sanford 2 is one, for the context area and the parking. And I understand that not having a front porch, but it's the lot width, it's the constriction to us. And we thought it was a risk in Manheim when we did this, but the Sanford 2 plan, our realtors here, is actually one of the most popular plans, even though it has a interesting side entrance. When you come in, you still feel like you're coming in the front door. And we could pull back up the picture of the home, but we've had a great response to the Sanford 2 plan. And I think it attracts to the people that are going to be living in the area.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate what you're doing. And this is a very small lot, so it's you don't have much space to work with here. So I definitely understand that. But I think kind of moving forward, in my mind, the goal with this infill ordinance is to really work to have the appropriate infill. And I think that ordinance was put in place to not have the 2-car kind of main focus on a garage in a lot of these areas. And that's just where I'm struggling. I know there's been other developments in the city where there's been kind of lack of context and maybe it made a little more sense, but I'm just trying to figure out when this transition will happen. I know you guys do a ton of great work and figuring out, you know, if you've already got something else in the hopper that could work on this site, as opposed to what you
I don't have for this site, but at least let me tell you what we are doing. So maybe that would help. So I don't have for this site, and I still am requesting a variance primarily around parking, because I feel like my homeowners are going to be ended up jammed around the corner. And I don't have I do have single car fronts, which you've commented on, but I've got the Teton, the Lincoln, but the problem is the depth of the lot. It's too shallow. So the reason that we lose the front door is that we widen the house and we shorten it in order to get us the square footage, which is going to be realistic for an occupant in this area. And we do have other plans that do meet the needs, like it's going to be a Yale plan, doesn't have a garage. So I'm not ignoring your request for infill changes. I'm definitely working towards that. But I am more adamant about the garage in this location, primarily because of the parking and the fact that my neighbors, the homeowners, are going to end up having to walk around from the other side streets in order to get there. So I guess respectful to you is that I'm not here trying to create, you know, a workaround in every situation. I would say that we also have a Yale plan. We're working on a Keystone plan, but even those 2 plans, they go too deep because they're too narrow. You see what I'm saying? So what's happening is that I'm getting forced on this lot. Some of the other lots are deeper, like 138 feet, where this is really the only option that I have to build on this lot. And again, back to the parking, that's my greatest hardship in this location. And I do respect the fact that you guys are trying to make a change. I think my biggest piece too is that part of the process of the infill ordinance, as I was told, was that we wanted to see what kind of feedback we were getting from the community, not so much that this was going to be the steadfast, but more like we want to really see what the reception of this is. And actually the primary reception that I have outside of this home is that, you know, people are still, not only the people that are buying their homes, but the people that live in the neighborhoods still want garages because it's cluttering up the streets as we build more infill homes. So that, I guess that's my feedback for, as we go through this infill ordinance process, is that the communication that was back to us is that we're gonna work together over time in order to make that happen. And I know that you gotta hold your ground at some point, but I guess I'm asking for, if nothing else, your blessing on this one, because again, the parking for the context area is very limited. And I think it's gonna put me at a hindrance if I have to sell it and people have to walk around the corner in order to get into the home when I'm right next to a 2-car garage.
Remind me again of the limitations on parking.
It's,
2 hour
you
only.
can only park 2 hours between 7 AM and 4 PM between Monday through Friday.
Yeah,
And I think the
which
buyer,
is unique compared to a lot of other neighborhoods that don't have the parking restrictions.
yeah,
And with it being so close to the hospital, you know, they could be working graveyard. They could be working evenings where their car could be in that area during the day while they're sleeping. So we want to make sure that they have those opportunities to have their car there.
Other board members' thoughts?
It's a unique lot.
Mhm.
You know, that's what I'm looking at, and I respect the infill ordinance, but this is a very unique lot. So,
I think, it would help me if I know I had neighborhood support.
Yeah, have you heard any feedback from the neighbors?
no, I mean, it wouldn't be a fair person to call in because it's the person I bought the lot from. You know, I wouldn't bring them to the meeting. That's not right. But I
Right,
don't really have, the truth is, this is the first lot that I've purchased. First off, the most expensive one I've purchased, by the way, but like I usually focus between Troost and Paseo, between Brush Creek Boulevard all the way up to Linwood. So this has been a step outside my comfort zone, but I thought it was a smart choice because it is close to the hospital over there. I don't think that, my justification is really back to there are their owns with this modern look in the community. I don't have any obstinance, but I don't have neighborhood support like I have had on other calls.
right.
Yeah, it falls within the Volker Neighborhood Association. I mean, that was the whole point of doing the urban infill ordinance. And so, I mean, the design fits perfectly for the lot. It makes sense. I think if we're gonna do some type of large deviation like that, we need, for me, it would help me if we had neighborhood support. Then yes, it's fine.
So from the homeowners association.
Yeah.
yeah. The neighborhood
But they
association.
would have been notified, right? So the homeowners association knows about it and they
They didn't
chose
respond.
not to weigh in.
Oh, okay.
Usually not weighing in means support,
Right.
versus weighing in, which is what.
Yeah, I mean, usually they have some kind of representative who would come in and oppose it if they were.
They're very active.
Yeah.
More like Hyde Park.
Yeah,
Right.
yes, yeah.
And I want to remind you guys, I know I feel like I'm always a sales pitch, but I still have a bunch of homes that qualify for the infill ordinance, you know, like I always have to come with you guys with all my exceptions, but again, we have a lot of homes that still don't ever make it to this meeting, that don't have a garage. And I know I say that every time, and I mean, I am asking for your variance on this, but we still are adhering to that in many cases as well. And I don't know if I could do it outside of the meeting, but I could email you all the lots, but ultimately our company will be involved in over 156 homes being built in the Midtown area in the course of 2024.
Motion, no motion, come back. Because we gotta have unanimous. So there's hesitation around the table, my friend.
I understand.
Yeah, so we're trying to be respectful of the infill ordinance. And, you know, Ms. Mixdorf has no problem with variance A, it's variance B that is giving her pause. So, I think these are package designs that you have that come before us, so I'm not sure if you can make this work or not. Can you make it, we gave you another month, can you come back with a different design, or maybe you came back with
If I go back
neighbors?
to a different design at this point, then I'll be probably, my projections is I'll be 5 to 6 months out, because I gotta go back through with the 2023 IECC codes. And I know this is acceptable plan. And I'm not very good at this stuff, but I'm trying to be respectful of the process too. I feel like I'm begging you, but I'm asking grace on this one, because you're not always giving me an exception. If you pull the number of permits that I pull in the city, I'm doing a lot that does fall within the infill ordinance. And I guess without continuing to waste your time with my words, is that this specific context area, it's the only house that's facing this way, and it's next to a 2-car garage. And it's not outside. There's other homes in the area that have a more modern design. And again, I also focus on the height and the width of the home side by side. I didn't choose another plan because it's too low and it's gonna look weird, you know?
No, I appreciate your design considerations. I think Maisha also said it too. As you're trying to be respectful of the ordinance, what you're trying to do, I just think if we had some level of, I know we're saying if no neighborhood support is support, but I don't necessarily believe that. So if there's a way to just confirm that the neighborhood association, they understand, if there's just some, I don't know, I think that would help me accept that this is a garage heavy home in an area that is not a garage heavy area. If the neighborhood had some opinion on it, that we could help me personally make that decision, but I leave it up to everybody else.
I would agree with that too.
Well, in this case, then what's the outcome of this meeting today versus getting declined? Because I'd prefer not to.
Well,
continue.
just continue 1 month, sir, and have you come back, speak with the Homes Association, maybe a neighbor or two around, and get some support. If you do get support, remember, it's got to be a notarized letter.
Can they attend the meeting like we've done in the past?
Yeah,
Would
they can
that work
attend.
instead of, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, they can attend in person if they want,
Or virtually.
or virtually.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that would help me kind of ease the concern that I have, just knowing that there are members in the neighborhood that are on board with this, and it's not that I'm against infill, I'm all for infill, just making sure that they're good with kind of what's being proposed.
Understood. Well, then I guess motion to continue, and then we'll go look for neighborhood support. Or am I not supposed to say that? You're supposed to say.
Okay, so January 9th is our next meeting. Board member, do I have a motion to continue this till January 9th?
So moved.
All right, so.
Maggie's got it.
I'll second.
Okay, second, so move and second, then we move case number 163 to our January docket. Please call the roll.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll see you next month.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
So then, to conclude, we need to continue cases docket item 7, 8, 25, and 29.
Do you have a motion for
Because
that?
they didn't appear.
Yes.
To a date.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, can we put them to February then?
Yes.
yeah, let's put it in February if they didn't show up for January or December. So yeah, to the
Yeah.
February docket. Perfect. So I heard a motion.
Oh,
from-
sorry, so moved. To the
and
February document.
Moran seconding, so roll.
Moran.
Aye.
Mixdorf.
Aye.
Right.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Yes, aye, thank you. The meeting, crazy room is adjourned.